Hi, I'm Miranda, and I can guarantee that you've never heard a story as crazy as mine. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, and follow us on Facebook and Instagram. I grew up as the only child of loving parents who were always there for me. We called ourselves the Three Musketeers. Growing up, I wasn't pretty, or particularly smart, or very rich, but I had tons of photo albums filled with the happiest memories. My life was perfect. And then, suddenly, everything changed. One day when I was in the 8th grade, there was a big thunderstorm rolling in, but my dog kept whimpering to go outside. I decided to take him for a quick round, and a few minutes later, it started raining. Just as I was diving under a tree for cover, I heard a loud crack and saw a blinding light right before something hit me. I'd been struck by lightning. I felt a sharp pain through my whole body, and then everything went blank. When I opened my eyes, I saw that I was in a hospital bed, with my parents' worried-looking faces around me. I felt fine, but as I looked around, I could sense something wasn't quite right. Mom, that wall is 13 degrees off the grid. The ceiling will eventually crack. Everyone looked at me in surprise. I tried to jump out of bed, but the doctor stopped me. Easy, Miranda. We still have to run more tests on you. But I feel fine. I have to go to school. I have exams. Honey, you were out for 3 months. School's over. Wait, what? But I didn't take the exams. I have to talk to the principal. This is a special case, right? She'll let me. Stop worrying about school, love. We're just happy you're okay. You can take it slow. Slow? The universe didn't stop for me, did it? Did the earth stop spinning 1,000 miles per hour because of me? No, it didn't. The doctor ran some more scans, but after the MRI results came out fine, he let me go. When I got home, I went straight to the basement and started taking out a lot of old stuff from my childhood. As I was taking a box to the trash, my parents stopped me. What are you doing, Miranda? You don't need these old pictures, right? Yes, we do. Those pictures are so many memories. Why do you need memories? The past doesn't matter. Only the future. And I need the space for my books anyway. What books? Just then, the doorbell rang. It was the delivery guy with all my new books. How did you pay for these? Oh, I just checked your stocks. And I used some formulas to get ahead of the market. Don't worry, Dad. You probably have $350,784 extra dollars in your account by now. I made my parents rich over the summers. I also took my 8th grade exams, and then I started taking advanced calculus and physics courses online because I was getting really bored. Soon after I joined school again, the teachers realized that I was a genius. They recommended that I join a private school for high achievers, Hill Valley. The admission exam was really tough, but I got in. On the first day, I just put my stuff in the locker when I turned around and bumped headfirst into someone. I looked up to see the cutest guy in the world. Sorry, I was just walking up to you to say hello. I'm Byron. Byron showed me around the school, and he was really fun to be around. I was already imagining my wedding with this guy. The next day, I was late for a class in the science lab. After I'd sneaked in quietly, I realized that the kids around me weren't from my class. Just then, I heard a boy say, "If Einstein was a DJ, you know what his name would be? MC squared!" Get it? It looked like no one got it, but I giggled. This boy was funny. He turned to look at me and he smiled. We became friends that day. His name was Kyle, and he was really smart. He knew everything about everything. Now this was getting confusing because I was also imagining my wedding with this guy. The next few days were a bit crazy. I thought I would be busy studying day and night here, but instead, I was busy taking turns hanging out with these boys. One day after Kyle and I had just solved a complex math problem, he suddenly took my hand. How come I know the 20 digits of pi, but I don't know the 10 digits of your number? What now? I'm asking you out, Miranda. Oh my god! But what about Byron? Oh! I'm really flattered, but let's take it a little slow? He said he totally understood that, and I felt relieved. Later that day at Byron's football game, he scored the winning goal and came running over to me after. Wow, Miranda! You're like a lucky charm for me. Can I ask you out? But what about Kyle? Oh, I'm really flattered, but let's take it a little slow? He said that was completely fine, but now I was worried. How was I ever going to decide? But then, unexpectedly, a solution presented itself. One day I walked into school to see a large crowd gathered in the hall. To my horror, I spotted Kyle and Byron wrestling each other. Why'd you tell Dad I flunked math, huh? You told Dad I didn't make it to the swim team first. You're such a jerk. You're such a geek. Wait, they had the same dad? Just then, a teacher walked in and took them both away. I turned to Bertha, a girl in my class, who was the biggest gossip ever. She was the ears and eyes of the school hallways. So, what's the deal with those two? Oh, Kyle and Byron are half-brothers. Their dad is this really big politician who's always making them compete over everything. So they basically hate each other. They mostly pretend like the other one doesn't even exist, but they went kind of bonkers today. Great! I liked two half-brothers who were arch enemies. But then, it struck me. This was kind of convenient. If they didn't cross paths much, I could date both of them without the other finding out. Obviously, I had to keep it a secret from Snoopy Bertha, which was even harder because she was super chummy with me. I told both Kyle and Byron that I'd love to go out with them, and they were so happy. But I said my parents were very strict and wouldn't let me date. So we had to keep a very low profile. Kyle had classes in an entirely different building, and I started to wear running shoes because I was literally sprinting all the time. And I was lying. A lot. I'd be running across campus every day for my 11 o'clock date with Kyle in the janitor's closet. I really wish we could spend more time together, babe. Oh, me too. But I told Bertha I'd tutor her during recess. She's really bad at math. Poor thing. And then I was running back to meet Byron in the empty school auditorium. Go with me to the movies tomorrow? Oh, no. I had a date with Kyle at the planetarium then. Why wait until tomorrow? Let's just go today, babe. And in the middle of all this drama, I also had to study. But I had to admit, I was really having fun. Until, one day, I was in the cafeteria and Bertha came up to me in super gossip mode. You know that weird nerdy guy from the other building? Byron's brother? Yeah, barely. Kyle, right? Yeah, him. There are security cameras in the computer lab, and he was caught making out with some girl. I spat my juice out all over Bertha. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Take it easy, girl. You seem to be more into gossip than I am. Oh, no, I just choked. So, did they see the girl? Yeah, of course. Her name's Daisy. She's in Kyle's class. What? The girl he was making out with wasn't me? I mean, okay, I was being kind of a hypocrite, right? But it still kind of hurt to be cheated on. Well, at least the decision was made for me. I would only date Byron now. And just come out openly with it. In your face, Kyle. Hey, babe, I have some really good news. My parents are really happy with my grades, and they're okay with me dating you. But he wasn't as happy as I thought he'd be. Yeah. There's something I have to tell you, Miranda. I started dating someone else. What? Why? Because I was tired of having to hide from everyone. Just then, Bertha turned up and kissed Byron. Hey, girl. I guess you've heard? Byron and I are dating. Aren't we great together? What the what? Yeah. Congrats. You guys are the cutest. I was in shock. I went from having two great boyfriends to none in 5 minutes. And I couldn't really blame poor Bertha. I was so mad I had to take it out on someone. So I went to confront Kyle. How could you do this to me? Seriously? You're just going to stand there and act like a victim? What do you mean? I know you were dating Byron while you were going out with me. Yeah, some anonymous person sent me the pictures of you two making out. So all this time you were cheating on me with the person I hate the most. We were done, Miranda, even before Daisy asked me out. I stared at him, speechless, as he started to walk away. He turned back for a second. I really liked you, you know. I realized at that moment that I'd been a terrible person, and I just lost the best guy. Sure, Byron was gorgeous and popular, but Kyle had everything I ever wanted. He was smart, funny, and kind. And now, I was alone. I guess I deserved it. For the next few months, I hung out with Bertha and Byron, and it didn't actually bother me at all. But when Byron invited me to his birthday party at his house, I couldn't make an excuse fast enough to get out of it. And now, I'd have to see Kyle again after all this time. Mom noticed that I was looking really bummed out, and she asked me what was wrong. I ended up telling her the entire story. You know what? Something like that happened to me too. I was dating another guy when I met your father, and for a long time, I couldn't decide between them. Really? So what happened? Your father found out and dumped me, just when I was about to tell him that I loved him more than anything. So I had to win him back. Suddenly, she got up and left the room. When she came back, she was holding the most beautiful red dress. When he saw me wearing this, it changed his mind really quickly. Go on, try it. I put it on, and it looked amazing. Maybe I could win Kyle back. When I got to the party, Byron's jaw dropped open. Gosh, Miranda, you look stunning. Yeah, she really does. You go ahead, babe. I need to talk to Miranda for a sec. She pulled me aside, and I noticed she looked mad. What do you think you're doing, you witch? Bertha, what are you? Oh, don't you dare play innocent with me. I know what you're really like. You were two-timing with both brothers. And now you come here wearing that dress? To my boyfriend's birthday? What? You knew about me and the boys? Oh yeah. I know everything that goes on in that school. I told Byron you weren't serious about him, and that's why you wouldn't date him openly. And I sent that picture to Kyle. I suggest you turn around and go home, boyfriend stealer. Oh my god. You took away both my boyfriends. And I'm not here to steal Byron. I don't trust you. And with that, she pulled my dress by the shoulder and ripped it. I lost my temper and attacked her. Before I knew it, everyone had gathered around for our full-blown catfight. Suddenly, I felt myself being pulled away by someone, and I saw that it was Kyle. Byron was holding Bertha back as she kicked and screamed to have a go at me. Kyle took me out to the garden, and I realized I must be looking terrible. What was that all about, Miranda? Nothing. Just some stupid girl stuff. You can go back to your girlfriend. Oh, we broke up months ago. My heart soared with hope. That's so sad. Why? I guess she just wasn't the one for me. As he started walking away, I suddenly took his hand. Kyle, I came here for you today. Give me another chance. I realized almost instantly that I'd made such a mistake. You're the one for me. You're more special than the theory of relativity. Kyle's face broke into a huge grin. You're such a nerd. And you look amazing in that dress. But then you look amazing in anything. And with that, he pulled me in for a kiss and sent me flying to the other end of the universe.
I was exploring our building when I walked into a strange, empty apartment. The walls and ceilings were all painted blue. Even the tiles on the floor were blue. Suddenly, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I tried to run out, but to my horror, I realized that the door had closed behind me and it was locked. I don't even know how long it took my parents to find me. Hi, I'm Piper, and since that day, I've had cyanophobia. Did you know that it's a fear of the color blue? And people who have it can't look at anything blue without freaking out. I don't even own a pair of blue jeans. If I look at the sky without my tinted glasses, I feel like I'm having a heart attack. So imagine how I felt when I got stuck in the middle of the ocean when I agreed to go with my best friend Tori to her private island. That was the worst day ever. Before I start my story, please subscribe to My Story Animated for the craziest stories ever. Are you sure you can't fix the engine, Conan? What kind of genius are you anyway? Stupid? We were a few miles away from the island, and the yacht's engine had suddenly died. Miss, I told you he can't fix it. We'll have to call some mechanics. Right now, I'll arrange the rowboat for you all to get to the mainland. My stomach churned. It was bad enough being in a yacht. I didn't want to be out there on the open water in a tiny boat. Don't worry, Piper. Just keep your glasses on and I'll hold your hand all the way. Tori was the best. Your glasses are so dorky. They match you pretty well. Ace held out his hand to help me off the boat, and I felt my legs turn to jello. He turned to Tori next. What a gentleman. Thank you, babe. She pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. I turned away, only to see Lucy looking crushed. As soon as we got inside the house and I took my glasses off, Ace suddenly jumped in front of me, grinning. Hey, Piper, guess the color of my shirt under this jacket. I swear to God, Ace, don't. I looked away when he suddenly unzipped his jacket and laughed his head off. As soon as we'd settled into our rooms, everyone got on their bathing suits and headed straight for the pool. Except for me, of course. And Conan, who probably didn't know how to have fun. Tori and Ace were chasing each other around the pool. Boy, Ace looked good. I felt so bad for feeling jealous of Tori. She'd asked me to help Ace with math lately, and stupid me, I'd just gone and fallen in love with him. and he only saw me as a weirdo. I wasn't the only one with a love problem, though. Lucy was trying so hard to get Ace's attention. Hey, Ace, I can hold my breath underwater for a really long time. Why don't you time me? When she came back up a few minutes later, almost blue in the face, Tori and Ace were kissing each other. Even though I didn't like her at all, my heart went out to the poor girl. Just then, Lucy started splashing around in the water like she was drowning. Ace, help! Ace started swimming towards her quickly, but someone else had gotten to her first. It was Conan. He emerged from the pool like a hero, carrying Lucy in his strong arms, and she looked furious. Luce, are you okay? What happened? Nothing. I just got a cramp in my leg. I would have been fine, but hey, thanks, Conan, I guess. I thought you screamed for help. So why didn't you come for me, Ace? God, I was feeling embarrassed for her. Could she be any more obvious? Just then, the yacht captain came running to the pool area. He told Tori that the earliest anyone could come fix it was a week. Tori called home for her private helicopter. Geez, my stupid sister Stacy has taken it on a spa retreat. We won't be able to get it for 3 days. Why is this happening to me? It's probably Conan's fault. He brought bad luck with him. My life suddenly seemed to have turned into something from my favorite channel, My Story Animated. I saw the story of a girl once who got stuck with her crush and his girlfriend in a basement. Who would have thought something like that would ever happen to me? They all came into the house looking bummed out. We were going to miss our own graduation. Everyone started freaking out. I tried to calm them down, so I said, guys, there's nothing we can do but make the most of it. Let's play a game. How about hide and seek? Everyone agreed. Surprisingly, Conan too. We drew straws, and it was Tori's turn first to find the rest. She started counting to 100 as we all slipped away looking for our hiding places. 85, 86, 87. She was almost done, and I still hadn't found a good place to hide. I quickly ducked into a small broom closet at the bottom of the stairs. I nearly had a heart attack when someone put a hand over my mouth. Shh. It's me. You're in my spot. Just be quiet now. Ready or not, here I come. When we heard her footsteps fade away, there was an awkward silence. I'm pretty sure he could hear my heart pounding. So are you afraid of the dark too? No, Ace. I'm not afraid of everything. You know I'm just kidding around with you, right? I wouldn't actually scare you. Well, honestly, my phobia isn't really a laughing matter. He fell quiet. To my shock, I suddenly felt him take my hand. Listen, I'm sorry. I won't bug you again. I could feel him pulling me closer. My head was spinning. Was he going to kiss me? Hey, Piper, there's been something I've been meaning to tell you. Just then, the door opened and we jumped apart. It was Tori, and she didn't look happy. What are you guys doing? Nothing, Tori. I ended up in Ace's hiding place by accident. Did you find the rest? Ace had turned red, and Tori kept looking between the two of us. Oh, I wish I could walk back into the closet and go out the other way, to Narnia or something. She said that she hadn't found the others yet, and I told her we'd help her look. We found Conan pretty quickly. He was hiding under the sheets in his bed, and he was fast asleep. And we all knew where Lucy would be. Somewhere in Ace's room. Let's call it a night, guys. I'm pretty tired. Walk me to my room, babe? Ace followed her, but he turned back to look at me for just a second. As I headed to my room, I couldn't stop thinking about that moment in the closet. What had he wanted to tell me? The next morning, as I was about to head down for breakfast, I heard Ace's voice from his room. Hey guys, has anyone seen my jacket? I can't find it anywhere. Just then, Lucy came out of her room, and boy did she look pissed. I can't find any of my lipsticks. I'm going to look like a freaking ghoul without them. Who took them? Tori and I decided to check our stuff too. She found out that someone had taken all her credit cards. To my horror, when I went through my things, I couldn't find my bottle of anti-anxiety pills anywhere. Who would want a bottle of crazy pills? Hey, don't be mean. Who'd want a bunch of lipsticks? Guys, there's no one here other than us. Who's doing this? We all exchanged glances when we remembered Conan. Just then, we heard the sounds of things being thrown around and ran to Conan's room. He was sitting on the floor looking scary mad. Who took my books? We looked for the missing things, but they seemed to have vanished in thin air. Oh my God, what if this house is haunted? Don't be silly. Of course it's not. But Lucy seemed to be getting really worked up. You know what? This getaway was a bad idea, and this is all your fault, Tori. Suddenly, the always nice Tori seemed to lose her patience. Who forced you, Lucy? We all know why you're really here. I didn't even want you to come. Oh, of course you didn't. You just wanted Ace to yourself, right? Duh! He's my freaking boyfriend. Whatever, Tori. I jumped between them and tried to push them apart before they ripped each other's hair out. Get off me, freak. That's enough. In case everyone has forgotten, it's my birthday today. That's why we're here. Ace gave her a quick hug and wished her a happy birthday. Guys, let's not ruin Tori's birthday, okay? Yeah, let's cut the cake. You'd think we were at a funeral. Everyone looked miserable, but Tori blew out the candles in delight and cut the cake. She picked up a slice and turned to Ace. First one for my babe. Lucy glared at the two of them, grabbed the knife, and took a big piece. Well, here you go, babe. And she shoved the piece in the mouth of a completely unsuspecting Conan. Weirdly enough, he looked really pleased. I'll just cut myself a piece. Nobody seemed to want to hang out, so we all went to our rooms. I was reading a book when Tori came in, carrying Ace's jacket. She said she'd sneaked into Lucy's room to search around while she wasn't there, and she'd found it under her pillow. She told me to come with her. We had to tell Ace. Reluctantly, I followed her to Ace's room. We got the shock of our lives when we found Lucy in his bed. Tori grabbed Lucy by the feet and dragged her out. Are you insane? First you steal all our things, now you're trying to steal my boyfriend? I didn't steal anything, and I don't think your boyfriend likes you all that much. I found the jacket in your room, and Ace loves me. I guess the ghosts in this house put it there because I didn't. And why were you in my room? Why are you in Ace's bed? What are you all doing here? Ace had just stepped out of the shower, and for a couple of seconds, all three of us forgot the fight. Damn, he looked hot. Then, Tori started screaming again about how Lucy had stolen their stuff, and they'd found her in his bed. And she said, you didn't love me. Tell her she's crazy. Ace looked strangely nervous. Of course I do, babe. Can we just stop this and go to bed? Just then, Conan walked in. He stood staring at us for a few seconds. Then, before we knew it, he seemed to have flown over to the other end of the room, straight at Ace. Hey, what the hell? Get off me, you ape. Isn't one girl enough for you? Do you always have to take them all? Why don't you take them all and get out of my room? I'm so sick of everyone. Tori looked furious and stormed out of the room. Lucy followed her in a huff, and I quickly slipped out too. I couldn't wait to go back home. I'd had enough of all this drama. I woke up the next morning to my worst nightmare. Everything in my room was blue. I screamed and dove under the bed. No, this couldn't be happening. I could feel my chest getting tighter and everything closing in on me. It felt like I was 8 again, stuck in that apartment. Suddenly, I felt a hand reach out to me. Piper, are you okay? Let's go, and keep your eyes closed. While I sat on the bed with my eyes shut tight, I could hear Ace going around the room. When he told me I could open them, I saw all the blue sheets were gone. I couldn't stop crying. I need my inhaler. I pointed to the drawer, but when he opened it, it wasn't there. Ace quickly took a brown paper bag and told me to breathe in and out of it. He held me close while I calmed down. Oh my God. Ace, why'd you have to be so nice? Just then, Tori walked in, but before she could say anything, Ace explained that he'd heard my scream and came to see what had happened. Tori looked horrified. I can't believe someone would do that. It's that Lucy, of course. She's always making fun of you. Where is she, by the way? We looked around for Lucy, but she wasn't anywhere in the house. We peeped in Conan's room, and he wasn't there either. When we went downstairs, I suddenly noticed something out of the window. Tori? Where's your yacht? We all ran out to where it had been docked, and it was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Ace spotted a note stuck to a tree. Thanks for bringing your genius brother along. He finally managed to fix the engine. I hate all of you, including you, Ace. I hate you for not loving me back. I hope you all rot on that stupid haunted island. Hate, Lucy. Tori was about to blow a fuse. She called home and could hardly explain what had happened because of the weak signal. She threw her phone on the ground in frustration. I'd never seen her so mad. I guess we'll get home tomorrow, Tori. It's okay. Tori tried to calm down and forced a smile. Yes, you're right. We get another day on the island without those two losers. It'll be fun. Tori said her parents had a few boats and jet skis in the shed, so we could have some fun on the water. I was still feeling really shaken about what had happened that morning, so I told her I'd sit it out on the beach. You should join us, Piper. We'll go on the rowboat. Just keep your glasses on and just hold on to me all the way, okay? Promise, you'll be fine. How could I say no to him? Tori also encouraged me, so I decided to go with them. Just as Ace was about to push the boat out into the water, Tori said, "Hey babe, can you run back to the house and get my sunscreen? I forgot to put it on and I'll get burnt." Ace ran off to the house and suddenly, Tori snatched the glasses off my face. "What are you doing?" "My boyfriend is in love with you, Piper. And don't even act as if you don't know that. I asked you to help him study, and look what you did." "I don't know what you're talking about. Please, give me my glasses back." "He has been planning to break up with me after my birthday. I hoped he'd see on this getaway what a freak you are. I stole everyone's stuff. Messing around with everybody, especially that idiot Lucy, was just an added bonus. And I made your room blue." I stared at her, horrified, as she jumped off the boat and pushed it into the water. "It's really you I want to punish, Piper. You stole my boyfriend." And with that, she walked away with the oars while the boat was carried farther away by the waves. I was going to die. I couldn't take this. I closed my eyes and hid my face in my knees. Just then, I heard the sound of a machine, and I barely opened my eyes to see Ace racing towards me on a jet ski. Oh, my knight in shining armor. He stopped next to the boat, and with shaking hands and legs, I somehow made it onto the jet ski behind him. My eyes shut tight. "I'm so sorry she did that, Piper. She must have read my text to a friend. I was planning to break up with her because I've kind of fallen for someone else." "Who?" "Open your eyes. I promise, it's not that bad." I did, and holding onto him tight, this was the least afraid I'd felt in a really long time. He turned around and kissed me, and of course, I kissed him back. I couldn't believe the crazy events of the past few days had led me to Ace. Of course, we're no longer friends with Tori and Lucy. I've enrolled in therapy for my phobia, and I have a long way to go, but I'm slowly making progress. I got a delivery on my doorstep today. I chose roses because they're not blue. That would be my life without you. Jeez, he's so lame. Hi, I'm Sophia from Romania, and I'm here to tell you something you probably aren't aware of. Each one of you has the power to change people, even the jerk ones. But before I continue, like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. People in my little town thought that I was the cutest girl with red hair, and they completely doted on me. Everyone would notice me wherever I went and would start talking and laughing with me. Yes, I enjoyed it. But honestly, sometimes it got overwhelming. One day when I was 3, I was at my neighbor's place and her son put a paper crown on my head and offered me a horseback ride. All hail Sophia, the Queen of Romania! Just then, his jealous little demon sister came running out of nowhere and pushed me off his back. "No, she's ugly." Then she squirted glue in my hair. I pushed her and was about to attack her when my mom took me away. All evening, my parents cried and I tried to comfort them. "It's okay, Mom, Dad. It will grow back, prettier than before, I promise." Eventually, they just had to cut my hair, and it did grow back all lovely and thick in a few months. When I was 4, Mom started taking me to a small farm 2 hours away from our house just to have my hair washed with goat's milk. That was insane, but being around sheep and goats was fun. I refused to let them wash my hair unless I milked the goat myself. It took me 4 hours though, but I did what I enjoyed. Dad's favorite thing was to spend every evening brushing out my shiny curls as we sat around the fireplace. but I only agreed if he read me stories. One day, Dad sent my picture for a modeling job, and I got accepted. I told my parents that I was only 5 and I had a childhood I wanted to enjoy. They promised the job wouldn't affect anything, and it would make them proud and happy. So I agreed. And just like that, I started modeling for the following years. By the time I was in 9th grade, I was a pretty popular hair model for all sorts of shampoos and hair products. But I never enjoyed having makeup slapped on my face and posing in front of a camera. One day, I was determined to tell my parents that I was done. But then, Dad got off the phone with my agent, saying that there was an audition for the role of the Little Mermaid. Mom, Dad, I'm just done with all this. Please, just let me live the life I want, not the one you want. With that, I stormed off to my room. And no, I didn't go to that audition. Months later, Dad said I got an acting job offer in LA. I knew there was no use protesting, but I thought to myself that the States is the land of freedom, and the moment I would arrive there, I would be more free. And just like that, we'd flown across the world and settled in LA. It was really different from anything back home, but all I was thinking about was school. I wanted to do well so I could study law in college. As I walked down the hallway on my first day of school, suddenly someone came rushing straight at me on rollerblades. The only thing I could register was the most beautiful pair of blue eyes before we both rolled onto the floor. For a minute, we gazed into each other's eyes as my heart beat furiously. Someone slammed a locker door somewhere, and we both snapped into reality. He jumped to his feet, and I held out my hand. "Oh, sorry, He smiled and took my hand to help me up. "Yeah, I'm sorry too, for not pushing you harder, ketchup head." And with that, he let go and I fell back on my butt. He just smirked and skated away. I stared at him in disbelief. What an A-class jerk! I really hoped I wouldn't have anything more to do with him. But to my horror, it turned out that he was in my class. I just knew he was going to make my life miserable. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I stepped in front of the class. "Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm from..." Before I could even finish, the boy burst out laughing. "What planet are you from? Do all the aliens there have hair like Elmo's fur? And does everyone talk like they're stupid? Brian, that's no way to talk to a girl." "That's no way to talk to anyone. I've never met anyone as what you call it? Handsome, breathtaking, dreamy, as rude as you. And don't make fun of my accent. I'm proud of where I come from." "Wow, now your face is as red as your hair. Do all ketchup heads get this angry?" "Only if they meet stupid people like you." Someone from the back called out. "Geez, get a room, guys." "What room? I'm new here. Can someone guide me?" "Oh yeah, I will." Everyone started laughing as he got up. I didn't really understand what was so funny, but the teacher was banging on the table to make everyone quiet. "Brian, that's enough. You'll be staying back for detention today. Tell me something new." The teacher glared at him, but decided to ignore him for the rest of the lesson. Later at lunch, I found out from all the girls that Brian was the bratty son of some rich businessman, and he was just always getting into trouble. But even the principal doesn't really say anything because his parents are big donors. I'd be a bit worried if I was you. You seem to be his next target. I'm not scared of some stupid jerk boy. Just then, Brian walked over to my table with a blonde girl and said, "Here, a new friend. She speaks like a robot, but not like a ketchup head. Maybe more like a mustard head. Listen, I have to be honest here. You guys do have a beautiful accent. See, I can be nice. How about a kiss?" I felt my temper flaring up again and rose from the bench to punch his face. But before I could attack him, he turned around to leave, and I decided to let it go. The next day, I walked into the classroom for the chemistry lesson to find no one was there. It turned out that it had been shifted to the lab, and I was 15 minutes late by the time I finally found it. "Ah, Sophia, you must be the new student. We're doing the experiment in pairs, and the only person left is Brian." Ugh. I couldn't believe I was stuck with him. Things were going smoothly enough for a while, and when Brian handed me a beaker, our fingers touched for a second, and I could swear I felt sparks. I sneaked a glance at him to see that he was also looking at me. "Is there something you want to say?" Suddenly he came a little closer, and my stomach did a few backflips. Was he going to kiss me? I was just wondering, why do you breathe like a dragon? I can hear your nose whistling. Ugh! "Well, I can hear your face joking, so I guess We are even. And with that, I stormed off to the teacher with my lab results. I was just done experimenting with this boy. For the next 2 years of high school, he kept being a jerk to me. He would call me names all the time or pull stupid pranks. I knew he was just trying to get a reaction out of me, and the best way to deal with bullies like him was to pretend he didn't exist. One day when I was in the library, holding my head over a really puzzling math question, someone suddenly pulled my notebook away. "What are you crying over, Tomato Queen? Your sappy diary?" "Dear diary, Brian is so mean to me." "Give me back my notebook. I don't have time for your nonsense. Seems like you're as stupid as you look. You've done the question all wrong." "Oh yeah? And you're going to tell me how to do it right?" "Since you're practically begging me for help, sure, I can't say no to a damsel in distress." And with that, he just sat down and started scribbling away furiously in my notebook. A minute later, he threw the pen down. "And that's how it's done. Give me that." "Wait, what? That's actually the right answer." I stared at his smug face in complete shock. "How come you're always getting such bad grades? Why do you let everyone think you're dumb?" "That's none of your business." "But Brian, wouldn't your parents be really proud to know you're so smart?" Suddenly, Brian got up from his chair, looking furious. "What do you know about my parents? Nothing. They wouldn't care if I was as smart as Einstein. They're too busy fighting with each other to have any time for me, so just stay out of it, and I don't think you know anything about me." And with that outburst, he stormed off. For the first time, I felt a bit sorry for him. A few days later, the teacher gave back the last math assignments of the term, and she slapped Brian's on his desk. "Brian, you're going to have to repeat the school year now. I want to give you one last chance. I'll give you another assignment, and if you do well, I'll give you a passing grade." Thanks, but no thanks. See you again next year." I tried to stop myself, but I just couldn't. "Brian, you know you can do it. I can help with it. But I don't think you even need any help. Miss, he's practically a genius. He really doesn't deserve to fail this grade." Everyone was staring at us now, and Brian looked livid. "No, I'm not. Who do you think you are, ketchup head, my guardian angel?" "I just don't want you to be left behind, dude." "Why do you care? I don't want a second chance. Stop acting like Mother Teresa." And with that, he stormed out of the room. What a stubborn idiot. When I went home that day, I had some shocking news waiting for me. Dad was really unwell and was given time off work. And to make matters worse, I found out that he'd gotten sick because our immigration status had been under threat for a few months and he'd been trying to deal with it. If we lost the case, we'd have to go back to Romania. I felt devastated. I skipped the next few days of school to help Mom take care of Dad. But when I finally returned, I was taking some stuff out of my locker when I heard Brian behind me. "Oh no, you're back?" My eyes were feeling so much better because they weren't hurting every day looking at your hair. I started walking away, but he kept following me. "Come on, what's the big secret? Where were you? Growing tomatoes? Making ketchup?" "If you must know, Dad has been working too hard lately, and he fell sick, so I was taking care of him." "Oh, I feel so sorry for your dad. Sorry that he has such a dumb, ugly daughter. And he brought her all the way from Romania and worked so hard just so she can have a good life. You made him sick, ketchup head. You make me sick too, actually." He'd really stepped on a nerve, and I snapped. I turned around and gave him a hard slap. "You're just a spoiled, ungrateful brat who's been given everything in this world, and you just want to waste it and make others miserable. To think I ever felt sorry for you. I hate you, and don't worry. Soon enough, you won't ever see me again." I stormed off, and this time, he didn't follow me. A few days later, we went to court to fight our immigration case. But to our dismay, the judge ruled against us. Just then, a well-dressed man came running into the courtroom. "Your Honor, I'd like to submit an appeal in this family's case. They deserve to stay here." We just stared at the stranger, and he started firing some legal mumbo-jumbo and handed papers to the judge. And to our shock, the judge actually changed his decision, and we won the case. We didn't have to leave. As we hugged each other, we turned to the man and thanked him over and over again. "But sir, if I may ask, who are you?" "I'm your friend Brian's private family lawyer. The boy has been after me non-stop for the past few days to look into your family's case." Oh my God, Brian? Did he really do that? I headed straight for school after that. I looked everywhere and finally found him sitting alone on the bleachers. He looked stunned to see me as I sat down beside him. "Brian, why did you do that?" "I don't know. Maybe because you tried to help me, even though I've been nothing but a complete jerk to you. And maybe because I've had a crush on you from the start." My face broke into a huge grin. "I always knew it. You like ketchup head." With that, I pulled him in for a long, steamy kiss. So I have been living in LA for a good long time. I've become a lawyer and mostly deal with people's immigration cases because I want to help others like me. Oh, and I'm married to Brian now, and we have a beautiful daughter, Leah. I'm teaching her both English and Romanian because learning different languages makes you smarter and changes the way you think.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe and I'm from New York. But let me tell you, MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. Ever since I was little, my mom was super dramatic. She tried to be an actress before choosing to be a lawyer for money, but she never lost her ability to be extra. When I was 5 years old, I fell in love with the fashion shows on TV, but mom said, "Zoe, you're too young to watch this. I like pretty dresses. My little girl is growing up too fast. We're supposed to wear costumes and pretend we're the Powerpuff Girls." Mom, you're blocking my view. This is tragic. Just let the kid watch what she likes, please. Dad always supported me, no matter what I did. Like one time when I was 9, I cut up Mom's dresses to make awesome outfits of my own. Mom nearly had a stroke. My sequins! Oh no, oh no, oh no! I can make you a new dress out of the scraps, Mom. Oh Lord, what did I do to deserve this tragedy? Look at Zoe go, our little designer. God, I loved my dad. With his support, I wrote to all my favorite designers and sent them my ideas. I even wore my own creations to school with full confidence, no matter what other kids said. But when I reached 7th grade, my entire life turned upside down. I came home to find my parents in a heated battle, and Mom revealed a huge secret she'd kept from us all these years. I wasn't my dad's real daughter. She'd lied and said I was his because she wanted me to have a family. A family built on what? Lies? I can't take this. I begged him not to, but Dad packed up his things and just left. He even blocked us so we couldn't call him. In an instant, my best friend was gone, and my life was shattered. Mom and I got into the biggest fight of our lives, and that's when it happened for the very first time. My ears started ringing. I couldn't hear anything Mom was saying. My heart was racing like a horse, and I couldn't breathe. And the next thing I knew, I blacked out. When I woke up, I was in the hospital. The doctor said, it was just a panic attack. Kids have them all the time. She's fine. Fine? She passed out. What if it happens again? Ma'am, this is the ER. We're very busy. I didn't want her to make a scene here, so I pulled her away. I just wanted to go to school and act like everything was normal, but it wasn't. My friends in school heard about my parents' divorce from their families, and when I got back, they had a million questions for me. That's when my ears started ringing again, and before I knew it, I was hyperventilating in the nurse's office. I would panic before tests, sleepovers, and every time a teacher asked me a question in class. I took months off of school just to stay in bed. Mom tried to get me out in 100 different ways, but I was just too scared to get another attack. I thought things would never get better until one day in the 8th grade when I got a letter in the mail that changed my life. It was from Amelia, my favorite fashion designer in the whole world. She loved the designs I sent her, and she wrote back because she wanted to get to know me. She even sent me her email. I literally flew out of bed. I emailed her in a rush, and like an idiot, I blabbed about every problem in my life, including the divorce. The moment I pressed send, I felt instant regret. Why didn't I talk about design? I was busy kicking myself when she emailed me back. Zoe, I never even got to meet my dad, but I'm still doing great, right? Have hope and hold strong. Wow, she was my idol. I rushed to tell Mom about what happened, but she got so dramatic as usual. You're texting a stranger? Online? Who is this person? Just the most famous designer in the whole country. I felt so relaxed. I didn't have to worry about my fears or my dreams. I could just ask Amelia, and she really believed in me. Amelia had advice about everything. We were in the 8th grade now, and my friends felt distant after my long absence. Amelia had a quick solution for that. Just make one of your friends trip at lunch and then help her up. If she spills food on herself, just give her an extra shirt from your locker. What? That's crazy. Trust me, she'll love you. I did as she asked, and I was shocked when it actually worked. The girl I tripped spilled soda all over herself, and when I gave her my extra shirt, she hugged me. You're such a lifesaver. Wow, that was fast. Amelia, it worked. I knew it. She was a bit over the top, but her techniques were flawless. I followed Amelia's rules, and by the time I reached 9th grade, I was doing well in my classes, I had plenty of friends, and I even became vice president of the school's fashion club. Everything was going well until one day one of the girls said, "Hey, Zoe, is this your dad? He's getting married again, look!" Her words took the wind out of me. She showed me the wedding announcement, and just like that, my ears started to ring. Not this again. Why are you shaking your head like that? Ew, she's putting her finger in her ear. Can you do this outside? I ran out of there with my heart racing. Everything was spinning. Was I gonna pass out again? Suddenly, someone close to me spoke, and it was a really cute guy.
Are you okay?
Ah, who are you?
I'm a new student.
Step away from me, please. I didn't want anyone to see me like this.
What's happening to you?
Nothing. My ears are ringing, that's all. I was sweating and gasping for breath, and the boy came closer.
Take off your sweater.
What?
You're having a panic attack. I've had these before.
Really?
The cold will help you, trust me.
I pulled off my sweater with a huff. I couldn't believe it, but he was right. The moment the cold wind hit me, I felt better and I started to calm down. Are you a magician?
He just smirked and walked away.
I'm pretty sure I just fell in love at first sight. I was convinced the boy was just a handsome ghost until he showed up in my next class.
My name is Elliot. I like music. I don't like people. Thank you.
I waved at him as he sat down, but he didn't respond. Did he not recognize me? Turns out he was so cold and aloof, he ignored everyone that tried to talk to him. The moment class got over, he flipped on his headphones and ran off to be alone. I wanted to get to know him, but his attitude made me nervous. Of course, the best person to ask for help was Amelia. My first tip: stick a bit of your dress into his watch during class. When he moves, you'll be like, connected. So romantic. It wasn't. Elliot just took off his watch and walked away. What? Okay, he sounds like a tough cookie. Just ask him for a ride home on a rainy day. You know he'll help you. He did help by handing me his umbrella and asking me to walk home. This is not working. I should just talk to him normally. Not if you want a real romance. There's one last trick as old as time. Grab a bunch of papers and fall into his arms. Let him catch you. It will work. As one final effort, I took some papers in my hand and waited until the perfect moment. Then I flew into his path and all the papers went flying in the air. He grabbed me by my shoulders.
Did you just fall down on purpose?
No?
Liar.
He dropped me and started walking away. Hey, wait, do you not remember me? You helped me on your first date.
I wouldn't have helped you if I knew how weird you were.
Okay, rude. Maybe I did try to get your attention, but that's your fault. You were like a beautiful angel who just appeared out of thin air to help me. I'm a girl. I'm not made of stone. I turned to storm away and he said,
I'll be gone in a while. There's no point in getting to know me.
What?
I change foster homes every few months. I don't stick around.
He walked away and my heart twisted. He didn't have a home? Is that why he had panic attacks? I wanted to reach out to him, but I had no time to myself the next few weeks. There was a huge fashion contest in the school, and kids from all over the town were gonna compete. I worked my butt off for that show, but the day of the contest, the fashion club president walked in with some news. One of our male models has the stupid flu. No! I found a super hot replacement in the hallway. Elliot walked in and I was shocked. You're joining the show?
I'm handsome and tall, and I was rude to you, so I owe you one.
Oh, thank you.
Also, your president's paying me $50. Let's do this.
I helped him practice his walk and chose an outfit for him. Dang, he looked so good in everything. I couldn't help but blush every time I touched him. When the show started, I was literally holding my breath as the models walked by in my outfits. I wanted to win so bad, and I did. At the end of the show, the judges announced my name as the winner, and my entire team screamed. We ran up to the stage to accept our award. Mom was hooting for me from the audience. Presenting our award today is a special surprise guest. Please welcome Amelia from Amelia's Designs. My heart dropped to my stomach. I watched Amelia walk up to me like a goddess.
Congratulations!
Amelia, how are you here? Oh my god! I grabbed her in a tearful hug and she looked shocked.
Are you a fan of my work?
I'm Zoe. We've been best friends for years.
I'm sorry, have we met before?
No, but you've been writing letters and emails to me since I was in the 7th grade. Look! I pulled out my phone and showed her the proof, but she just shook her head.
Why would I spend so much time talking to some idiot kid? I mean, these emails aren't for me. That's impossible. Here's your award. Good luck with everything.
She ran away awkwardly while the people around me buzzed with whispers. I felt so humiliated. If it wasn't Amelia emailing me all this time, who was it? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe, and the panic attack hit me like a truck. My ears started ringing so loud I knew I would pass out. That's when Elliot took my hand.
You need fresh air. Come on.
He pulled me outside where I took off my sweater and rushed. That's when I got an email from Amelia?
I had to act like I didn't know you, so I didn't make my other fans jealous. I'm sorry.
I sent her a hasty reply, but the moment I hit send, I heard a phone ring nearby. I sent another message and heard the sound again. I followed the rings only to find my mom crouching behind her car, replying to my emails. Mom?
Zoe?
It's you? You've been sending these emails? No. Let me see your phone. No! Give it to me! I jumped on my mom and wrestled the phone out of her hands. One look at her email and I knew. It was her. Are you kidding me? All this time it was you? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. I felt so guilty about the divorce and you were so unhappy without your dad. I couldn't bear the thought of you having those panic attacks and you didn't want to go to a doctor. I had to do something. What? Violate my privacy and make me dance to your tune like a monkey? That's not how it was, Zoe. All these years, I thought I'd made a true friend, and I thought I was sharing my fears and hopes with my idol, and it was you. What a waste. I threw her phone to the ground and stormed back home. I'd never felt so angry or so embarrassed. How could I have not seen it? All those dramatic ideas right out of a movie? Of course it was Mom. There was no way I was going back to school, and I refused to even look at Mom. No matter how many times she apologized, I just slept in a pile of my clothes like an old cat until a week later when there was a knock on my bedroom door. Go away, Mom. Or should I say Amelia?
It's me. Can we talk?
How do you know where I live?
Your mom messaged me on Facebook asking for help.
Ugh.
Why aren't you coming to school? Are you embarrassed?
It's not just that. Ever since my dad left, I've been relying on Amelia for everything. She was the reason I started having fewer panic attacks. She made me feel confident. I can't go back into the world without that.
The person who made you feel better is still downstairs.
Mom? Yeah, right.
Look, maybe her methods are
insane.
Yes, but she was just trying her best to take care of you. As someone who's never had a mom, I kinda envy that.
Was he right? I opened my emails with Amelia after weeks, and when I read them, knowing it was Mom, I couldn't help but laugh. She was so crazy, but she was really trying to be there for me. I went downstairs to see her, and when I said hi, she fell to my feet. I'm the worst mother on earth. I don't deserve to live with you. I ruined your life. I'm so sorry, Zoe. Calm down, Mom. Why didn't you just tell me it was you? Did you think I'd never find out? I didn't want you to hate me more than you already did. I just wanted to see you smile. It was working, so I kept going. I'm so stupid. It was actually pretty clever. You talked about her life like you were her. I researched her for weeks. I read all of her books. You're crazy, but you're not a bad mom. I forgive you. Mom grabbed me in a tearful hug. Thank you. Oh, I love you so much, Zoe. I love you too, Mom. And thank you for making her talk to me, Elliot. You should ask her out. She really likes you. Mom, oh my God, you're so embarrassing.
I'd like to go out with her too. What do you say, Zoe?
I say yes.
Hi everyone, my name is Maze and this is my story.
Hi, I'm Maze from the West Bank, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born as the youngest of 4 siblings, and both my parents were medical professionals. Mom was a nurse and Dad was a lab technician. But growing up, I didn't see much of Mom. She worked really long hours, and even when she was home, she was mostly quiet and preferred to be in her room. I wondered why she was like that. But Dad was the complete opposite. He was always home in time to cook dinner and help my siblings with their homework. And no matter how tired he was, he would read me stories every night.
Daddy, you cheated. You skipped a few pages.
What? No, I didn't.
Last night, the princess was in the forest, remember? You have to read from here again.
But the story's almost finished now, sweetie.
From the forest, Daddy. You know she never forgets anything, Dad.
It was true. Growing up, I observed everything and had the best memory. If anyone had trouble remembering anything, they asked me. Maze, do you remember seeing my keys anywhere?
Yeah, Mom, you put them in the fridge next to the milk. Maze, do you know where my pink shoes are? They've been in the garage since September.
Honey, what was that joke I told you 2 weeks ago that made you laugh so much?
Oh, what do a clown's farts smell like? They smell funny.
My parents would drop me off at Grandma's every day before going to work. She lived with my aunt and uncle and adored me, but I never liked Aunt much. She always had something to say about Mom. Oh, Maze, your hair looks terrible. Doesn't your mother ever brush it? Poor child, you look thin. Is your mother too busy to cook? Well, it was true that Mom never did those things, but I still felt annoyed. And one day as I was playing with my cousin, I heard Aunt say to a visitor, "Oh, that one. She's my niece. Her mother dumps her here every day because she cares more about herself than her own child." I felt so mad that I ran into the kitchen and spat straight into the pot of food she was cooking. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Aunt had said. I was going to ask Mom why she didn't care about me. That evening, I was waiting for her to return when suddenly the phone rang. It was Mom. She asked for Dad, but he was in the shower. Okay, Maze, listen carefully. Tell Dad that I won't be coming home for a few weeks.
What?
Why? He knows why. I can't really explain right now, but in case I don't come back, Maze, I promise, everything will be fine.
Mom, why wouldn't you come back? Don't you love us?
But she just hung up. When I told Dad about her mysterious phone call, he looked really worried. But then he said she'd just gone to visit her sister. I didn't believe him for a second. Mom finally came back after weeks, looking really tired, and just went to her room. And we never spoke about where she'd gone. One evening at dinner, Mom got a phone call and she said she had to go. As she was getting ready, I snuck into the car secretly. I wanted to see what she was up to. Mom parked outside a house, and once she was inside, I peeked through the window, and I saw a sick-looking boy in bed. Mom checked the machines around him, fed him medicines, and made him laugh. I'd never seen Mom like this. And when she stepped outside, she almost tripped when she spotted me. Maze, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see what you were doing, Mom. Is that boy really sick?
Yeah, he is, sweetie.
Would you love me more if I got sick?
Mom looked stunned and then pulled me into a hug. Don't say that, Maze. I love you very much. I'm around sick kids all the time, and sometimes I just don't have the energy for my own family. It's not fair, though, and I'm sorry.
Where did you go for 3 weeks, Mom?
I caught a bad illness from a patient, and I had to stay away so you guys wouldn't get sick. And I didn't want to worry you by telling you the truth.
Mom, you made that kid so happy. I want to do that too. I'll be a doctor one day, and I'll treat all sick people for free. And I'll give them medicines that taste like Nutella.
That sounds lovely, Maze. After that day, Mom and I got closer, and I became obsessed with becoming a doctor. Soon I joined an all-girls school, and I was always one of those kids who loved it. The only problem was my cousin, Siham, who was in my class. We'd grown up playing together, but ever since we joined school, she seemed to hate me. Maybe it was because I always had good grades and she was barely passing. To make things worse, Grandma was always telling Siham to be more like me.
Why, Grandma? She's so boring. I'm pretty, and I'm gonna be a model one day. You'll all see me on TV when I join America's Top Model.
You will do no such thing. But if you're like Maze, you can go to the US to be a doctor.
Ew, I'm not touching sick or old people. I'm gonna go to America and be a swimsuit model.
Grandma threw her shoe at her, which she dodged, and I couldn't stop laughing. But I asked my parents if I could really go to the US one day to study, and they said if I had good grades, then yes. By the time I reached high school, I was more determined than ever, but Siham always mocked me.
Don't you ever want to do something fun, Maze?
Like what?
Shopping, dressing up, talking to a hot boy. Have you seen the cute ones next door?
Right next to us was an all-boys school, and I knew the girls spent half their time spying on the boys and exchanging notes. I've got bigger things to focus on right now, like going to the US. Yeah, I have the same dreams, girl, but I'm not working so hard for it. And you'll see, I'll be way more successful than you. Like, who needs more doctors? Everyone? If I'm sick, I'm not gonna go to a model.
Then don't get sick. It's not hard if you eat an apple every day.
Wow, you could be a doctor already. Now, please, let me study because I'm actually serious about my dream.
And who says I'm not? I'm so sick of you always acting like you're better than me.
With that, Siham suddenly snatched my book and ran off, laughing and tearing out pages from it. I chased after her, but suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my leg. I fell to the ground and fainted. I woke up in the hospital with my family around me. When I asked them what had happened, my parents said the doctors were still running tests. But what we found out completely changed my life. It turned out that I had bone cancer. Luckily, the doctors said that it was curable. It was really tough undergoing the treatment, but I stayed strong and got through it with my family, who was always by my side. And within a few months, I was cancer-free. But I ended up with a permanent limp and had to use crutches for some time. On my first day back at school, I felt life was finally getting back to normal. But I started noticing how some students looked at me with pity, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed at times. One day, I'd just walked into a busy library when a group of girls got up from their table and turned to me.
You don't need to walk around looking for a table, Maze. It must be hard for you. Just take ours.
Girls, why do you have to act so weird around Maze? She's really strong. I mean, she just beat cancer. She can walk to a table on her own. I knew my teacher meant well, but I realized so did the girls. I appreciate the offer, but also, I'm completely fine. It's only a limp. Why don't you join me? You can also ask me anything you want about my sickness. I don't mind. My parents had spent all their savings on my treatment, but I didn't let that get me down. I was working harder than ever to apply for scholarships to US universities. One day, I went into an empty classroom during recess to study, and I walked in on Siham making out with a boy.
Oh my God, what are you doing? How did you get in? I told my friends to guard the door. Your friends aren't outside, and you're crazy. You could get into so much trouble for sneaking in a boy.
Just then, we heard some voices outside the classroom, and Siham grinned.
No, I won't.
With that, she jumped out of the window. And of course, I couldn't do that. And seconds later, a teacher walked in. We were taken to the principal, and even my parents were called. They all believed that I hadn't sneaked the boy in, but I also refused to tell him who did. And the boy didn't even know Siham's name. Maze, I will have to suspend you since you're covering up for the culprit. But I didn't give them Siham's name, and I got suspended for a week. I was so mad at that witch. But soon, I got some news that made me forget everything. I received an acceptance letter from a top-ranking medical school in the US on full scholarship. My parents and siblings were overjoyed for me, and I couldn't wait to tell Grandma. But when I went to visit her with Mom, she didn't look happy to see me. What's wrong, Grandma? I'm just deeply disappointed in you, Maze. Siham said you got suspended from school because you were caught with a boy. How could you? I felt furious. She's lying. It wasn't me. But just forget all that nonsense, Grandma. Look, I got into a university on full scholarship. Suddenly, Aunt took the letter out of my hands. I've been telling you for years, Mama. May's parents have always been too easy on her. She's sneaking boys into school, and they're still going to trust her and send her away to the US? God knows what she'll do to bring shame to the family. Mom leapt forward and gave her a tight slap. Don't talk about my daughter that way. She's a source of pride for this family, and she always will be. Perhaps you need to keep a closer eye on Siham. I suspect the boy at school has something to do with her. Mom took my hand and we left. Grandma came over one day and apologized, and she gave me a handful of cash. What's this for, Grandma? Nothing. Just a small start for your new life. I'll miss you, darling, and I know you will make us so proud. It was really hard when I had to leave because I'd never been away from my family before. But I was also excited for my new adventure. But at first, landing in the US was more of a cultural shock. Everything seemed 10 times bigger, and people seemed a lot friendlier back home. I felt almost invisible as I walked across the campus to the hostel. Suddenly, I lost my balance and almost fell down when someone caught me. I looked up to see a tall girl. Need some help with that? Her name was Kylie, and it turned out that she was in the room right next to mine. She ended up helping me unpack, and we stayed up really late talking. Can I ask you why you limp? When I told her I survived cancer, she looked awestruck. Wow, Maze, it's so brave of you to chase your dream and be here all on your own. Well, now you got me. Kylie was my first friend and the closest, but I slowly started to mingle with others as well. After always being in an all-girls school, it was strange for me to be studying with boys, but over time, some of them became really good friends. When Christmas arrived, everyone was going home for the holidays, and I felt really homesick, but Kylie invited me to her place. Her family was lovely, and it was the first time I got to experience Christmas their way. I'd made a traditional Palestinian dessert for them, and they loved it. In our second year, Kylie came to me one day with some upsetting news. Her dad had been unwell lately, and she'd decided to transfer to a college in her hometown. I'm gonna miss you so much, Maze. Me too. I can't even imagine this place without you. I'll come see you soon. I put on a brave face as she left, but once I was inside my room, I couldn't stop the tears. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I nearly fell back in shock. It was my sister. It turned out that she'd applied to the US for her master's, and she'd gotten into a college right next to mine. I never thought I could go so far away from home, but seeing you do it gave me the courage, Maze. This is the best surprise ever! Welcome to your new home!
Hey, you made it! Thank you so much for watching. I just want to say that it wasn't an easy journey. It was kind of tough, and I faced a lot of obstacles in the way, but with hope, passion, and patience, I managed to get through all of them. And right now, I'm in my second year in medical school, achieving my dream in becoming a doctor.
My darling, she said, are you sure you don't mind being a mouse for the rest of your life? I don't mind at all, I said. It doesn't matter who you are or what you look like, as long as somebody loves you. The end.
That was awesome! Please read me another one, Mommy.
Tomorrow, sweetheart. And with that, Mom kissed me goodnight and left. A few minutes later, I switched on the lamp and picked up another book. I stayed up the whole night and finished the entire Roald Dahl set. I was only 5 years and 2 months old, and much like my favorite character, Matilda, I just never stopped reading after that. My parents bought me as many books as I wanted, and I sometimes read 10 books a day. But I had to slow down when I started getting the worst headaches ever. When the doctor came to see me, he glared sternly at my parents. You have to set a reading time limit, and she needs fresh air and exercise. But she just wants to read. She's a kid. You're being terrible parents by letting her do whatever she wants. Wait, what? I had the world's best parents. Turns out, though, the doctor may have been onto something. You see, my parents really loved me. But as I grew up, I started to realize that I didn't have a very normal life. I was homeschooled because my parents thought school was too dangerous for me.
Mom and Dad would take me to the playground once a week, and they just kept hovering over me like helicopters the whole time. If I so much as scraped a knee, the two would throw a fit and rush me off to the hospital. Hi, I'm Clara, and this is the story of how my parents almost ruined my life by loving me too much. But before I continue, click like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. When I turned 12, I started insisting that I had to go to school like every other kid, and the two reluctantly agreed. On the first day of school, I happily skipped out of the car, and I'd only walked a few steps when suddenly I felt myself being dragged back. It was Mom, hugging me so tight I could barely breathe. I don't think you're ready. How about next year? You can go next year. Mom, I'm ready. You're embarrassing me. Let me go. I was really enjoying my lessons and having a great first day. At lunch, a few kids from class asked me to join them, and I was so happy to be making friends. Just then, I suddenly felt someone pull away my food tray. It was Mom, and she was throwing my lunch in the trash. I stared at her in horror as she started spraying the table with Lysol next. What are you doing, Mom? God knows how many icky germs this table has, and the food looks awful. And with that, she just sat down at our table, whipped out a sandwich, and started cutting it up into tiny little pieces. There you go, sweetie. I just wanted to vanish into thin air. I took Mom by the arm and pulled her out of the cafeteria. Mom, listen, I know you're worried, but trust me, I'm fine. You can go now, please. She didn't come to lunch again, but that definitely wasn't the end of it. They were the parents of every teacher's nightmare. If I didn't get the lead in the play, or an A in every subject, or I wasn't on top of the cheerleading pyramid, they'd be at the school the next day to terrorize the teachers and the principal. One day in 9th grade, I was horrified when the teacher handed me back my history report and told me to come see her after class. I'm very disappointed, Clara. Why would a bright child like you copy-paste stuff from Wikipedia? You could be suspended for plagiarism. Wait, what? I opened up the report and saw that it wasn't even close to what I'd written. Arrgh! There was only one person who'd use this ugly font. Dad! I screamed as I burst into his study. I can't believe you wrote my history report. What, sweetie? I was only trying to help. You would never have gotten an A on the stuff you wrote. Thankfully, since the principal knew what my parents were like, she believed me, and I was allowed to submit my original work. Just when I thought they couldn't embarrass me more, boy, did they prove me wrong. In 10th grade, I was selected from thousands of contestants to represent my city in the National Spelling Bee. The host announced, and the tiebreaker is a bibliophobia. That was one of my favorite words, a fear of running out of reading material. I spelt it out correctly, and as the crowd clapped, one of the contestants' moms got up angrily. I saw her parents mouthing the spelling to her. There's foul play going on here. She demanded that the organizers pull out camera footage, and sure enough, there were Mom and Dad spelling out a bibliophobia. But I wasn't even looking at them. One of the judges stepped up to the mic and said, We have no choice but to give the award to the runner-up. I couldn't believe that everyone thought I was a cheater because of my parents. But to make things even worse, Mom and Dad stepped onto the stage and tried to snatch the trophy away from the other kid. This belongs to our daughter. We demand justice. The whole drama was broadcast on national television, and the video went viral. It made me really popular in school, but not in a good way. I was the girl with the psycho parents, which is why I was really surprised when Jake, the guy I'd been crushing on since forever, came up to me one day and asked me out. I was thrilled. I wanted to keep him a secret from my parents, but I knew that wasn't possible. To my surprise, they acted really cool when I introduced Jake to them. They didn't even sit him down for an interview. Jake and I started dating, and we had an amazing year together. I was totally in love, and when prom came around, I couldn't be happier that I'd be going with him. On prom night, as I ran downstairs to meet Jake, I suddenly stopped short when I heard my parents and him talking.
Come on, Jake. We've paid you more than enough. Extra for prom, dude. Otherwise, I tell her everything.
Tell me what? All three of them turned around to look at me. Mom and Dad looked horrified.
Oh well, guess the act's up. Your parents read in your diary that you had a crush on me, and they paid me to ask you out.
What? It felt like my world had just come crashing down around me. How could you do that?
Sweetheart, anything we do for you is out of love.
I just snapped. This isn't love! You guys are toxic and crazy, and I've just had it! And with that, I stormed out of the house. In the fall, I moved away to the farthest college I could find on a scholarship. I even refused to take my parents' money. I felt betrayed and heartbroken and didn't want anything to do with them. I was enjoying my freedom, but I soon discovered I really needed a job. One day at college, I saw a job poster for a nanny on the bulletin board, and I made the call. The next day, I was driving up to a huge mansion. Mrs. Richard, a wealthy businesswoman and single mom, asked me a few questions and told me I was hired.
I come home late from work most days, so all you have to do is give Dana some company. She's a very easy child. You won't have much trouble.
And with that, she rushed out of the room and was gone. As I walked out in the hallway, I found a cute little 8-year-old standing with her arms crossed over. Oh, hi! You must be Dana. I'm Clara, your new nanny. She looked clearly unimpressed. What kind of a grown-up wears a Hello Kitty shirt? And I don't need a nanny. I can take care of myself. And with that, she ran off to her room and slammed the door shut. I could see that this was going to be anything but easy. Dana was a really smart kid, but she was so bossy. I wasn't allowed to sit on her bed. I could only put my bag on the floor. She didn't want me to touch her toys. She wanted Chinese every day at 6 p.m. sharp. The kid was a little dictator. One day I told her that we were going cycling in the park, and she turned up her little nose at me. Nuh-uh, not happening. I was beginning to lose my cool. Dana, you're supposed to listen to me. And I say we're going cycling. No, you're supposed to listen to me because you work for me. For your information, I don't work for you. I work for your mother. Suddenly, Dana turned to me angrily. Oh, do you see my mother anywhere? Here's some news for you. You're not gonna. Unless you make an appointment with her secretary 2 days before. Guess you're stuck with just me. And with that, she stormed off to her room. For the first time, I felt really sorry for her. I realized that no one paid much attention to the poor kid. When I quietly crept into her room, I found her snuggled up on her beanbag, reading a book. What you reading? Oliver Twist. Charles Dickens writes really sad stories, but I still love them. And from that day onwards, we bonded over books and became really good friends. We'd spend hours reading in the public library or having picnics in the park and discussing books. And we both went to an amusement park together for the first time in our lives. We had the most amazing day, taking all the rides and stuffing our faces with ice cream. Dana was the lead in her school play, and I spent hours practicing with her. A day before the play, as I tucked her into bed, she looked at me sadly. I wish Mom had the time to come see me. It just broke my heart. I decided I was somehow going to make this happen. I snuck into Mrs. Richards' study and left a note marked urgent on the table. The next day, when I went to pick up Dana for the play, I couldn't see the note anywhere. I kept calling Mrs. Richards' secretary, but her number was constantly busy. There were still 2 hours to go. I had to go down to Mrs. Richards' office myself and talk to her. As I barged into her room, I stopped short when I realized she was having a meeting.
What's the matter? Is something wrong with Dana?
No. I was wondering if you read my note about her play?
I did, and as you can see, I don't have the time. Can you leave now, please?
Suddenly, I felt really angry. You have to make the time for your daughter. She's amazing and you're just missing out on everything. She looked livid and had her secretary make me leave the office. I was pretty sure I was fired. Feeling bummed out, I slipped into the auditorium just in time for the play to start. Some 10 minutes into the performance, someone came and sat on the empty seat next to me. To my shock, it was Mrs. Richard. As Dana stepped onto the stage and started delivering her lines, I glanced at Mrs. Richard, and she was in tears. At the end of the play, she was the first one to jump from her seat and clap. Dana stood in complete shock as her mom ran to hug her backstage.
Darling, you were so good!
Mom, I can't believe you came! You saw all of it?
Yes, all of it!
As the two hugged each other tight, I realized something. I really missed my own parents. And even though they could sometimes really cross a line, I never grown up feeling neglected. They'd always been there to cheer me on and love me. In their own crazy way. I went back home that weekend, and my parents and I made up. They apologized for everything they'd done and promised to respect my boundaries. I'm still away at college, but we visit each other every weekend, and we have a really good time together. Of course, I've introduced them to my favorite little bookworm and best friend, Dana.
Hi, my name is Pedro, and I'm from Brazil. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Even though my parents were poor, I always had big dreams as a kid. When I was 8, my best friend Maria and I used to sit at the bus stop on the weekends and would admire all the fancy cars that would drive past. Wow, did you see that BMW? I want one like that when I grow up.
I believe you'll drive a car like that one day, Pedro. Remember what our teacher said. If you believe it, you will have it.
Maria also came from a poor family like me, and I cared about her a lot. Once when we were in the 8th grade, she couldn't bring her lunch for the whole week because her parents were so broke. And even though she came up with all sorts of excuses not to take my lunch, I wasn't going to leave my friend to starve.
Pedro, I'm not that hungry. Please, I don't want to take your lunch.
You know you don't have to have pride with me. Come on, let's share.
Okay, but next week is my turn to share with you.
But when next week came, Maria had more than enough to share with me since her dad got a big job in the city.
I got us candy bars today.
Wow, thank you. I'm really happy that your family's doing well.
Yeah, and there's something else I need to tell you.
She looked a little sad, and then I felt sad when she told me.
We won't be living in the same place anymore. We're moving to the city, and I won't be in this school.
I was happy for Maria because she was going to have a better life, but I was sad since she was my best friend. We promised to write to each other every month, but as time went by, she stopped writing, but I didn't. I started focusing a lot on my studies when Maria left and became the top student in my school. When I was in 10th grade, I got selected to participate in a national math tournament. When I was at the tournament, I was so happy when I saw Maria. She was also selected from her school. Maria? She looked so beautiful now. Her eyelashes even looked longer than a normal person's. Maria looked at me like she didn't even know me. Or maybe it was because I also looked different. It's me, Pedro.
Oh. Hi, it's been a while.
She looked down at my shoes and made a face of disgust.
I'm guessing you're still stuck at the poor people's location?
If that's what you call it.
Okay. I have to go. My friends are waiting.
That was not the Maria I knew, but I didn't let that distract me during the tournament. I beat all the kids, even the rich ones from Maria's school.
Well done, Pedro.
I was surprised that she even congratulated me after the way she looked at me. Thanks, Maria, and it was nice seeing you again. As I walked to the hallway, a tall man approached me. He was the principal of the most expensive school in the city. It was the same school Maria went to. Well done on your achievement today. I would love to have a student like you at my school. Thanks, sir, but I don't think my parents can afford your school for now. You would—
I've always been an only child in this massive house. It's just me and my father. I'm so glad to finally have someone to talk to. Come on, I want to show you our swimming pool. I've won 5 gold medals because I practice every day.
Thanks, but swimming is not my thing.
What? Swimming should be everybody's thing. What would you do if the world comes to an end and the entire earth gets flooded? It'd have to be everybody's thing then. I'll teach you. Let's go.
Isabella was so persistent about everything. I did everything she asked me to do since her father was super kind to me. She never mentioned her mom, and I didn't want to intrude. When Isabella and I entered the school gates together, all eyes were on us, and I didn't understand why.
Oh my gosh, everyone thinks I'm dating the new hot guy.
Which new hot guy?
You silly. You're really cute. Don't you know that?
I blushed when she said that because I never really paid attention to how I looked since I focused so much on getting high grades. And then as we walked into our next class, all the girls started tapping the seat next to them.
Hey, new guy, you could sit next to me. Oh no, you should really sit next to me. I have all the answers to everything.
Isabella suddenly hid behind me when she saw Maria walk in, and then she took my hand.
He'll sit next to me. We come from way back. Isn't that so, Pedro?
I saw Maria glare at Isabella sternly, and she quickly ran to her seat and didn't look at me for the rest of the day. Maria pulled me along with her everywhere in school, and because I missed her so much, I stuck with her.
I'm so happy that you're in my school, Pedro, but we gotta get you some new shoes, okay?
But these are my favorite shoes, Maria.
I know, but change is good sometimes. Look at me. I live a fabulous life, which starts with how we look.
Isabella walked past me and Maria like she didn't even know me, and when I saw her after school to find out what was up, she acted like everything was normal. Hey, you suddenly avoided me? What happened?
Nothing. I just wanted to give you and Maria your space. She seems to really like you.
Yeah, we're old friends. Are you afraid of Maria?
No. She's just this popular girl who gets everything she wants, and I don't have any trouble at school, so we could just be friends at my house.
Okay, if that's what you want. The next day at school, Maria immediately approached me and took me to a quiet place, and then she took a new pair of sneakers from her bag for me. I felt very uncomfortable taking them. Maria, I told you I don't need new shoes.
Pedro, it's rude not to take a gift. You know that. Remember that time you made me share your lunch, and I took it?
Yeah, but I was
Take my gift, Pedro. Please.
I looked at her eyes, and she looked like she was about to cry, so I took the shoes. But it didn't stop there. Maria changed my whole look, and I kinda liked it, but hanging out with her and her friends felt awkward. Like this one time when we were in 12th grade, they invited me to a beach party, and when I decided to bring Isabella along, Maria acted like she owned me.
Pedro, can I speak to you alone, please?
She seemed angry, and I left Isabella waiting for me.
Why did you bring her to a party that I invited only you to?
I live in her house, and she's my friend, so I thought it'd be okay.
Well, it's not okay, and I'm not happy. You were my friend first. In fact, I think I like you more than a friend now.
Maria suddenly kissed me, which caught me off guard. Before I could react, my phone rang, and it was my dad. Sorry, I have to take this. My dad called to tell me that in a month's time, they would be losing the house because he lost his job. Maria could see that I wasn't okay, and because I was so worried, I ended up telling her everything.
So you're going to be homeless?
No, I won't allow that to happen.
Well, I don't know how you will do anything since you're still in school. But if you send Isabella back home and tell her that she's a loser, then I'll speak to my dad to help your family.
What? I can't do that. Isabella's family is helping me, and she's a good person.
She's a freak, Pedro, and you're hot and smart. And I want you all to myself.
I was so turned off with Maria. She wanted me to hurt another person for no reason, and I just couldn't do it. I went back home with Isabella, and she was happy to get out of the party because it wasn't her vibe either.
Maybe we can go get some ice cream?
Yeah, let's do that.
What did Queen Maria say? You looked so unhappy after you spoke to her.
Don't worry about it. I don't think I'll be hanging around her anymore. After our fun ice cream date, I started growing really fond of Isabella. She was sweet and accepted me for who I am. She was still very hyper about many things, but I started loving that about her. And then, after the weekend when I went back to school, everyone looked at me differently. Even the girls who dropped after me now looked at me like some poor, pathetic boy.
I can't have a homeless boy in our school.
I heard one of Maria's friends as she walked past me, and then I spotted Maria talking to a group of kids. I stood behind her. She was talking about me.
Pedro is a total fake. I had to buy him clothes and shoes because his family is going to be homeless soon. Wow. But how can someone so hot be so poor?
Maria, how could you do this?
Oh, speak of the poor devil.
She looked at me coldly, and then I took off the shoes she bought me and threw them in her face. Congratulations, Maria. Money has turned you into a real witch. I walked away from her, and Isabella ran after me.
Pedro, wait! Don't throw your education away because of her. Maria did something really humiliating to me once before, and that's why I stay away from her and whatever she wants.
What did she do to you, Isabella? Isabella started crying, and I hugged her. Then, she told me that she was the popular girl at school once before, and Maria was her best friend until she told everyone her big secret.
Maria kept asking about my mom, and then I told her something my family never shared with anyone. My mom is in a mental institute. Maria told everyone at school, and from that day, everyone called me a mental case.
Oh, Isabella, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because I didn't want you to think that I was a mad person. I'm not my mother. I'm me.
After what Isabella told me, I wanted nothing more to do with Maria. So I completed my last year of high school with Isabella by my side, and her dad also helped my parents not lose the house. Thank you so much for all that you did for my family. I hope to pay you back one day, sir. You have a bright future ahead of you, Pedro, and it was a pleasure having you in my house.
I'm going to miss you so much.
I got a scholarship to study medicine in one of the most prestigious universities abroad. And my school helped my parents pay for my flight ticket since I was the best student they ever had. I worked hard in university and became one of the best heart doctors in the world. When I went back to Brazil to visit my parents, I also paid a visit to Isabella and her father.
Pedro, I'm so glad to see you.
Isabella looked emotional. What's wrong?
My dad is in the hospital. It's his heart.
I spoke to the head of the hospital that Isabella's father was in, and I was ready to do anything to save him. While I was at the hospital, one of the nurses suddenly approached me.
Pedro?
I couldn't recognize her since she had her hair covered up, and when I looked closer, it was Maria. Hello, Maria.
Wow, you're a doctor now.
Yes, and I am a very busy person, so please excuse me. I walked past her, and I could feel her eyes still on me, but she was someone I forgot about a long time ago. After my successful operation on Isabella's father, he couldn't stop thanking me, and I was happy that I was able to do something good for him and Isabella.
Pedro, you are like my angel. You always come into my life at just the right time. When I was lonely back at high school, you filled up my life, and today, you saved my father.
I hugged Isabella, and then suddenly Maria tapped my shoulder. What can I do for you, Maria?
I just wanted to say I'm sorry to both of you.
She looked really sincere, so Isabella and I forgave her. She asked if we could have dinner together. I looked at Isabella and she nodded, so we hung out together. As we sat in a restaurant, we actually enjoyed ourselves. And when Isabella excused herself to go to the bathroom, Maria held my hand.
I still love you, Pedro. I don't know what came over me in high school, but I've changed now.
I slowly pulled my hand away from her. I'm sorry, Maria, but I'm in love with Isabella, and that's why I came back to Brazil. Maria understood and then got up and left.
Where's Maria?
She's gone, so it's just the two of us. I took Isabel's hand, looked into her eyes, and told her how I felt. Isabella, will you go out with me on a real date? She smiled.
So, I guess I did get the hottest guy in school after all.
She always knew how to make me blush. Never let your current situation determine your future. When life throws you lemons, make sweet lemonade.
I'm Kelsey, and I'm reporting from Baltimore. If you think you had a bad relationship with your mom, wait until you hear my story. But before you get your mind blown, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, we've got some super cool MSA merch just for you. I'm talking awesome bottles and notebooks, perfect for your daily grind. Don't miss out. Check them out in the description below. Have you ever heard of maternal instinct? Well, my mother hadn't. Literally. Her first words when I was born were, "Not now." She was so absent in my life that when I was a kid, I used to believe that my nanny was my mom.
Mama, I love you.
Oh no, sweetie, I'm not your mom, but good luck with that. She was almost never at home, and when she was, she spent the whole time on her phone or engrossed in her Mac.
Mom, it's really late. Can you tuck me in?
I can't. Criminals don't sleep, kid. I have to take care of the city.
Mom, for the last time, you're not Batman.
No, she wasn't, but we were as rich as him. My mom was a hotshot judge who dealt with high-profile celeb cases, and was always on the news. She was like a celebrity, so we lived in a huge house and she drove a shiny Rolls Royce. My childhood was like a big winning streak. Fancy gadgets and futuristic toys. Check. Anything to mute the tiny human. Private visits to the planetarium and zoo? Check. Are you sure I can't just leave her here? That's the lion's cage? Is that a no? Despite the money, my life was far from being great. I didn't want expensive toys. I just wanted my mom to give me a little attention. So, since I was a kid, I tried to get it any way I could. Let's just say I was a bit of a troublemaker. One time, when I was visiting mom at work, I got bored of finger painting and went to her office, which was strictly off limits to me. You can probably guess what happened next. I took my finger brushes and turned her aesthetic office into a huge 4-dimensional twister board. She didn't yell at me at that time, but I did hear her scream at the nanny who was supposed to be looking after me. I told you never to lose sight of her. You're fired. A few years later in school, this girl was breaking into some teacher's office. She began to shuffle through everything in search of some papers. I noticed her shoelaces were untied, so I walked into the office to warn her. Hi, your shoelaces. But when she heard my voice, she got so scared that she jumped out the window. She dropped some papers and I grabbed them. Turns out they were math exams. At that exact moment, the teacher came back from lunch. Oops. The next thing I knew, I was invited to the head teacher's VIP lounge and mom arrived, giving me the side eye. Mom, you're not gonna believe what happened. You're right, I won't, so save it. I only got like a 2-day suspension, but either way, my mom decided to take me out of that school and put me into a much stricter one to make me a responsible adult. Before my first day at my new school, she only said one thing to me. This is your last chance. I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I knew my mom hated having to deal with the problems I created. So I figured that all I had to do was stay out of trouble. Easy, right? Well, not really. Staying out of trouble meant not having any fun. And it's not like I had anyone to spend time with. Of course, I always wanted a sibling, but I never had one. What about friends, you might be wondering? Well, I guess I wasn't exactly popular at my new school, but it was not my fault. The school my mom sent me to was very prestigious and traditional for boring, wannabe perfect rich kids. So, my reputation was not the perfect hook for new friendships. I tried at least to make one friend, but each kid there was either completely afraid of me or so boring. My last hope was Laura, the resident brainiac of our class. She knew every answer and loved going to school. Although, weirdly, sometimes she'd have a couple of days off and never looked sick. Don't get me wrong, she's as dull as ditch water, but for some mysterious reason, I like her. Not that it was mutual. We were paired together in science class, but it was like an experiment gone wrong. Please, I can't be with her. I can't get into trouble. Come on, we're gonna have fun. I tapped her on the shoulder to encourage her, but that made her drop the test tube she was holding. Luckily, it wasn't that toxic. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was really toxic, and the school had to be evacuated. I was really trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble seemed to chase me. Outside the school, while we were waiting for the men in suits to take care of the hazard, a boy started to pick on Laura with his little drone. He kept flying it closer and closer to her. Laura covered her head and threw herself to the ground while everyone laughed. Stop! Leave me alone! He didn't, so I had to step up for my new friend. I picked up this big stone and threw it at the drone, but turns out my aim is not that good as I bullseyed it into the head teacher's car window. When my mom found out that I had started a chemical disaster at school and vandalized a teacher's car on the same day, she was absolutely furious. Let's go. When we get home, you are gonna start packing. Packing? Where are we going? We are not going anywhere. You are going to boarding school. I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. Mom, no, stop. Let me explain. There was this drone, and I tried to defend my friend Laura and... Stop lying for once. You're out of control, and I'm on the biggest case of my career. You need someone who can straighten you out. Then, just like Voldemort when you said his name, someone interrupted our discussion. Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. I'm Laura's mother, Kelsey's friend. Great, she's gonna defend me. I can take her in if you want. I'm a specialist in child behavior. What? This must be a joke. Spoiler warning? It wasn't. I'm sure I can turn your little Kelsey into a perfect student, like my Laura. I looked at Laura, and she looked at me with some despair, as if she was trying to tell me something without speaking. She subtly shook her head. What is it? She wants me to go to the bathroom? So, what do you say? It sounds ideal. Before I could protest, my mom had already arranged to pay a generous sum of money to straighten me out. I was immediately shipped to Laura's house, only with a suitcase of my possessions. I didn't even get to say goodbye goodbye to my mother. How could Mom do this to me? If she'd taken the time to listen, then she'd know I did nothing wrong. This can't get any worse. Okay, you might think that staying with Laura's family sounded better than a boarding school, right? Well, trust me, it wasn't. It was much worse. Let me spill the tea on Laura's parents. The dad was never there, always working, just like Mom did. I didn't think I saw him even once. The worst part, he was the good parent there, because Laura's mom, she didn't love. If my mom had a cold heart, hers was a certified iceberg. Lights out at 7 p.m. Breakfast, 5:30 a.m. sharp. Then it's silent study until school. Silent study? Talking unless invited means losing privileges. After school, it's silent study again until dinner. When can I use my phone? Breakfast, 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Wait, what? But 3:30 a.m. for both of you. Then I saw Laura with her finger over her lips, desperately trying to get me to shush. Hand me your phone. All social networks are completely banned. What? I can't miss my daily dose of MSA. I need to get out of here, and fast. I thought being Laura's roommate would help in devising an escape plan, but to my surprise, Laura was used to this. She can't starve us whenever she wants. Shush, she'll hear. She has supersonic hearing. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Breakfast at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow. Darn! In the next couple of days, things went from bad to worse. I tried to talk to Laura in science class. Can't you see how wrong this is? Kelsey, please, just don't make it any worse. I was actually considering trying to get used to that new lifestyle, but then Laura's mom took it too far. I had been studying for an age, and quick note, wow, it's amazing what you soak up when you actually study. But anyway, I needed soda, and Laura gave me a death stare when I snuck out of our room. When I got to the kitchen, all the cupboards and fridge were locked with Fort Knox level security. Then I was caught red-handed. No wonder your mother gave you away. Hey, don't bring my mom into this. She couldn't deal with you anymore, so she quit on you. I couldn't stand her anymore. Shut up, you meanie. Maybe I didn't say meanie. You are not going to disrespect me in my own house. To the study room for the night. The study room was an extremely small room where she sent us when we misbehaved. I had to spend the night there. I tried to sleep using a book as a pillow, but I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. I had to go see her. I knew she was angry, but I was also so sure that she loved me and that she'd take me back if she knew the truth. One day, I managed to cut school and get to our house, but apparently she had moved. When I snuck back to school, the principal was waiting for me. Hi, Kelsey. Laura saw you leave. That little goody two-shoed snitch. Your foster mom's waiting in my office. Oh boy, I made up my mind. You and your other students shouldn't have to deal with this. She'd be better off homeschooled. The thought of being locked up all the time in that house with her was truly scarier than any horror movie ever. No, I'll be good. I am good. I swear. Of course, my vote didn't count. From then on, I wasn't allowed to leave the house. It's the only way to keep you from trouble. How on earth is she qualified to foster kids? I tried to lay low while I came up with a brilliant plan to escape for good. Still thinking, what is this? What did I do now? Surprisingly, this time, she wasn't yelling at me. She was furious with Laura. You got a B+? It's the day I felt dizzy. I don't care about your excuses. You know where to go. Laura headed straight to the study room. I was still angry at her for ratting me up, but after she spent the whole day there, I started getting worried. I decided to sneak her some food. I'm going to get help to escape. I may need you to cause a distraction. Are you out of your mind? Just leave me. Laura, you don't deserve this. My mom will take us both. When she knows the truth, she'll be so happy to have me back. Laura remained silent and refused the food. After 2 days of being locked in the study room, Laura was released. I guess that explains her absences from school. Sometime later, I asked her how she was able to stand so much time locked up in there without losing her mind. I just draw things on the wall and time goes by. As you can see, things in that house were absolutely crazy. Finally, some days later, my ticket to freedom presented itself. Her mom was out somewhere, and all the windows and doors were on lockdown, but I managed to break one like a superhero. First, I went to school to tell them what was going on, but let me tell you, being a hero is a thankless job. The head teacher looked at me like I was pitching a school play on Mars. Let me call your foster mom. With my superhero escape plan foiled, I had no choice but to step out the window quickly. Next destination, the police station. Go, now, or I'll have you arrested for wasting police time. I seriously must have one of those faces. Nobody believes me. There was only one person who could save me and Laura, my mom. I ran to the court, stayed low, and waited hours until I saw her getting out of a fancy car. Wow, she has bodyguards now? I did my best to get her attention. Mom, hi! Mom! Mom! But it was useless. She didn't notice I was there. Some things never change. When she disappeared inside the building, I snuck into the place hoping no one would recognize me. Soon, I found Mom. She was in court with her gray wig on and in the middle of a trial. I decided to wait until the trial was over to avoid interrupting her work. I knew she hated that more than anything else in the world. See, I can be a good girl. However, it was all so boring. It was so obvious that the guy with the mobster tattoos who appeared on the tapes was the bad guy, and there was no plot twist. After a while, I just fell asleep. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning was too hard for me. A little later, someone grabbed me by the arm and woke me up. I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, to my shock, it was Laura's mom.
Come on, your mom spotted you and told me to get rid of you.
She did see me?
Can't you understand that she doesn't want you anymore?
Laura's mom tried to silently pull me out of the courtroom, but I let go and hopped up on one of the seats. Mom, you gotta help me! Laura's mom is a psycho! Everyone turned to look at me. She forces us to study all day, and when we're bad, she locks us in a tiny room. You have to believe me. Please, Mom, I love you. Mom looked at me in embarrassment, showing no hint of compassion.
I'm sorry, everybody. My daughter is a troublemaker, addicted to lies. I should have sent her to boarding school.
I could hear my heart breaking. I knew my mom was mad at me, but at that moment, I understood that she didn't love me, not even a little bit. Laura's mom grabbed my arm again to pull me out of there. This time, I didn't resist. I was completely defeated. But right at that moment,
Kelsey is telling the truth. Everything she said is true.
everybody, including myself, now turned to look at Laura, who was standing on some seats a few rows behind me. I hadn't noticed, but her mother had brought her with her.
Laura!
My mom is a monster. Please help us.
Laura! Shut up, or you will spend a month in the study room.
The whole courtroom gasped, just like in a real courtroom drama. One of my mother's security guards grabbed Laura and was ready to pull her out of the courtroom, but I broke free from Laura's mom's grip and jumped onto him to help her. Chaos followed as the rest of the bodyguards, along with our mothers, stepped in to catch us, while Laura and I scurried around the room.
Go, girl! Run! Be free!
A few seconds later, more people from the courthouse came in and finally caught us. We were taken to an office where Laura and I awaited our fate. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Your mom will be extra hard on us.
You can say that again.
For what it's worth, thanks for sticking up for me. You should have seen your mom's face. I always knew you had it in you.
I guess your rebellion inspired me.
Finally, we were friends. After a few hours, somebody finally came. Girls, we held hands and waited for the worst.
We investigated what you said, and apparently you were right. At your mom's house, Laura, we found the study room with your drawings inside, so she was detained and you will go to another family's house.
What about me?
You're going with your mother. She wants to apologize.
I'm really sorry, Kelsey. I should have believed you. I don't know how I can make it up to you. Well, to start, we can take Laura in. Done. Laura smiled and I hugged her. We moved in with my mother. Her remorse was short-lived and she soon returned to her old ways, ignoring our existence completely. But we didn't care. Me and Laura had each other. We became not only friends, but sisters. I told you guys I always wanted a sibling. As soon as we turned 18, we moved in together and started a new life far from our mothers. A happy life. Because family isn't the only one you're born with. It's also the people you encounter along the way. The ones who support and love you, no matter what.
There I was, caught in my own game, outwitted and destroyed. My heart raced with the painful realization that I'd been a complete fool. Hi, I'm Ella Holmes, the world's best detective. No wait, I'm Ella Stone. And technically, I'm not a detective, more of a detective enthusiast. And this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I was fascinated by mysteries. I'd read detective stories under the blanket with a flashlight on. When I was 7, I was convinced that my teacher was a criminal. She had these beady eyes and this creepy old face, so I followed her and caught her stealing money from the school bake sale. The principal gave me an award and everyone cheered. I was on top of the world, but of course, I couldn't stop there. I sought out more mysteries to solve, like who wrote bad words on the bathroom stalls, left their stinky gym socks on the floor, had a secret crush, or farted in the library. To me, everyone at school was a suspect and had something to hide.
I know you did it. Don't you lie to me. But I'm innocent. Wait, what are we even talking about?
Eventually, things got out of hand. Kids ran away when they saw me.
I didn't do whatever you think I did. Leave me alone.
They got really mad when they caught me searching through their stuff for evidence, so I didn't have many friends. But that was okay, because I had Jenny. Jenny was my neighbor, and we've been best friends since I saw her playing in her front yard, and this mean girl walked up and pulled her hair. Ouch, that hurts. Oh, look at the big baby. Is she gonna cry? Leave her alone, you dirty scoundrel. You shameless knave. What the heck is a knave? Use a dictionary. Then I threw my dictionary in her face, kicked her in her big butt, punched her nose, and started screaming like a maniac. After that, Jenny and I were inseparable, and she always made sure I had the best shoes. You see, Jenny's dad was the biggest shoe manufacturer in the country, and Jenny was a spoiled princess. She had the most outrageous birthday parties, and they always had a theme. When she was turning 15, her theme was awesome magical princesses, but I wouldn't wear a pink glittery dress, not for her or for anyone. Ella, who are you supposed to be? Hercule Poirot? Duh. You were supposed to be an awesome magical princess. If you're not a princess, then the party won't work. It'll be too confusing. My birthday will be ruined. The pictures. Oh my god, the pictures. What am I gonna do? This is terrible. This is a disaster. Just as Jenny was about to have a meltdown, I got an idea. I snatched a tiara off a piñata and put it on my head. Hey, look, Jenny. I'm Princess Poirot. Jenny gave me a hug, and the party was going fine until I saw this shady-looking clown hanging around Jenny's gifts. I crept over to get a closer look, but he spotted me, and he started running. Hey, stop that clown! I chased him down. He tossed a balloon at me, but I jumped over it and accidentally bumped the gift table, which fell into the pool. Then I tackled the clown, and we smashed into the cake. Ella? I looked up to see Jenny crying, and all the guests glaring at me. Come to find out, the clown was Jenny's harmless grandpa. After that, I was kicked out of the party, and Jenny stopped talking to me completely. But things changed a couple years later when I heard Jenny sobbing in her backyard one day. Hey, are you okay? Do I look like I'm okay? My heart is shattered. I'll always be alone. I'll never find love again. Want to talk about it? To my surprise, Jenny spilled the beans. She told me she met a boy, but she lost his number. Okay, what's his name? Alex? Jenny shook her head in despair. She only knew his first name. Don't worry, I'll find him for you. I kept my promise to Jenny. We spent the whole night combing the internet, and we finally found Jenny's crush. We sent him a message, and he asked Jenny out on a date. Jenny was over the moon. You're the most awesome friend in the entire world, and the best detective I know. It felt good to have my BFF back. A couple weeks later, Jenny threw one of her famous slumber parties. She invited me and the most popular girls in school. We were having fun playing games and asking Ask Brain 2 to tell us our future when nature called. Jenny's bathroom was already taken, so I had to go to the one in the hallway. I went past Jenny's dad's office. The door was open, and there was enough light for me to see his huge library with wall-to-wall bookshelves. I couldn't help myself. I had to look around. Then I noticed a slightly crooked book. It messed with my OCD, and I pushed it so it was symmetrical with the rest of them. Suddenly, the shelves started moving, and a door opened behind them. There was a room with stacks and stacks of documents. I picked up a file and read it. I was shocked to discover that Jenny's dad's factories were a complete scam, and that the shoes that were supposedly made in the US were made in a foreign country in sweatshops. I took one of the folders and ran out of there. I knew this wasn't right. I stashed it in my bag and ran back to Jenny's room to tell her about it. Your dad has a secret. We need to talk. Not now, Ella, but it's really important. How many times must I tell you? This is not a mystery party. It's a TikTok party, so please shut up and dance. The next day, Jenny left town with her family before we could have a conversation. I tried calling her, but she didn't answer her phone. After a few days, I started getting squirrely. I couldn't sit on the secret for another minute. I'd solved the crime of the century. Okay, maybe it wasn't that big, but it was the biggest crime my city had ever seen. I went to the police. I had to do the right thing. It was my duty as a detective. I took the evidence to the police, and the next day when Jenny and her family got back to town, Jenny's dad was arrested. My face was in the paper for cracking open the case. I was suddenly famous, and people started hiring me for my detective skills. But soon after, Jenny's dad's company was shut down and he was sent to prison. Her mom had to sell their house and move into a small apartment on the bad side of town. Jenny's mom hadn't worked a day in her life, so she struggled to find a job. Things were so bad, I even saw Jenny and her mom waiting in line at the soup kitchen. I felt so bad that I tried to apologize. Get out of my face, you traitor! I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't realize that this would be so painful for you. Are you some kind of idiot? You sent my dad to jail and destroyed our lives! What part about this did you think would be fun for me? I started leaving money from my detective jobs in Jenny's mailbox to help Jenny and her mom out, though it wasn't much. My biggest job was finding Principal Bynum's lost cat Pookie and my math teacher's missing golf clubs. Then one day, I got a DM for a job, and the client wanted to pay me $50,000. I met my potential client at a coffee shop downtown. His name was Vance, and he was a couple of years older than me. He was dressed in a Versace suit and a Rolex watch, and he smelled like heaven.
Something was stolen from me, and I need you to get it back.
I'm good at finding things, but shouldn't you go to the police? A couple from another table glanced in our direction. Vance leaned toward me.
I think we may need to speak somewhere a little more private.
He grabbed my hand and pulled me outside. When his fingers touched mine, my heart raced.
An evil man tricked my grandmother into giving him a priceless heirloom.
Vance showed me a picture of a golden Fabergé egg lined with emeralds and rubies. It was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
It's worth $1 million, but I'll give you a finder's fee. All you have to do is break into this evil man's house and get it.
Vance took off his sunglasses and looked up at me with the most beautiful sapphire eyes, and I almost melted into a puddle. I'd never felt like this about a boy before. I shook the feeling off and regained my focus. I was a professional. Sorry, I'm not a thief, I'm a detective. What you're asking me to do is a crime. Vance stared at me for a moment, then he leaned against the wall and sighed.
You're right, that would be wrong. I was just so sad. I didn't know where to turn or what to do. I read about how you took down that corrupt businessman. I thought you could help me. That egg means so much to me. But I see now that I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me.
Vance stepped toward me. He brushed a strand of hair behind my ear. My heart turned a dozen flips. It's okay. I understand. We all make mistakes.
Thank you, Ella. My granny would have liked you.
Vance kissed me on the cheek, then walked away. I could barely sleep that night because I kept dreaming of Vance and his pretty eyes. A couple days later, the strangest thing happened. I went to Jenny's house to drop off some money in the mailbox, and I heard Jenny screaming like a banshee. I ran inside and saw Jenny's house in shambles. Furniture was knocked over, and glass was shattered everywhere, like there had been some kind of struggle. My mom's been kidnapped! I started to call the police, but Jenny snatched my phone and threw it out the window. What did you do that for? The kidnappers left a note. They said they'd hurt her if I called the police. The detective in me leapt into action. I snatched the note out of Jenny's hand and read it. The kidnappers said they'd trade Jenny's mom for $100,000 in the next 24 hours. What if we called the police? We could kiss Jenny's mom goodbye. I don't know what to do. I couldn't let Jenny lose both her parents because of me. We'll have to give them the cash. Are you delusional? I don't have that kind of money. My mom and I are flat broke thanks to you, remember? Then something inside me clicked. I think I can get the money. How? Don't worry about it. Just sit tight. I'll be back soon. I raced out of Jenny's house and called Vance. Is your job still on the table?
Yes, but I thought you weren't interested.
Make it $100,000 in cash and I'm in.
Deal.
Vance gave me the evil man's address and told me where to find the Fabergé egg. I rode my bike to the evil man's house. I saw an open window on the first floor. There were a few cameras outside the house, so I put a mask on, then climbed through the window. I tiptoed through the house. I found the egg and put it in my backpack, and just as I was about to leave, I tripped over Pookie, the principal's cat. Pookie jumped up and thrust her claws into my chest. I screamed, and then all the lights in the house turned on. Principal Bynum ran down the stairs in his nightgown and a bat.
Thief! Let go of my sweet cat!
Principal Bynum chased me around the room, and Pookie got so scared she started scratching me. I finally pulled Pookie off me, set her on the floor, and rushed out the door. I climbed on my bike and raced home as fast as I could. As soon as I walked through the door, I got a call from Jenny. The kidnappers want their money now. I thought we had 24 hours. They changed the timeline. I hung up with Jenny and called Vance. We met at a park near my house.
Do you have the egg?
Yes, it's here. I gave Vance the egg. What about the money? Vance gave me a duffel bag.
It's all there. I must get going now. I have a flight to catch.
Vance kissed me on the cheek and then got into his fancy car and drove off. I hopped onto my bike and headed straight to Jenny's, but as I was riding down the road, the cops appeared out of nowhere. They'd received an anonymous tip that I'd stolen the egg. The police hauled me off to jail. Principal Bynum and my parents were so disappointed. Mom, Dad, the principal's evil. He stole that egg from someone, and I had to steal it back because I had to pay off the kidnappers because Jenny's mom's life was in danger. I had to do it. Everyone looked at me like I was crazy.
Ella, you must be mistaken. I bought the egg in an auction. I have the receipt.
And Jenny's mom was never kidnapped. She's probably safe at home, fast asleep. And that money in your bag is fake. The officer opened the duffel bag, and when I looked inside, my blood ran cold. All the money was Monopoly money. I'd been tricked. I felt like such an idiot. But what happened next totally rocked my world. The police told me that Vance was Jenny's cousin, and he was a thief wanted in connection to a dozen robberies around the world. the police had been monitoring him for years. We tapped Vance's phone and overheard his plans with Jenny to frame you for stealing the egg. Then he would leave the country, sell the egg, and transfer half the money to Jenny. But if we know anything about Vance, he's gonna double-cross Jenny too and not give her a dime for it. It turned out the police officer was right, because when they went to arrest Jenny and her mom, they confessed to the crime and said Vance hadn't been answering any of their calls. Thanks to the tracker, he was soon caught at an airport and taken to jail for his crimes. As Jenny's trial was about to start, I spoke to the principal. I'm sorry, Mr. Bynum. What I did was wrong, but please don't be so hard on Jenny and her family. It's my fault she did what she did. I set out to find the truth, but I hurt her more than I could ever know. Because of me, her dad is in jail, and she's lost the life she knew. On the day the judge was set to sentence Jenny, Principal Bynum asked him for leniency. Instead of going to juvenile hall, she had to do community service, picking up trash on the road for 6 months. And one day, I joined her. I heard what you said to Principal Bynum. Why would you want to help me after I framed you? You're my friend, and I regret what I did to you, even if what I did was right. I'm sorry for what I did, and I think we're way past even now. Maybe we could start with a clean slate? Really? I miss my best friend. Me too.
Hey, I'm Sakura, and I was born to the coolest parents ever. Before I go on, please hit like and subscribe. My parents were immigrants from Japan who built a successful business in America and gave my brother Dean and me the best life ever. Growing up, I was a straight-A student, and my dad always said I'd be a great doctor someday. It was his dream, only I knew the real reason. He loved Grey's Anatomy. I was too young to know what I wanted, but I loved making different sculptures out of anything I could find around me. When Mom noticed how good I was, she took me to the best workshops. Once when I was 6, we went to Spain for a vacation. I dragged everyone to see the famous Memel sculpture. It was the best day of my life.
Oh my god, why would anyone make such a big spider? Yeah, I'm surprised you like it even though you're terrified of everything that crawls.
I know, but I think it's beautiful. At least that's the meaning of it. It shows how the spider protects her babies, even though she looks so delicate because of her thin legs.
People around me who heard me were surprised, and the tour guide told me that my observation was correct. Dad looked so proud at that moment.
See? My Sakura is so smart. And you both thought it was just some ugly spider. You should spend your free time with her and learn facts like this.
While Dad treated me like a princess, we all know who the real royalty was. Dean. And he knew that as well. He was 10 years older than me and always got on my nerves. One time when I was 8, Dean caught me eating cookie dough and started to laugh like crazy.
Your mouth. You stuffed it all in your mouth. You look like the panda from the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Mom, Dean's making fun of me. He called me a panda.
Then stop stuffing your face like that.
And stop blaming your brother for everything. Now help me in the kitchen, will you? He always makes fun of me and you never tell him anything. It's like you don't love me at all.
It's not that she doesn't love you. She just loves me more than you.
Dean snickered in the corner, making ugly faces at me, and I felt so mad. He was annoying, just like every older brother. But he was also very protective of me and cared for me. Once I was getting ready for school when I saw the biggest lizard ever and let out an ear-splitting scream.
Sakura, are you all—
Lizard! Lizard! Big, fat, staring at me! Lizard! It's so creepy! Get it out! Save me!
Really? Did you howl because of a lizard? And you liked that creepy spider statue? Wow.
He did chase the lizard away, but kept making fun of the way I had screamed for days. When I was in the 4th grade, it was time for Dean to go to university, and Mom was a sobbing mess.
I'll keep visiting, Mom, don't worry. And before you know it, I'll be here for Christmas. You better get your gift ready because I already have yours.
Dean and I had a tradition of exchanging Christmas gifts on the roof with a cup of hot chocolate. When he visited for the holidays, I was over the moon. I was so looking forward to opening gifts with my brother. But 2 days before Christmas, I heard something crash in my parents' room. I ran upstairs and saw Dad and Dean having a yelling contest while Mom cried inconsolably.
You have ruined my name, this family's name. You brought him up and this is how he turned out. Don't talk to Mom that way, it's not her fault. You have the nerve to talk back to me? You—
Dad stopped mid-sentence when his eyes met mine. Seeing me, Dean rushed out of the room, but I followed him. Why were you fighting with Dad?
It's nothing, Sakura. I failed my exam, so Dad was angry.
I tried to talk to Dean after that, but he shut himself in his room. I knew what would make him happy, the present. I waited for him on the roof, but he didn't show up. The next day when I went to his room, Mom told me he'd left for his university while I was asleep. I couldn't believe he'd broken our tradition. How could he do this? I immediately called him. You left without saying goodbye.
I'm sorry, Panda. Something came up, but I'll make it up to you, okay? With the best gift ever.
Yay, cool. But what about your gift?
Keep it safe with you for now. I'll take it when I come back home next. Deal?
Deal. But Dean never came back. I waited every year for him, but he missed all the occasions. Every time I called him, he said he was busy. It broke my heart. With time, I got used to not having Dean around and started concentrating on making Dad proud. Soon, I was 18 and going to medical school. I was excited, but not as excited as my dad. He was over the moon. I tried my best, but being a medical student was tough. And before I knew it, I was failing my classes. Dad was gonna be so mad. I remembered how he was fuming at Dean for failing. My fear got the best of me, and I asked my tech-savvy roommate to make me a fake report card with an A+ grade, and she did a fab job. I wish I had this talent. That weekend when I went home, Dad looked at me with a poker face as he saw my result. Dad, look, I'm the smartest in my class.
You could have done a better job, Sakura.
I'll do better and get better grades, don't worry.
No, I mean with this Photoshop work.
Blood drained from my face as I saw Dad looking like he was going to explode.
Your professor called me and told me you failed your semester exams. I got your original report card a few days ago.
Dad, I'm so sorry.
You better be. Do you know how much money I spent for you to get into that college? Not only did you fail, you're also lying. How could you?
I flinched at how loud Dad's voice had gotten and saw Mom run into the room. It's just, medical school is really tough, and I knew you'd get mad at me if I failed. I got stressed out, Dad. I don't think I'm made for this. I want to drop out.
Drop out? Have you lost your mind? Life is tough, Sakura. If I had to quit every time I was stressed, we would be homeless now. And what would you do if you quit medical school?
I could get into sculpting. I'm really good at it. If you could just see that, maybe you'll agree with me too.
You want to make clay dolls? No way. You better get your grades up soon. Listen to me carefully, Sakura. If you decide to leave med school, you will not come back to this house. Understood?
His words really angered me, and I snapped. Loud and clear, Dad. Loud and clear. With that, I packed my stuff and went straight to my aunt's place. Aunt Lexi was my mom's younger sister. She was the cool aunt of the family and lived by herself in a big villa. I told her everything, and she gave me a big hug and sent me to my room. When she called me for dinner, my jaw dropped at seeing Dean sitting in front of me. Dean, what are you doing here?
Hi, Panda. I missed you so much.
Dean hugged me while I cried.
Ew, you're getting your snot all over my shirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dean. I then told Dean about what happened, and he looked sad for me. But I had only one question for him. Why did you stop coming over?
I told you, I was busy with uni and stuff.
It was because Dad and you fought, right? About your...
What? Oh, yeah. Because I failed my exams, yeah.
The following week, Dean helped me get admission into the art college I wanted, and I was finally free from med school. Art school was everything I dreamt of, but I was still upset that I couldn't share this joy with Mom and Dad. Dean and Aunt Lexi always tried to cheer me up with visits to museums or art galleries and yummy food every night, but I still missed my parents. One night, I couldn't get any sleep and decided to get some water. As I tiptoed my way to the kitchen, I heard my aunt and Dean talking, and what I heard knocked the wind out of me.
Dean, did you try talking to your father? I'm really worried about Sakura. She misses both of them so much. I know, Aunt Lex, it's just, you know how Dad can be. He's not answering my calls. I think he still hates me. I hope he finds it in his heart to forgive me someday.
Forgive you? He should be the one to realize his mistake. How could he just kick out his own son for falling in love with a boy? He did what? Hearing my voice, Aunt Lexi and Dean turned to me with wide eyes. You're lying, right? Dad wouldn't do that. He even helped his assistant come out to her family. That's just for the world to see, Sakura. He's always been like this. He pretends to be this modern person, but he's not. It's just the way he was brought up. These traditions. My whole world came crashing down. I couldn't believe that my dad was capable of doing something like this. He was a completely different person for me now. I was furious, so I went home with Dean the next day to confront my parents. When Mom saw Dean, she hugged him tight. My Dean, I missed you so much, son. Just then, Dad walked into the house, and Dean moved away from Mom immediately. How dare you come back? I brought him here. Yes, I know you kicked him out. How can you be this two-faced person, Dad? You go around supporting others and being this modern person, but here you are, holding back your own children.
Sakura, you have no right.
But I do, Dad. He's my brother, and you kept him away from his family. How did you have the heart to do this to your own son?
He was ready to ruin the name of this family. He is not my son.
How can you say that?
Why? It's the truth. Ask him or your mother.
When I looked at them, they looked pale.
What are you doing? You promised never to bring it up. He left me with no choice. He is breaking apart this family. I loved him and brought him into this house from that orphanage. And this is how he repays me.
What in the father-freaking world? I looked at Dean and instantly knew that Dad was telling the truth. You're adopted? Why did you never tell me?
I found out the day you were born, and you'll always be my little sister. I couldn't hurt you. And Dad, I never meant to hurt you either. But I won't apologize for being who I am and falling in love. I can't believe you still have the nerve to stand in my house and talk to me that way. Get out!
His words made my head spin, and it was then that I heard Mom yell, for the first time.
You are such a cruel person. Congratulations. You yourself broke this family apart. I'm going with my children. You can have all the traditions and your wealth and business, but we are going to live a better life, where we can breathe.
Saying that, Mom took mine and Dean's hands and stormed out of the house. I'd never seen her this angry. We stayed with Aunt Lexi for a while until we could figure out what to do. One day, Dean introduced us to his boyfriend, and we loved him. He was kind and yelled at Dean for teasing me and calling me a panda again. I liked this guy. One afternoon, the doorbell rang as we sat down to have lunch. Aunt Lexi entered the room with Dad right behind her. He looked like a mess.
Can I talk to you all, please?
We have nothing to say to you,
and I doubt we would want to listen to you. Mom.
Dad then began sobbing, and it broke my heart. Dean went and held him. Dad turned and hugged Dean tight.
Son, I'm so sorry. I was rude to you and I shouldn't have done that. I thought what I was doing was right, but it wasn't. You're my son, the future of my house and business. But before all that, you are my son. And then you came along and my world was complete. I hope you'll forgive me. Please forgive me.
I ran toward my dad and hugged him as well. Of course, Dad. We're so glad that you found your way back to us. Everyone in the room was a sobbing mess. Dad agreed to meet Dean's boyfriend one day, and to everyone's surprise, they bonded really well over sports and the fact that they dislike ice cream and love Grey's Anatomy. Weird. Our family was nowhere close to perfect, but it was much stronger, and that's all I could ask for now.
I couldn't believe it. I just wanted to scream and dance on top of a mountain in happiness. Jacob, the cutest and nicest boy in school and my longtime crush, was now single after 2 freaking years. This was finally my chance to be his girlfriend, and hopefully I'd be the last one. The competition might be tough, but I had the upper hand. We'd been seatmates in almost all of our classes, and I usually got a hi from him in the hallways. One day in the canteen, I saw him sitting at a table alone. I wondered why he wasn't with his friends. Holding my tray of food, I casually passed by his table, expecting him to notice me, but he didn't. and it made me sad. I stepped back and blurted out, "Oh, wow, pizza! Did you know that you can order it from space?" He turned towards me looking surprised. "Wow, really? That's so cool." He seemed impressed, and I felt relieved. My hands were shaking. I was so nervous, but I had to do this. "Can I sit here?" "Sure." As soon as I'd settled in my seat across from him, his face suddenly brightened up as he read a message on his phone. He looked so happy at whatever it said. "You can have all the pizza, Dana. I have to go." And he left, just like that. At least he'd given me his pizza. I'd just have to try harder next time. Over the next 2 weeks, I continued trying to get closer to him, and he was nicer to me, but he often seemed to be in a hurry. It disappointed me when I realized that he was giving other girls the same treatment. Ugh, I hate that feeling when you think you're special but you're not. This is not good. The next week was crucial. Something had changed about him. He looked so preoccupied whenever I saw him. He was always on his phone, smiling, and I didn't like what that might suggest. My gut feeling was confirmed when a piece of news left me speechless. Jacob had a new girlfriend already, and he'd posted their official couple photo on Instagram that day. It was Sam, a girl from another class. Why her? I mean, sure, she looked nice and delicate, and she always wore these modest, girly dresses, but what made her so much more special than me? I ranted and raved to my friends later that day. I really couldn't believe it. All my efforts had been a total waste. I tried to stalk Sam on Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, TikTok, and every other possible platform, but she didn't have any of them. She was clearly a very private person. I had to find out more about her. I had to know if she deserved Jacob. One night, while out buying some cleaning sponges, a familiar face caught my attention. It was her, Sam. She was wearing a huge black hoodie with the hood almost hiding her entire face. She looked so different. She had her hands deep in her pockets as she was talking to a tall and muscular older guy with tattoos who was also wearing the same black hoodie. They were talking about something seemingly very private in a corner of the store, neither of them holding a basket or anything to buy. They looked suspicious. I hid behind the toiletries rack as I secretly observed them. They then went outside and continued talking in front of the alley. They kept cautiously looking around as if they were hiding from someone. I sensed something fishy. What was Jacob's new girlfriend up to? And what was her relationship with this guy? A few more moments passed, and the older guy handed something to her. I didn't get the chance to see what it was because she immediately shoved it in her hoodie pocket. They then walked into the alley, and I immediately ran to follow them. I squatted behind a smelly garbage can as they checked if there was anyone around. I couldn't hear what they were talking about. They looked like they were planning something, but why in an alley? I suddenly screamed when a huge rat crawled out of the garbage and jumped onto me. I instinctively sprang up and flung it off. Sam and the guy turned their heads in my direction, and I buried my face in the garbage can as if I were a beggar looking for leftovers. I almost puked at the smell. I absolutely stank when I went home that night, and I had to shower 3 times just to get the smell off. You're going to pay for this, Sam. I wasn't able to sleep well that night. I kept thinking about Sam. I could sense that something was wrong with her. If Jacob didn't end up with me, at least he should find a decent girl that he deserved, you know? But it would be really good if it were me. I wanted to chat with him to tell him about what I'd seen earlier, but I was worried that he'd think I was stalking his girl because I was jealous. Of course I was, but I had to keep it low-key. Boys should chase the girl, not the other way around. The next morning, while I was on my way to my locker, I accidentally bumped into Sam. "Sorry," she apologized. She dropped her bag in the process, and some books slipped out. I squatted down next to her to help her and was stunned when I saw one of her books. It was a huge black book about witchcraft. I lifted my head and met her cautious eyes, but she looked away immediately and snatched the book away. With narrowed eyes, I watched her as she rushed towards Jacob at the end of the hallway and excitedly showed him something on her phone. I was itching to know more about this girl. I went to the same grocery store that night and expected to see Sam again, and I did. She was wearing the same black hoodie again, but this time she was talking to an old lady with a crooked nose and a hunched back. The old lady was also wearing a black hoodie. Was that their uniform or something? Sam whispered something to the woman, and the woman nodded back. They then went out of the store and continued talking in the alley. I took my phone out and started recording a video of them as I followed them. I was careful not to be noticed this time. It was a bit foggy in the middle of the alley where they were standing. The lady carefully handed something to Sam, and they continued walking and disappeared in the fog. I played the video back and paused to the part where the woman gave her something. I zoomed in and realized that it was a knife. Oh no, this Samantha girl was definitely bad news. I then heard a short crying sound somewhere in the fog. What was happening there? I left my hiding place and walked further to spy on them. I needed more evidence to show Jacob. I finally made it out of the fog, but they were nowhere to be found. All I saw were car tracks and a dirty white shirt on the ground. Wait a minute, was that red stain on the shirt? I checked and realized it was blood. Oh my God, Jacob had to know about this. His girlfriend was dangerous. The next day at school, I couldn't concentrate on any of my classes. I was itching to tell Jacob what had happened last night. As soon as class was over, I gathered up the courage to finally talk to him outside the classroom. Hi, Jacob. Can I talk to you for a second? Sure, Dana. He seemed to be in a hurry, but I didn't care. He deserved to know the truth. Listen, I trailed off when Samantha appeared from behind him all of a sudden. There you are. I was looking for you everywhere, she exclaimed as she hugged him from behind. She then turned to me and smiled. Hi, I think you're the one who I bumped into yesterday. Sorry if I left so suddenly. I was in a hurry. No problem. It's Sam, right? I pretended to be cool, but deep down I was fuming. How dare she act so nice and innocent when she was holding knives in alleys at night? Yeah, and you're Dana. Nice to meet you. Sam shook my hand while giving me an adorable smile. Who would ever think that this girl was involved in such seedy stuff? As the couple walked away, Jacob looked back at me and said, Oh, hey Dana, I forgot to tell you something. Justin will be throwing a party later at his house at 7. It would be cool if you'd come. Wait a minute. Did he really invite me to his best friend's party later? I temporarily forgot about my problem with Sam in all my excitement. It was the first time that I'd be going to a party where Jacob was, and I could barely contain myself. When the party came, I had my eyes on the new couple for the first few hours, but I got temporarily distracted when his best friend Justin came up to me and asked me if I wanted another drink. I was flattered to be noticed by him, as he was so close to Jacob, but when I returned my eyes to the couple, I couldn't see them anymore. I looked for them everywhere, but they'd already disappeared, just like that. The night was still early. Where the hell did they go? I looked up at the night sky and saw how bright and full the moon was. And then I remembered the witchcraft book and the old lady with the crooked nose and white hair. Oh my God, was Jacob in danger? I had to save him. I continued looking and saw his car roaring out of the driveway. I immediately hopped into my car and followed them, hoping that they wouldn't notice me. We arrived in a seemingly abandoned neighborhood. Jacob and Samantha finally got out of the car after stopping near a huge old house. They walked side by side with Jacob's arm around Sam. They were even giggling. Weren't they afraid of such a weird place? After parking my car in a secluded spot, I continued following them. I hid behind the bushes, a tree, a huge rock, and whatever came my way whenever they looked back to check if someone was following them. They finally arrived at the front porch of the old house, and the door was opened by the same suspicious old lady from last night. I got scared as the cold breeze gave me chills. The woman really looked like a witch. I remembered the black book and blood-stained shirt. Were they going to do some sort of ritual on Jacob? Or would they sacrifice him? Oh no. To my bewilderment, Jacob seemed pleased to see the woman. He even hugged her. Don't tell me she was Sam's mother. They went into the house, leaving the door slightly open. I took a peek inside and was shocked to see how bright and lively it was inside, with many people of different ages milling around every corner of the house. I was still watching them, processing what could possibly be happening, when the door suddenly swung open, and I gasped to see Samantha looking at me with a knowing grin on her face. We know that you've been following us, she revealed, which made me turn as red as a tomato. I bowed my head as I fiddled with my fingers. It's okay, Dana. You can join us if you want. Jacob appeared in front of me, and what he said relieved me. What is this place? I asked. This is one of my grandfather's old properties, and my father and I decided to make it a home for beggars and homeless people. Sam started to explain. So, those nights in the alley? I trailed off. I needed more answers. Sam explained further. Whenever I have time, I look for beggars and bring them here with the help of other people. There were a lot of them in the area, and some of them even had injuries from fighting for food. That's why you saw me there. She then introduced me to the old lady, who was her latest recruit. They also revealed that every other day, Jacob would go with Sam to help her and her mom while tending to these people's needs, such as food and clothing. I was speechless about what I had found out. I watched the new couple as they bonded with the beggars while they ate. They looked so happy with what they were doing, and as Jacob and Sam looked into each other's eyes, I felt the love and connection between them. This melted my heart way more than Jacob's smile. Samantha was actually an angel, and indeed, you can't judge a book by its cover. At that moment, I finally realized that she was perfect for Jacob, and I didn't feel jealous at all. I ended up being good friends with them from then on. I also helped them from time to time. About my feelings for Jacob, I didn't understand why, but I just woke up one day realizing that I had finally accepted that we weren't meant for each other. A year passed and we were only a month away from graduation. While the three of us were having lunch at a fancy restaurant to celebrate the birthday of Sam's dog, Jacob's best friend, Justin, showed up late. He was panting as he sat next to me and across from the couple. "Sorry I'm late. I got stuck in traffic," Justin explained. Despite the messy black hair and sweaty forehead, Justin still managed to look cute. He had this bad boy thing going on, but that was only his looks because he was actually timid. He scratched the back of his head as he sat beside me. I noticed that he was always nervous whenever he was near me. Or was I just assuming things? "Come on, dude, ask her already," Jacob urged Justin as he leaned back in his chair looking impatient. Will you go to prom with me?" Justin stuttered as he asked me. I had been waiting for him to ask me out, and finally he'd done it. I nodded at him as I blushed, and the boys did a happy fist bump. After graduation, Justin became my boyfriend. And throughout the years, Jacob and Sam inspired me and made me more mindful of homeless people and those in need.
Hi, I'm Emily from Scotland. Ever since I was a kid, I've been sure of two things. I'm adopted, and my parents are big, fat liars. Also, I think I know who my real mom is. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. My sisters and I are triplets, except Daisy and Rose have red hair, green eyes, and freckles, just like my parents. But I'm blonde and blue-eyed. I look nothing like my family. On our third birthday, when my parents invited all the neighbors, everyone was staring at me like I was some exotic zoo animal. "Wow, she looks like an angel. So different from her sisters." "She's gorgeous." Kinda makes up for the other two, eh? Just then, my sisters came charging at me with a ketchup bottle and squirted it all over my head. "There, now you look more like us." I also discovered soon that my sisters were super dumb, so we couldn't be related. Once I told them if they buried their pocket money, a whole tree would come out. And they did! Months later, when they said their money wasn't growing, I burst out laughing. And they attacked me. "You awful witch! I wish you were our sister." "I'm not, you fools. I'm adopted." My parents looked like I'd slapped them. "Who taught you that word, Emily? Do you know what it means?" "Mom, Dad, I read books, and I'm not stupid." "Stop reading rubbish. You're our daughter, and that's the truth." But I wasn't buying it. I was always imagining who my real parents might be, and if they'd come for me someday. Someone rich and famous, I hoped. In the 7th grade, I was reading in the lounge one day when my sisters walked in with suitcases. "You were right, Emily. You are adopted, and your real mom's here for you." "What are you talking about? Haven't you seen the lady who's moved in next door? She looks exactly like you. So take your things and leave." I just ignored those morons. But suddenly, they grabbed me by my arms and legs and threw me out. I was banging furiously on the door when I heard someone behind me. "Oh, hello. I'm your new neighbor." When I turned around, we both gasped. Oh my God! This woman did look like me! She was staring at me like I was a ghost. Suddenly, she turned and ran away. What just happened? I had to find out more about her. I tried spying on her with binoculars, but her curtains were always closed. One day, I baked some cookies and took them to her as a welcome present, but no one opened the door. As I was walking away, I saw her looking at me from a window. Was she avoiding me? One evening at the library, I was so lost in my book that I didn't realize it was so late. I started walking home, but as I went further, everything looked unfamiliar. I was feeling a bit lost and scared, when suddenly a toothless woman jumped out of an alley and grabbed my wrist. "What a pretty girl you are! Just like me! Let's go home." "Let go of me, you mad cow! That's no way to talk to your mother!" Just then, an egg came flying out of nowhere and hit the woman in the eye. She yelled in pain, and I turned around to see my neighbor hitting her with more eggs. The crazy woman ran away, cursing us. I thanked my neighbor for saving me, and she said she'd take me home. As we were walking back, she suddenly spoke. I'm sorry I ran away that day. I was just a bit startled because you remind me of someone. I'm Gladys." Just then, Gladys saw the book in my hand, and it turned out she was a huge Shakespeare fan too. She invited me in for dinner, and we talked about books for hours. This woman could totally be my mom. The next night, I'd just fallen asleep when I woke up gasping as water hit my face. "Wake up, sleeping moron! The neighbor's here to take you away!" "Wait, what?" I ran downstairs and peeked into the study to find Mom screaming at Gladys. "Are you crazy?
Emily's our daughter. We don't want you to talk to her. Just stay away from her, lady, or else. Now get out of my house.
Gladys ran out in tears, and I was stunned. What weren't they telling me? Could Gladys really be my mom? The next morning at breakfast, as Mom and Dad were acting completely normal, I snapped and pushed my cereal bowl off the table. Are you just gonna keep lying to me forever? Why was Gladys here last night? And what are you hiding? I already know I'm adopted, so why can't you just say it? Is she my mom?
You are not adopted! You listen to me, Emily. I don't know what that woman's been telling you, but she is crazy. You are not to go near her ever again. Understood?
I kicked my chair aside and stormed off. Gladys hadn't even told me anything, but I was surely gonna ask her now. That night, once everyone was asleep, I climbed out my window and landed softly below. The second I turned around, I screamed and fell back in fright. Mom was sitting on a lawn chair, trying to kill me with her cold stare.
If you don't stay away from Gladys, I'll tell the police she's dangerous and I'll get a restraining order. If you don't want me to do that, I suggest you climb back up that window right now.
I wasn't gonna argue with her. She looked like a psycho. I had no chance to meet Gladys because Mom was watching me like a hawk. But thankfully, summer break ended soon and I could finally leave the house. My sisters and I had joined a new middle school, and as soon as we entered the building, Daisy and Rose suddenly pinned me against the wall. Just stay away from us here, okay? Don't tell anyone that we are related to you. I was about to spit at them when suddenly a bunch of boys surrounded us and pulled the two away.
Why are you tomato heads hurting the prettiest girl in the school? You want us to throw them in the trash, Goldilocks?
I told the boys to let them go this once, and my sisters gave me death stares as they stormed off. But these boys were just stuck to me like glue all day. They were offering to carry my bag, make my notes in class. At recess, I excused myself for the bathroom and sprinted off to the library instead. I needed some peace. As I walked in, I bumped straight into someone with a tall pile of books, and I saw who was behind them. Gladys?
Emily, what are you doing here?
It turned out she was the school librarian. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Listen, I really need to know what you and my parents...
No, Emily, stop. I can't talk to you. I think it's best if you stay away from me. I'm sorry.
And with that, she hurried away. Arr! I was losing my mind. But I wasn't giving up so easily. I went back the next day and walked up to her desk. I won't ask you any questions, I promise. But can we please just be friends again? I'll only talk about books. Gladys slowly smiled at me, and after that, we started hanging out every day. My dumb sisters would never set foot in a library, so I was safe. And I would slowly get closer to Gladys and the truth. One day she invited me to play, so I told Mom I'd be working on a science project with my group, and we spent an amazing evening together. Later at dinner, I told her about the shy boy Jonas in my class I wanted to ask out on Valentine's Day, and she smiled. Of course, you have to do with the Shakespeare sonnet. There's nothing more romantic. Thanks, Gladys. Later that night, I practiced the sonnet in my room. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more... Just then, Mom walked in and asked me what I was doing, and I told her I was working on asking out a boy.
With a freaking sonnet? Who needs Shakespeare when you have Taylor Swift? Just say to him, if you could see that I'm the one who understands you, been here all along, so why can't you see? You belong with me, you belong with me.
And she was doing dance moves that made me laugh so hard. Mom was funny.
Let's go shopping tomorrow, and I'll buy you a dress to knock this boy's socks off.
We did, and we had such a fun time together. I came home with bags of clothes and shoes, and my sisters' faces turned as red as their hair. I had to admit, I was enjoying this two moms thing. And, well, I did ask Jonas out simply by saying, "Wanna go out with me?" And he said yes. That was easy. A few weeks later, I heard a loud tap on my window at night, and Jonas was standing outside. I let him in, and we started making out in the dark. Just then my door flung open, and someone came flying at us, knocking us down to the ground.
What are you trying to do now? Kidnap my daughter?
Mom, get off of him! It's just my boyfriend!
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I saw someone walking across the garden and I panicked. Come downstairs, boy. I'll give you a cookie.
But Jonas screamed like a little girl and ran out the window at lightning speed. I was so mad at Mom for scaring him off. When I told Gladys all about it the next day, she said, "Oh, you and Jonas can always come to my house whenever you want to, hang out." We took her up on the yacht for one evening, and she let us in through the back door. As we went to one of the rooms upstairs and started kissing, my eyes suddenly fell on a photo frame. It was Gladys with a toddler, who looked so much like me. Was it me? She gave me up when I was 2 or 3 years old? Why didn't I remember anything? Just then, I saw something much worse. The curtains were freaking open, and someone was staring right at us from my house. My stupid sisters! They grinned at me and ran off immediately. Oh no, no! Seconds later, I heard screams from downstairs. I ran downstairs to find Mom and Gladys rolling around on the ground, pulling each other's hair. I told you to stay away from my daughter! She's also my daughter! Why don't you let her decide? I think she likes me more. Just stop this, you guys! I need answers, now! All you need to know is that I'm your mother. No, I am! Oh my God! I need DNA tests from you both! And they both refused and started fighting again. This was ridiculous. I charged straight at them and I pulled a few hairs out of their heads. Ow! I'm getting the test done, and then I'll know. As I was running out the door, they both screamed. Okay, I'm not your mother. I turned around in shock. Now suddenly they both weren't my mothers? And finally, they started telling me the truth. My mom said that I was her sister's daughter. We both had kids around the same time, but she felt really sick after giving birth to you. And she made me swear that I never let you know you're not mine. And you are mine. Emily, you're my blood. My eyes swelled up when I found out my real mom was gone. And who are you, Gladys? Suddenly, she broke down into tears. I had a daughter who looked just like you, but she had an accident a few years ago, and when I met you, it felt like I had my baby back. I tried to stay away from you, but I couldn't. That night, I came to ask your parents if I could adopt you, and of course they refused. I just miss my daughter so much. As I looked at them both, I realized they'd both lost people they dearly loved, and I could make them both hurt a little less. I love you, Mom, and I'm sure you're as good as Mom as my own would have been. And Gladys, I love you too, and you can always think of me as your daughter. Well, now I finally know who my real mom is. And I've got 2 really amazing ones too. And turns out, I am related to my sisters. They're just my dumb cousins now. It was the worst day of my life. There was just no other way to put it. I'd been super excited about being selected as the lead for the school play, and that too over Jessica, the head cheerleader, who was always trying to one-up me. But just as I was celebrating my small victory, she walked up to Brody, my boyfriend, and the male lead. Then without any warning, she kissed him in front of everyone. When she pulled back, Brody looked stunned. But to my utmost horror, he grinned and said, "That was hot." Hey, get away from him. Oh, no, don't. Babe, listen. I've been dreaming about her kissing me since forever. It's a dream coming true. I'm sure you'll understand. We're over. Take care, I guess. Are you out of your mind? What do you like about her? But she just kissed him again, and they both left. She doesn't even like Sniper Wolf. She isn't human. I was so devastated that I ran home and went straight to bed. Little did I know, the horror was just beginning. Hi, my name is Carly. And this is my story of how my entire life got turned upside down in a matter of hours. Before I continue, don't forget to like and subscribe. I woke up startled when I felt something touch my foot. I sat up in bed and saw something that made me scream. A young girl was staring right at me across the room.
Carly?
Who are you?
Thank God you're awake, Aunt Carly. You look so stupid when you're asleep.
Aunt? Carly? Who are you? And how did you get in here? The kid just rolled her eyes and handed me a letter.
Mommy disappeared last night and left this letter to me. Read it, now!
I opened the letter and almost passed out. My beautiful Haley, if something ever happens to me, don't be scared and go to your Aunt Carly on this address. Just make sure your grandma never sees you. I'll come find you as soon as I can. Love, Mommy. I gasped. This little brat was my sister Abby's daughter? Mom had kicked Abby out 6 years ago for being pregnant at only 18. She was so mad at her for violating her #1 rule. Don't get pregnant before marriage. Abby had completely disappeared, and now suddenly, she'd sent her kid to me out of the blue? While I was reading the letter, the girl had unpacked a huge bag with skincare products.
It's time for my night routine. Where's the bathroom?
Hold it. You can't stay here. How am I supposed to hide you from Mom?
That sounds like your personal problem.
Suddenly, Mom started banging loudly on my door. Carly!
I just heard a little girl's voice. Are you hiding your secret child in there? Open the door or else. Oh no! I shoved Haley inside my closet and threw all her bags under my bed just as the door flew open and Mom barged in, looking like a bull ready to attack. What took you so long to open the door? Where's your kid? Don't be crazy, Mom. Why would I have a kid? I don't remember getting pregnant for 9 freaking months. I don't even have a boyfriend. That's what your sister said too. But look what she did. But I'm not Abby, Mom. I have my eyes on you, young lady. As soon as Mom left the room, Haley stepped out of my closet looking really annoyed. Your mom sounds like a pain in the butt. I don't know what to do with you. Could you just go to sleep now so I can have my peace? I'll get you a mattress. She laughed and jumped onto the bed.
Don't be crazy. That's child abuse.
Before I could protest, she had snuggled under the covers and gone to sleep. I considered putting her out with the trash. But as she lay there peacefully, I realized that she looked so much like her mom. It just really made me miss my sister. Okay, fine. I'll give you a week before I have to figure out how to deal with this situation. The next day, I woke up to Haley jumping on the bed.
It's all done, Auntie Dumbo.
What is?
Your homework. I redid everything because all your answers were wrong.
She pushed my notebook into my hands and I almost passed out. She'd erased all my work and it was due today. I didn't have time to correct it. This is a graded assignment. If I fail, I swear I'll make you live under the bed forever. But boy, was I in for a shock. My teacher announced that I was the only one with a perfect score. After class, everyone surrounded me in the hallway and someone said, if you do my homework, I'll pay you $50. I'll pay you $100. Before I knew it, I already had 20 people offering to pay me good money and everyone wanted to hang out with me so I wouldn't turn their work down. After school, I rushed home with a brilliant idea. I told Haley I would keep her if she did everyone's homework. You can help me be popular and I'll take you shopping.
You've got yourself a deal, sister.
And popular I got. Not only was every other guy dying to hang out with me, but more importantly, I had Brody's attention again. One day he stopped me in the corridor. What do you want now, Brody? Carly, I'm so sorry. I was so stupid, and I never should have broken up with someone as smart and pretty as you. You're right about that. I just need your help to pass this one class. Please, please tell me you'll help me, or I'll think you haven't forgiven me. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Thanks, babe. This means the world to me. I took his assignment and gave it to Haley. She took one look and said,
Brody, is this the boy you've been crying over in your diary who was such a jerk to you?
You read my diary? Just mind your own business and stay out of adult things that you don't understand. And make sure you do this assignment really well. A few days later, I woke up and found Haley sleeping at my desk, next to the pile of assignments she'd been working on. I noticed a small piece of paper next to her. It was a little sketch of Haley and Abby outside a cute little home. Under it, she'd written, I love you, Mom. Suddenly, I felt terribly sorry for her, so I decided to enroll her in my school. I marched her straight into the principal's office and dumped my calculus assignment on the table. My niece here did this. She's brilliant. You have to enroll her. You can test her. The principal rolled her eyes and wrote a question on a piece of paper and pushed it towards Haley. Fine. Solve this, baby genius. In under a minute, she solved it and pushed the paper back.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
The principal looked at it with her mouth open. She immediately enrolled Haley in the 6th grade on a scholarship for gifted kids. I felt like the world's best aunt. As soon as we left the office, I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was Brody, with Jessica right behind him. What did you do? You made me fail. What are you talking about? How else do you explain the F? That's not possible. And how do you explain holding Jessica's hand? You're still with her?
Of course he is, loser.
And with that, Jessica grabbed his face and started kissing him.
Ew! You guys are so gross. I'm glad I messed up your assignment. I knew you're not good enough for my aunt.
Then she turned to me.
You're too beautiful and smart for dumbos like him. You deserve someone so much better.
Jessica raised her hand to slap Haley. Watch your mouth, you little. I immediately cut in. If you or your two-timing jerk of a boyfriend ever think of touching my niece, I will rip you apart. Come on, Haley. After class, I looked around for Haley, but she was nowhere to be seen. I finally found her in the washroom, surrounded by other girls from 6th grade throwing spitballs and paper planes at her.
You're really tough in class, baby Einstein.
Isn't it time to change your diaper already? You stink!
Back off! I'm not scared of you! It's time we change that.
There was no way someone was talking to my niece like that. Hey, back off, jerks! You're just jealous because she's smarter in her sleep than you are all at your best. The girls immediately stepped away and scattered. As they ran out of the bathroom, one of them said, If I was that ugly, I would want to be smart too. At that, Haley burst into tears.
I am beautiful! I have a whole Korean skincare routine!
I hugged
hugged her and asked her what I could do to make her feel better. Well, I've been wanting to go shopping for weeks now. How about I take you to the mall tomorrow, kiddo? I have the play today and I really need that scholarship. But I really need new boots. I've only 14 pairs. That's tragic. I promise, I'll take you tomorrow. It's Sleeping Beauty! All you have to do is sleep. No need for practice. I want to go now. I rolled my eyes and shook Haley off me. She looked mad and ran off. I'd deal with her later. I had a play and university scouts waiting for me. I changed into my costume and was just about to go on stage when my phone rang. We have a little girl here, Haley, who says she's your niece, and she's forgotten her way home. Please come and get her immediately. The mall's closing. What? You must be mistaken. Haley would never. Listen, lady, you come get this kid or I leave her outside. I ran out of the auditorium feeling furious. I was going to kill Haley. I found her outside the mall in a pair of new boots. She jumped up when she saw me. Hey, look! Carly, aren't these pretty? How could she make me miss my play for a pair of stupid shoes? Before I knew it, I was yelling at her. You're such a brat! I wish you'd never come to live with me! Haley looked shocked and then burst into tears. As soon as we got home, she jumped into the closet and slammed it shut. I started feeling terrible for yelling at her and told her to come sleep on the bed, but she wouldn't even reply to me. When I woke up the next morning, Haley wasn't in the cupboard. I noticed her little backpack was gone too, and so was the picture she'd drawn. I looked for her all over the house, then ran to school hoping to find her in class. But her teacher says she hadn't come to school this morning. Is everything okay, Carly? Also, when you have the time, I need to talk to you about Haley's attention deficit disorder. Her what? Oh God. Her behavior was a condition? I felt even worse. Panic rose in my chest and I did the only thing I could. I went to Mom and told her everything. She was shocked at first, and then she was so mad at me. You let my grandchild sleep in the closet? And now you've lost her? How could you be so careless? Don't blame me. It's your fault my sister doesn't trust you with her kid and I'm only 15. This is not the time for your nonsense. Where do we look for her now? Just then, Haley's drawing came to my mind, and I thought that Haley might be at my sister's. We got there and I ran inside, and sure enough, this was Abby's house. I started to look around and found Haley in bed, fast asleep while hugging Abby's framed picture. Mom and I ran and hugged her, and Mom whispered into her ear, I'm sorry, kiddo. I'm so sorry. I don't know where your mommy is, but I promise I'll look after you till then. Somewhere along the evening, we fell asleep next to Haley. The next morning, I woke up to find Abby sitting on the bed and smiling at us. Abby? Abby? Mommy! Haley ran and hugged her while she groaned a bit. Easy there, kiddo. Mommy's a bit ill. Mom was all tears. She kept hugging Abby and Haley and crying and saying how sorry she was. But where were you, Abby? What's wrong? Finally, she told me where she'd been for the last month. Apparently, she'd passed out at work and had to be taken to the hospital. She'd been unwell for a while and had left the note with my address for Abby as a precaution, in case she got worse. Lucky you did! But now it's time to come back home. You need someone to take care of you. And now that I've seen her, I want my granddaughter in my life. I hugged Haley. Looks like no one can resist your cuteness. Oh, thank goodness! Aunt Carly finally said something smart. Then I got a message from Brody, and I showed it to Haley. Jessica dumped me. Please take me back. What a loser! You deserve the best, Aunt Carly. That's for sure.
Hi, my name is Ava, also known as the Vampire Girl, and it's all because I had the meanest parents. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Romania, and growing up, I realized that my parents were weirdos. For starters, they were always talking in whispers to each other, which was so annoying, and they never left the house. They wouldn't go out for work or even groceries. A box of supplies just mysteriously arrived every week. Every day, Dad would spend hours reading the newspaper and circling stuff on it with a red marker. Once when I was 4, I kept asking him to pour me cereal, but he kept ignoring me. So I leapt onto the table and put my foot in his bowl, spilling it all over his newspaper. And Dad went bonkers.
Oh my God. Do you realize what you've done? You're such a nuisance. Here, take the whole box. Just leave me alone, you idiot.
Gosh, I wished I could just leave them forever. They didn't even love me. We never had any visitors. But when I was 5, Grandma came to see us once, and she brought me an adorable cat. I was so happy. But of course, my parents were not. A pet? We already have Ava. It's hard enough to take care of her. No, just take it back, please.
No freaking way!
I ran up to my room with the cat and slammed the door shut. But when I woke up in the morning,
It wasn't anywhere in my room. I looked all over the house. Nothing. I just knew my parents had gotten rid of it. I screamed and cried, but they said they didn't know anything. Liars. Before they could stop me, I just ran out the front door. I was never going back. It was a really sunny day, and as I kept running, my skin suddenly started turning really red and itchy. I looked up at the scorching sun, and my whole body began to burn. Ah! I let out one huge scream and fainted. When I woke up, I was in my bed. Mom told me the doctor had been to see me, and he'd said I was perfectly fine.
No, that's not true. I'm not fine. The doctor is dumb. The sun almost killed me.
My parents said I was crazy, but I knew they were evil, and I wasn't gonna let them hurt me. So after that, I refused to let a single ray of sunlight touch my body, not even indoors. I covered myself from tip to toe, socks, Trek pants, hoodie, and a face mask. Only my eyes were visible. My parents almost fainted when they first saw me roaming around the house like a little ninja. The only time I removed my costume was when the sun was gone. I'd never go out during the day. I even insisted on being homeschooled. But by the time I was 13, my parents refused to homeschool me anymore. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go to school. It's been years since you last walked under the sun.
It's because I'm allergic to the sun. You just want me to die?
If you keep behaving this way, I swear I'll send you to your aunt's place in Norway. There's only sunlight there for 6 months.
Gosh, they were unbelievable, and they thought I didn't know about their plan. Fine, but don't think I won't wear this costume to school. I will, and when people say you're weirdos for dressing me up like this, just know that you asked for it. I joined school in the 8th grade, and the minute I entered the classroom, everybody started laughing and whispering things like weirdo and freak. I ignored all of them and sat down quietly on the first empty seat. During lunch break, I stayed back in the classroom while everybody left, except for this one girl, Jessie.
Ava, right? I'm just curious. Why are you dressed like a garbage bag?
I'm allergic to the sun. It burns my skin. She started laughing and just left. Soon enough, I discovered she was the meanest girl around, and she'd pick on me every chance she got. Once she put a fart bag on my seat just as I was sitting down, and the farting sound had everyone howling with laughter. Another day, I solved a math problem on the board, and as I was returning to my seat, I slipped on some water and fell on the floor.
That's where your place is anyway, weirdo.
I ignored Jessie's stupid pranks, but one day, she went too far. I was standing under some shade and enjoying a baseball match when suddenly, Jessie came out of nowhere and dragged me into the sun. She started to pull my hoodie off, and I bit her hand really hard and ran away as she screamed.
You crazy freak! Are you a vampire?
And that's how I got my name, Vampire Girl. I could hear people calling me a monster, but I didn't care. At least the bullies were a little scared of me now. A few days later, the teacher introduced a new kid, Nick, to our class. His clothes were old and ragged, and I could see Jessie and her minions already laughing at him. They'd found their new target. I joined him in the cafeteria at lunch that day, and we started talking. I found out that he was the new janitor's son. He was really sweet and never even said I was crazy when I told him about my condition. I was so happy to have made a friend. But one day, as I was walking down the hallway, I found Jessie and her friend surrounding Nick. She spilled juice on the floor and said,
Oops. You can clean this up, Nick. I mean, you'll grow up to be a janitor like your dad, right? Come on, just sit down and wipe it with your butt. Hey, jerk, have you forgotten the last time I bit you? Stay away from Nick, or this time I'll do some serious damage.
Jessie rolled her eyes at me, but when I leapt forward, she actually screamed and went running. Nick thanked me, and I always made sure to stick close to him after that. But then one day, Nick and I had just entered the classroom after recess when Jessie started screaming like crazy.
OMG! My brand new iPhone! It's gone! Someone stole it!
And then she pounced at Nick and grabbed him by his shirt.
You must have done it, you beggar! You thief! Where is it?
Hey, knock it off, you witch! You have no proof.
Oh, I'll get the proof, girl.
She snatched his bag and started throwing out all his things. I grabbed her hair and she turned around and attacked me. We got into a huge fight, and just then, the principal walked in. Jessie kept screaming that Nick had stolen her phone and it must be in his locker. Of course, the principal found nothing there, but Nick was left humiliated in front of everyone. He was silent the whole day, and I caught up with him after school. Hey, Nick, are you okay? Jessie is just terrible. I hate rich people. They always look down at us as if we aren't human. She called me a thief just because I'm poor. God, I just hate everyone. And he just walked away. He didn't come to school the next day, and his dad was nowhere to be seen either. A week passed, and there was still no sign of them. I felt worried, but I didn't know where he lived. But then I remembered Nick talking about how his dad also worked at a restaurant in the evening. So I decided to go talk to him. As I was walking down the street one night without my mask or hoodie, I saw a masked guy running towards me, and suddenly he started snatching my bag. As I tried to get away, I lunged at his face and pulled his mask off, and I nearly fell back in shock. It was Nick! But before I could say anything, he ran away. I just stood there in disbelief. Jessie was right all this time? He was a thief? I felt betrayed. Nick showed up at school 2 days later, but I just ignored him. But when he kept following me and asking me what was wrong, I suddenly lost it. You want to know what's wrong? I'll tell you. The girl you robbed the other night on the street? That was me. He looked horrified. You? That was you? I didn't know. I've never seen your face. What does it matter who it was? What matters is that you're a liar and thief, and to think that I fought for you. Suddenly, he started weeping like a baby. I didn't want to steal, Ava, but I just had no choice. My dad's in the hospital. We needed the money. I'm so sorry. I swear, I didn't steal Jessie's phone. I've never stolen anything until that night. He kept crying and my heart went out to him. I'm sorry about your dad, but stealing isn't the answer, Nick. You should have told me. I could have helped. Let me help you now, but promise me you'll never steal anything ever again. He promised, and I went to talk to the school principal. Together, we planned a fundraiser for Nick's dad, and within a day, we were able to raise all the money Nick needed for his dad's treatments and more. And the biggest donors were Jessie's parents. They kept praising me at the fundraiser for arranging the event, and this made Jessie even angrier. Don't let it get to your head, Ava. You're still a freak, and you could never be me. As if I want to be. What's so special about you anyway? Other than being super dumb. Excuse you? I've been prom queen for the last 2 years. You could never. Oh, is that so? We'll see this year. Seriously? It's the prom, not some freak show. You'll never win against me, loser. Nick whispered into my ear, says the girl who's never seen your face. I bought a beautiful red dress for prom. Since it was at night, it was the first time anyone in school would be seeing me without my mask and hoodie. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw people turning around and asking each other who I was. Just then, Nick came to me and took my arm. Ava, you look beautiful. That's Ava, the vampire girl? I can't believe it was that face behind that mask all this time. She's gorgeous. Jessie looked furious when she saw everyone's attention was on me. And to my shock, I was actually voted as that year's prom queen. As I was being crowned, suddenly Jessie came charging at me on the stage, trying to rip the crown off my head. But then something strange happened. The bullies who used to pick on me saved me. They all stopped Jessie and took her away. Don't lay a finger on our prom queen. That was amazing. Things at school started getting better. Everyone was super nice to me now. Nick was tutoring kids after school, and his dad came back to work soon. Nobody paid any attention to Jessie and her gang anymore, and all they could do was give me death glares. But one day after gym class, I was quickly changing in the dark locker room when suddenly Jessie and her minions barged in. One of them quickly grabbed my hoodie, while the others grabbed me by my hands and legs and started carrying me outside. Oh my God, no! They dragged me out into the sun and pinned me to the ground.
This is for stealing my limelight, you witch. Now, let's see what happens to you in the sun. I hope you melt and disappear.
Suddenly, someone pushed the girls away. It was a teacher and Nick. While the teacher dragged the bullies off to the principal, Nick quickly took me inside as I cried like crazy.
Hey, you're okay now. And your skin? It looks totally fine. It's not even red, Ava. Does it hurt or burn?
I looked all over my arms and realized he was right. There were no rashes, and it didn't itch or burn at all. Was my condition gone for good? Or had it just been all in my head? When I went back home that day, my parents were shocked to see me.
Ava, where's your hoodie and your mask?
Mom, Dad, I was out in the sun, and nothing happened to me. Was I just crazy all this time? They hugged me tight and actually started to cry. Sweetheart, we tried to tell you it wasn't real. You just got a bad sunburn as a kid, and you let that fear get so big in your head. I just never believed you guys because, well, I always thought you hated me, and you wanted to be rid of me. You got rid of my cat.
No, we didn't, honey. It just ran away, and we never hated you. When you were growing up, your mother and I were working as undercover government agents. It was a really stressful time for us, and I'm sorry we made you feel ignored.
What? My parents were secret agents? That was the last thing I'd ever expected. But suddenly, their weird behavior made sense. I wish you'd told me sooner. All this time, I've been believing things that just weren't true. We're sorry, Ava. We should have been better parents to you. We love you so much. I love you too, guys. Hi, I'm Celine from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. My parents had me right after high school, by accident. But my dad told my mom that he loved her more than anything and was excited to start a family with her. I was born with mom's lovely red hair and green eyes.
Aw, honey, she's beautiful. Just like you. My perfect little family.
But things started going downhill really soon. Mom stayed with me at home, and Dad just wasn't earning enough to afford everything we needed. And that made them fight a lot. Once when I was 5, Dad and I went to go buy some burger buns from the supermarket, and he started ripping open each package, taking one out, and tossing it aside.
Sir? What are you doing? All these packets have 4 buns, and I'm a family of 3. What about people like me, huh? Why should we pay for the extra bun? So I'm taking one out, 'cause I only want 3 buns. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, sir. Oh, yes, I can. You can't make me pay for something I don't want.
Dad flung it at the storekeeper's face and started running away. He was caught by security guards, and he punched one of them and spent the night in jail. And when he got back home, he packed up his bags to leave.
I love you, Celine, but this is just too much responsibility for me. I can't handle it. Goodbye, darling.
And just like that, he was gone. We had to leave our house and move into a trailer. Mom had to work for the first time ever, and she wasn't very good at it. She did odd jobs like cleaning and waitressing and got fired often, and she'd spend the next few days crying on the couch. It's okay, Mommy. Not everyone can be a good waitress. Pouring coffee is hard. I know, right? I really tried, but my manager said he wanted to give me an award for the worst waitress ever. This is your dad's fault. Growing up, I realized Mom was never gonna be a responsible adult. The only thing she took good care of was her skin. She'd mix some ingredients in her lotion and put it over herself daily. And on me too. She said looks were the most important thing for a girl. But I really wanted to excel at school and have a better life than Mom. In 10th grade, I also got a job as a dog walker for some rich people. But I told Mom only half of my salary so I could save the rest. One day while I was going to work, I saw a dog barking loudly as a man was forcing it to go with him. Wait, I knew that dog. Hey, you thief! Let him go right now!
Buzz off. It's my dog.
No, it's not. Timmy, come here, boy. The dog tried running towards me, but the man wouldn't let go. I grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it at him, and he yelled as he ran away. I immediately took the dog to its owner, a rich old lady named Mrs. Grant, who was already looking for him frantically, and I told her everything. Oh, how can I thank you? Come in, child. I'd like to get to know you. After asking me many questions, she said something really surprising. She wanted to send me to a great private school, all expenses covered. What? This was an offer I just couldn't refuse. But Mom didn't seem very excited. She should have just given you the cash for finding her dumb dog. You already go to school. I was too happy to argue with her. Going to a good school meant great opportunities for college. Mrs. Grant had me enrolled a week later, and I was so nervous as I walked into the building. Luckily, the school had a uniform, so no one would see my own worn-out clothes. But I noticed several people looking at me, and I had no idea why. Later that day in the cafeteria, a girl from my class waved at me. Celine, right? Come and join us. And I gotta say, girl, you are gorgeous. Yeah, your skin's flawless. I wasn't expecting such a nice welcome. The girl who'd waved me over was Jasmine, and she seemed really interested in me. So, tell me, Celine, where do you live? I was about to say in a trailer, but something made me stop. I just knew these girls wouldn't see me the same if I had said that. Oh, Cherry Tree Hill? OMG, that's such a posh neighborhood. What's your address? 251, Street 20. That street has the biggest mansions. That was Mrs. Grant's address, and I'd said it before I could stop myself. Now I'd have to live with this stupid lie, but at least the girls looked impressed. A week later, we were in the library when Jasmine suddenly elbowed me. What do you think about Aiden, the football captain? I don't even know who that is. It's that guy in front of you, dummy, who can't take his eyes off of you. I looked up to see a really cute boy, and he did seem to be looking my way. I ignored Jasmine, but some moments later, a paper plane landed on my desk. I can read your mind, and yes, I'll go out with you. I burst out laughing at the cheesy line. Aiden took that as a sign to come over, and he seemed to be really nice. We started hanging out often, and soon enough, he asked me out. Life at school was going great. I was doing well in classes, I had friends, and a hot boyfriend. But one day, Jasmine and her friends were making plans for the mall, when suddenly someone behind us spoke. Hey, can I come too? I turned around to see a girl with stained clothes and knotted hair. Ugh, go away, Miranda. Celine, this is the school loser who can't afford clean clothes. She can come with us if she wants to. Really? Excuse me? No, you can't. You're not sitting in my car. Just leave, Miranda. Her face turned red, and I felt really bad as she walked away. But later that day, I was just coming out of the bathroom when I bumped straight into someone. Miranda! Hey, sorry about that. You seemed nice earlier, and I wanted to be your friend. Most people aren't nice to me because of the way that I am. It's okay, Miranda. You don't have to be embarrassed around me. Can you keep a secret? Of course, anything. I'm poor just like you, so I know what you're going through. You're poor? Shh, yes. And yeah, we can be friends. Meet me outside school later. I ditched Jasmine and her gang and took Miranda home. On the way, we walked past Mrs. Grant's house, and I explained that she was paying for my school. When we got to the trailer, I gave her some clean clothes to change into, and then we had lunch together. I would have never guessed you lived here, Celine. Yeah, we don't have much, but I try to take care of myself. No reason your life has to suck just because you're poor. Soon after, Miranda thanked me for everything and left. But half an hour later, I got a call from Mrs. Grant, and she asked me to come over immediately. And when I got there, I was shocked to find a furious Mrs. Grant next to Miranda? What are you doing here? Is this homeless person a friend of yours, Celine? I found her in our backyard with Timmy. If I hadn't caught her, she probably would have stolen him. You told me about Timmy, and I just... Told her what? Why are you showing strangers the way to my house, Celine? Did I make a mistake in trusting you? No, of course not, Mrs. Grant. Believe me, Miranda is completely harmless. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. I took Miranda outside and then turned to her angrily. Are you insane? Why were you here? I just wanted to see Timmy because I like dogs. That's all. But you can't just walk into someone's house. I work for that lady, and she's the reason I go to a good school. She could easily take it all away from me, thanks to you. Miranda looked upset and ran off, and I didn't stop her. Gosh, she was crazy. Maybe I'd made a mistake letting her into my life. The next day at school, I just wanted to avoid her. But later, as I was sitting with my friends on the bleachers, Miranda suddenly appeared and sat next to me. Listen, Celine, I'm really sorry about yesterday. What happened yesterday, garbage girl? Celine, what's she talking about? Oh my god, was Miranda about to give away all my secrets? How would I know? She's a total nutcase. No, wait, I know you're mad at me, but aren't we friends? You said, in your dreams, weirdo. I got up to leave, but suddenly Miranda took my arm. And without really thinking, I threw my glass of juice at her face. She stood there stunned. But just then, Jasmine and the rest stared at her. Your clothes looked cleaner today. Now you look like your usual self again. Miranda burst into tears and ran off. And I felt horrible. What had I just done? I looked for Miranda everywhere the next day, but I couldn't find her. As I was walking down the hallway, I suddenly spotted Aiden clearing out his locker. Hey, Aiden, is everything okay?
No, nothing is okay. You bullied my sister.
Wait, who? Miranda? She's your sister?
Yeah, and I know she's a mess, but I'm supposed to take care of her. I just didn't know I had to protect her from you.
Aiden, please tell me where she is so I can apologize.
She's refused to ever come back to the school because of jerks like you, and I'll be transferring wherever she goes. And I can't even look at you, Celine.
As I watched him leave, I'd never felt worse in my life. Miranda had just wanted to be my friend, and I'd become a bully because I was afraid people would find out I was poor. The next day at school, Jasmine caught up with me in the corridor.
Celine, did you know Aiden and Miranda were siblings?
I just found out, and they've both left. What happened? What happened is that we bullied that poor girl, and she doesn't want to be here anymore, and neither does Aiden. Oh, come on, we were just having fun. And who would have thought Aiden is poor too?
He sure did a good job of hiding it. Well, I'm glad those broke losers are gone.
And suddenly, I just lost it. You want to know something, Jasmine? I'm poor too. Yeah, there's no fancy mansion. I live in a small trailer.
Ew! A trailer?
Yeah, and I don't know why I let anyone make me feel ashamed of it. If you only treat people with respect based on how rich they are, I don't want anything to do with you.
As if I want anything to do with you now, trailer girl.
I just pushed her aside and walked off. Telling the truth was actually a relief. I lost my friends in a day, but I didn't care. I begged the principal to give me Miranda's address so I could go see her. But when I got there, I was shocked. This wasn't some poor person's house. I rang the bell, and the person who answered the door said that the previous family had put the house on sale and moved to another city. I walked away feeling low and confused. Why was Miranda like that if she wasn't poor? For the next few months, I just kept my head down and focused on studying. But one day, I was sitting in the classroom when I heard Jasmine making fun of another girl.
What's wrong with your skin, girl? It's peeling off like snakes.
I've tried everything. I don't know why it's happening. Hey, try this. It's awesome. I use it all the time. And with that, I took out a bottle of Mom's lotion mixture I always had with me.
Ew, don't. Who knows what kind of products poor people use?
Shut up, Jasmine. I'll try it. Celine's skin is amazing. And just a week later, the girl reported that her skin had never been better. After that, everyone wanted to try the lotion, and they were willing to pay for it. I told Mom, and it got her excited too. With the savings I had, I bought all the stuff we needed, and soon, we were making good money just by selling the lotion to girls in my school. Eventually, I set up a website and started selling it online, and it was such a hit. By the time I graduated high school, we were making enough to move out of the trailer and into an apartment. I got into university in another city, but I kept my business running with Mom and a few employees. But sometime later, I started getting complaints from customers that their orders weren't getting delivered. I went back home that weekend to see what was going on, and I found the apartment in a huge mess, and Mom was snoring on the couch. Mom, how can you live like this? This place looks like a garbage dump, and I'm getting so many complaints about orders.
Can you please relax? So what if some orders are delayed?
I was tired this week, and I'll clean the mess. No, you won't. When have you ever done that before? All our lives, I've been cleaning up your mess, and I'm done. You're on your own, and I'll handle the business too.
You're cutting me out of it? It's my product.
But it's my money and hard work. Don't worry, I'll keep sending you your share. I just won't be coming back to live with you. And I left. I graduated university with honors, and my company kept growing. I was living the life I'd always wanted, but something kept bothering me all this time. I really wanted to meet Miranda. I hired a private investigator to track her down, and finally I found out where she lived. When I arrived at her doorstep, Miranda opened the door, but I barely recognized her. She looked so much better now. Celine, is that really you? Yeah, it's me. Can I please come in? We started talking and I told her how I'd been wanting to apologize for years. I'm so sorry about what I did, Miranda. The day after you left, I told everyone the truth about me. I didn't want to be some fake person anymore. I get why you were mad at me. You were trying to make a better life, and I was just good at messing everything up. I wasn't poor like everyone thought, Celine. My mom had passed away, and I was just having a really hard time dealing with it. But you helped me realize, too, that I had to get my act together, and I got help. We hugged it out, and I felt a weight lifted off me. I knew Miranda would be okay. As I was leaving, suddenly someone called out, "Celine, wait." I turned around to see Aiden.
I heard everything you said to Miranda. Thank you. I could tell you meant it.
Every word.
So, how long are you in town for?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
Maybe we could catch up over dinner?
I think I'd really like that.
On March 14th, 1879, an unusual baby was born to a family in Ulm, Germany. For starters, he had an unusually big head. It's a little larger than normal, but he looks fine to me.
Are you blind? It's huge. Oh, what if he's broken? What if he's never able to speak or think any intelligent thoughts?
The baby's mom really couldn't have been more wrong. Hi, I'm Albert Einstein, and this is my story. Ever since I could remember, my parents told me I was, well, different. For starters, I hated playing with other kids and always preferred to be alone. I also didn't speak until I was 4 years old. Then when I did speak, people would act as if I'd said something strange. Like one time, Mom invited her friend over for lunch and I had an important question for her. Your arms are so thin, your skin is almost see-through, but for some reason I can't see your bones, only the color of your veins.
Get your hands off me! Does your son have no manners?
Wait, I'm just curious. I wonder what would happen if I lit a candle and shone it close to you. Do you think I'd see anything beneath your skin?
You're not making any sense, Albert, and you're being rude. Sometimes I worry there's something wrong with him.
Mom sent me to my room then, and I didn't understand what I did wrong. I just asked a question, and as time passed, I really started getting into trouble. One day, when I was 15, I was in class and I was bored to death. And when my teacher, Mr. Windsor, asked us to work in pairs, I just snapped. So we have to solve. I'm not doing this. School is dumb and I'm not letting any teacher tell me what to do. But we have to do what the teacher says. No, I've got a better idea. I convinced the guy to steal Mr. Windsor's notes and bag when he wasn't looking and sneaked out of the classroom. We ran away from school to a nearby river where I tossed my teacher's notes. This'll teach him not to make us memorize stuff until our brain hurts. Throwing those notes away felt so freeing, but my happiness didn't last for long. Mom, Dad, our principal, and the police found us, and we were toast. Albert's behavior is completely unacceptable. This has gone on too long. He pulls pranks on teachers, never pays attention in class, and now he's stealing. This is the last straw, young man. I got suspended for a week, but when I got back to school, things took a wild turn. I was sitting in class when Mr. Windsor called to the chalkboard to solve a math problem. All right, Mr. Einstein, I have an equation that even you can't mess up. All you have to do is figure out. The answer is 9.27001 over 16. Mr. Windsor looked like he was having a stroke, and all the kids started whispering. God, what had I done now? Mr. Windsor grabbed his calculator and asked me again what the answer was and how I'd gotten it because, well, it was correct. I don't know, it just popped into my head. Mr. Windsor pulled me aside after class. I completely misjudged you. Young man, you have a gifted mind. This makes so much sense. All of this is too easy for you. You're probably bored to death. I'll move you up to an advanced class and we'll give you more difficult tests. You must develop this talent. Suddenly, something inside me burst. No, I don't want to do any of that. I can't take this anymore. I know you mean well, but I can't go on like this. I quit school. I'll teach myself all this stuff. That week, I dropped out of school and my parents were horrified. I was sure they thought I was a lost cause or crazy or both. So when I was 17, I left home and went straight to university for physics. It was time to put myself and my dreams first, no matter what anyone thought. On my first day, I was walking down the hallway when I ran into a group of guys pointing and laughing at something. Hey, what's going on? See that girl over there? She's in our class. I didn't know our university allowed chicks to even walk in here. Hey, princess, why don't you go back home to cook me dinner? I'll have potatoes with extra sausage. What a jerk. Before the boy could finish, I walked over to the girl. I know those guys are acting like pigs, but at the end of the day, they don't matter. When you look at the universe, you realize how small and unimportant each one of us is. This book talks about how the earth is like the size of a... Suddenly, the girl smacked the book out of my hand.
You have no idea what I'm going through. As if some dumb book will make me feel better about the fact that everyone's treating me like a freak.
The girl stormed off and I felt bad. I found later that her name was Mileva and the boys just wouldn't leave her alone. One morning, I saw Mileva studying in the library and for some reason, I felt like sitting next to her. Need any help with your schoolwork?
Ugh, you again? You're everywhere. You're not following me, are you?
No, but for some reason, we keep running into each other. I also think we're a lot alike. People treat me like I'm a weirdo too, but I'm actually pretty cool and really smart.
And modest. If you're so smart, how come I'm ahead of you on the honors roll?
What was she talking about? I'd been number 1 in our class all semester, but Mileva led me to the school bulletin board, and she was the top of our class instead of me.
Congratulations, genius. You finally found someone smarter than you.
Mileva smirked at me and walked off, and I couldn't help feeling annoyed. But after that day, something changed between us. She invited me to do homework with her every day after school, and even asked our professor if we could be lab partners. She still teased me non-stop, but I just knew she didn't hate me as much as she pretended. Then one day, I got a letter from Dad saying Mom was sick and asked me to come home as soon as possible. And to my shock, Mileva said she'd come with me.
I know we have finals, but you shouldn't have to deal with this alone. I'll get on the next train with you.
Mileva hugged me, and I felt my heart race. When I arrived home, I went straight up to Mom's room and she was happy to see me, especially with a girl. But Dad was furious. Albert, this is a family matter. Why did you bring this strange girl to the house all of a sudden? Dad, you don't have to be rude. She just came along for support. Well, whoever you are, you're wasting your time on my son because he's a nutcase who only ever thinks of himself. Wow. Now I remember why leaving home was the best decision ever. Tears stung my eyes as I stomped out of the room into the yard. Mileva followed me.
Albert, this was my fault. I shouldn't have invited myself to come with you. I just wanted to be there for you. I never wanted to cause any problems.
Are you kidding? You've been amazing. It's my dad who's acting like a jerk. But he is right about one thing. I do have issues, and you shouldn't waste your time on me.
Listen, I know I give you a tough time, but the truth is, you're the most brilliant and interesting guy I've ever met, and I want to take a chance on you.
Suddenly, Mileva leaned in and kissed me, and it felt like all the light in the universe filled in the space between us. After that, Mileva and I started dating, and I was on cloud 9 for the next 10 months. Then one morning, our professor called us to his desk, but Mileva wasn't in class. I didn't know why she hadn't come that day. Well, it's a shame she's not here. I have a rare opportunity. It's a research position at one of the most prestigious programs in the world, but only one of you can go. You both are equally gifted students, so I thought I should tell you both and you can decide between yourselves. I was speechless. What was I supposed to do? I told the professor I talked to Mileva, but he needed an answer right away. And so I decided to take the position. After school, I went over to Mileva's house with knots in my stomach. It turned out she was sick with a cold, and when I told her what happened, she was dead silent.
And you took the position? Just like that?
Mileva, I'm so sorry. I know a position like this would have been your dream too, but I wasn't given a chance to talk to you. I didn't have time.
Don't worry about it, Albert. I understand.
Mileva pulled me close, even though she was sick. We got married a year later and had children. We were happy and I was thriving at my new research position. writing theses and making all kinds of discoveries in theoretical physics. But something had changed in my relationship with Mileva. There was something wrong between us, and I didn't know how to go about it. One night, I came home from work when I saw Mileva looking at me furious.
Where have you been, Albert?
I was at the university. I had to work an hour late. I'm sorry.
Well, you're never home, and I'm sick of it. You're off being a big shot scientist while I'm over here changing diapers.
I'm also off bringing home money for our family. And I always help you with everything when I get home. Mileva, do you want me to quit my job? What can I do differently? Mileva just fell silent. It was so obvious she was jealous of my success, and I didn't know how to help her. I tried taking her to the lab with me and watching the kids more, and even tried including Mileva in my research. But one day, Mileva dropped a bombshell on me.
I love you, Albert, but I can't do this. I'm not happy with you anymore. I want a divorce.
But why? Are you just going to resent me forever? I thought you wanted me to follow my dreams, and I'm not stopping you from following yours.
You stopped me the moment you took that job opportunity in university. I know it's in the past, and I don't want to keep resenting you. I want to remember why I fell in love with you, and always see you that way. You're brilliant, Albert, and we shouldn't hold each other back anymore.
I pulled Mileva close as tears filled my eyes. That following month, we filed for divorce, and just like that, everything changed, and I didn't know what would happen next. One night, I was on the train and trying to fall asleep, but this girl kept walking up and down the aisles and singing loudly while she tossed a ball up and down. Hey, kid, can you quiet down? Some of us are trying to sleep.
You're not my dad, so you can't tell me what to do.
Well, lucky for the both of us, this is my stop. I stormed off the train, grateful to get away from that brat. But as the train rode away, I saw something strange. The girl was still tossing the ball up and down, but it looked like it was moving faster and faster. And suddenly, the wheels in my mind were racing like crazy. Time moved faster when I was off the train. That was why the ball looked like it was moving slower when I was on the train. The next few months, I continued doing research, and to my amazement, my theory of relativity was proved correct. I won the Nobel Prize for Physics that year, and after that, it seemed like everyone wanted to hear what I had to say. How does it feel to make this groundbreaking discovery, Mr. Einstein? This is a historic moment, and you're a legend. I was on the front cover of every newspaper that week, and I folded a picture and sent it in an envelope to someone special, along with a letter. Dear Mileva, I finally did it. I found answers to all those questions I've been asking myself all these years, about time and space and the universe. I want you to know that I couldn't have done it without you. I'm in a good place now. I'm married to an amazing woman, and, well, I had my dreams come true. Even though things didn't work out between us, I never look back at the time we had with regret. I hope you're happier now. I hope you're still curious about the world and that you learn something new about it each day. Remember me like this always, and thank you for believing in me. Yours truly, Albert Einstein.
Hi everyone, I'm Meredith, and I can't trust anyone. But I have a good reason for that. Want to know more? Like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong?
Your dad left.
Like, left to get some milk?
No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note. He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner. And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, he even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room. That boy looks fancy. Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and you don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go. I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet, unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy or
what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way. But now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left. But I couldn't stop thinking thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir, we are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman! And just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith, oh my God, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend.
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him.
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes, and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here? Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me a million times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything. I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us. But that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same. Well, Rod turned out to be crazy, and what if Xander is dishonest again? Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family. family, not out of some greed, and that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith. I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around?
Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right?
How did you know?
Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people, and dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
Hi, I'm Miranda from Michigan, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, Mom and Dad were over the moon, but my brother Jamie was the happiest. Mom told me he wouldn't leave my side for a second and refused to let anyone hold me except him. Once when I was 4, I was sitting on a swing when an older boy pushed me and I landed in the mud.
Why did you do that? My new dress is all dirty now.
All the kids started laughing, and suddenly I started wheezing and had trouble breathing. Just then, Jamie came running and shoved an ice pop down the boy's shirt. He ran off screaming. Are you okay, Miranda? What's happened to you? He immediately rushed me home. My parents took me to the doctor, and I was diagnosed with asthma, and it got triggered every time I got stressed. Since that day, Jamie's life mission was to protect me from anything stressful. When we were little, I loved Jamie's overprotectiveness, but as I got older, it started annoying me, especially since Jamie made it clear to every boy in school that I was off limits. In 9th grade, when a boy finally asked me out, I was super excited, but just as I was sneaking out of the house, I bumped into Jamie.
Where are you going dressed like that?
Who are you, my mother-in-law?
I told you to stay away from guys. You'll end up miserable.
Jamie, I know you think you're looking out for me, but it's getting really annoying. I slammed the door in his face and left. But my first date was awful. The guy was a new admission and he kept talking about his fancy old school. At one point, he started wailing loudly about how our school was a garbage dump and everyone here was so tacky. I walked out in the middle of our meal. But when I got home, I found Jamie waiting for me. I told him the date was amazing. I wasn't gonna tell him that it sucked. My friends thought having an older brother was awesome since I got to hang out with his best friend and our school's heartthrob, Sheldon. But I thought both of them were pigs. They talked about wearing the same underwear for days and held burping contests and made me the judge. Ew! And they were always getting into trouble at school for bunking classes and were even caught smoking once. They made me swear I wouldn't tell Mom. I had to keep their stupid secrets. But one afternoon when I got home, I saw Sheldon's car in our driveway, and he was cleaning its windshield with his t-shirt. I couldn't stop staring at his gorgeous, toned body.
Like what you see, eh?
Gosh, that was so embarrassing. I wasn't staring at you.
Hey, wait. I wanted your friend's number. You know, the one with the curly hair.
And why would I give it to you?
I know how you treat girls.
You're a serial heartbreaker. Some girl is crying in the school bathroom every week over you.
Well, they just all fall for me too fast. It's creepy. And I haven't found the right one yet.
I don't know why, but the way he was looking at me was making my heart flutter. Luckily, Jamie came out just then, and I ran off to my room. The next day when I went to the school cafeteria, I was shocked to see Jamie and Sheldon talking to the guy who'd asked me out. The poor guy looked terrified. I was determined to give those two jerks a piece of my mind later, but as I was walking back from school, I saw a heavily pregnant woman on the roadside all alone, looking distressed. Hey, are you okay? She told me she was about to go into labor. I quickly called an ambulance, and even though I was kind of freaking out, I went with her. When we finally got to the hospital and she was admitted, it happened. My heart started racing and I had trouble breathing. I fumbled through my bag to find my inhaler when I saw Sheldon walk in. He took one look at me and quickly found my inhaler from my bag. When I finally calmed down, I realized I was in Sheldon's arms and he was gently patting my back. I felt a strange fluttering in my tummy. This is Sheldon, for heaven's sake. You've known him since you wore pigtails to school. Why are you here?
My sister just had a baby girl. I'm an uncle now. Want to meet my niece?
Sure. I didn't know much about Sheldon's family. I knew his family was loaded, but he still spent more time at my home than his own. As soon as we entered his sister's room, I was shocked to see she was the same woman I'd helped. Sheldon couldn't thank me enough as he dropped me home. When we got there, Jamie was coming back from his evening run. Seeing him, I remembered he'd been bullying my date, and I felt so angry again. Why do you keep poking your fat nose in my business, Jamie? You both break every rule, but you can't even let me date in peace?
What are you talking about?
Don't act innocent. I saw both of you talking to that poor guy in the cafeteria.
Do you think it's my personal mission to keep you single? It's just that I know dating a jerk will stress you out.
You know what? I think you stress me out more than anyone else. I don't think you care about me. You just want to control me. And with that, I ran to my room. A few minutes later, I heard a knock and Sheldon walked in.
That was unfair, Miranda. You know how much Jamie loves you.
But that doesn't give him the right to interfere in my personal life.
I know he can be a little overbearing, but trust me, you're lucky to have a family that cares about you so much. Not everyone has that.
Then suddenly he took my hand in his.
My dad's hardly ever home, and my stepmom can't wait to get rid of me. Why do you think I'm always here?
Does Jamie know about this?
Yeah, he never told you?
At that moment, I felt really proud of my brother. He was that kind of person who would never betray his friend's confidence. Just then, I realized my hand was still in Sheldon's.
Are you really into that cafeteria guy?
No, he's a complete moron.
Thank God. You know that rock band you love? They're having a concert this weekend. Jamie isn't interested, so would you like to go with me?
I'd love that. When I told Jamie about our plan, he didn't think too much about it since Sheldon was practically family. And I made an extra effort to get dressed that day. It didn't go unnoticed. When Sheldon came to pick me up, he gave a low whistle. Don't be a jerk, I'm not your girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's a shame.
What did that mean? We had a blast at the concert, and then went to a cafe since we were both starving.
Whoa, slow down, Tiger. Jamie would kill me if you choked on that burger. Wait, you've got mustard just there.
Oh, I can be messy.
Cute's more like it. You're nothing like the girls I've dated.
Because I don't wear makeup or because I'm eating too much?
I don't know. You're just different.
When we were going back home, Sheldon asked me if we could make a small stop on the way. And I was really surprised when we ended up in a nursing home. I followed him into a room where a weak-looking woman was lying in bed, but her face instantly lit up when she saw Sheldon. Sheldon stroked her hair and read to her until she dozed off. Then we gently tiptoed out of the room. Sheldon, was that your mom?
Yeah, but she doesn't actually recognize me as her son now. She's been unwell for a long time and lost her memories. I'm just a friend who comes to visit. It makes her happy.
I felt a lump in my throat thinking about how much Sheldon had to go through. When he dropped me at home, I was about to get out of the car when he stopped me.
Miranda, I have a small gift for you.
He took out a silver bracelet from his pocket with hearts hanging from it.
This was my mom's. I want you to have it now.
What? No, I can't take this.
Please, I insist. I know you're my best friend's little sister, but lately, I'm seeing you as so much more. You know what I mean?
Yes. I think I like you too, that way.
But there's one problem.
Jamie?
Yeah. He'd kill me if he gets to know about us.
Don't worry. He doesn't want me to date random guys, but I know he trusts you. We'll tell him when the time is right. With that, I leaned in and kissed Sheldon on his cheek. But when I entered the house, I found Jamie glaring at me like an angry bull.
I just saw you kissing that backstabber in the car.
What? He's your best friend. And yeah, we have feelings for each other. I thought because you know him so well, you'd actually be happy.
That's the problem, Miranda. I know Sheldon too well. He's never serious about any girl. I'm telling you, he's bad news. He's a fantastic friend, but a hardcore playboy.
But what we have is special, Jamie. He even gave me his mom's bracelet today.
The one with the hearts?
Suddenly, my heart sank.
Yeah, he gives them to all of his girlfriends. Don't be stupid, Miranda, and trust me on this. Sheldon will let you down.
With that, Jamie stormed off. But I knew he was wrong about this. Sheldon really cared for me. Jamie started avoiding me and Sheldon completely after that day. And anytime Sheldon tried to talk to him, he walked off angrily without listening to a word. Gosh, he's being so awful. But I really do hate seeing you two fight.
Don't worry about it. He has to come around. I know he will.
Being with Sheldon was amazing. But some weeks later, I was getting to see less and less of him because he always had football practice after school. And then one day, I walked into the school hallway to find Sheldon by the lockers talking to a blonde girl. He whispered something in her ear, and then he slid a bracelet on her wrist. What are you doing? Sheldon turned to me with a completely indifferent expression.
I was gonna tell you, I just didn't find the right time. I met Casey here at football practice. She's a cheerleader. I think we work better together.
You didn't find the right time to tell me?
Come on, Miranda. You know my history. I just think you like me more than I like you. Can you please not have an asthma attack right now? It's so melodramatic.
He stepped forward to take my inhaler out of my bag, and I slapped him hard. You're such a jerk. Don't come near me. I pulled out my inhaler as I ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could I have been so wrong about Sheldon? And later at home, as I cried in my room, Jamie came and sat on my bed. I guess you heard. Please, just whatever you say right now, don't say I told you so, because I just can't deal with...
Sheldon and I got into a huge fight, and I told him to never come near you again. I'm sorry you're going through this.
No, I'm sorry for not listening to you. I should have believed you. A week later, things were back to normal between me and Jamie, but I missed Sheldon. As pathetic as that sounded, I missed his silly banters with Jamie and his goofy smile. Heck, I was still wearing that stupid bracelet he gave me. That weekend, I was watching MSA videos and sulking in my room when Jamie walked in.
You're still crying over Sheldon?
Yes, I am, and it's your fault. You always treated me like some porcelain doll when you should have been my friend. Look at me now. I'm so bad at judging guys, and I dated 2 jerks.
But I told you to stay away from both.
And why would I listen when you're always telling me what I can do? And now, I don't think I'll ever fall in love again.
Wait, you loved Sheldon?
Of course I did, but he turned out to be a lying jerk. I hate myself for being stupid, and I hate you more for not letting me grow up. I was so mad that I threw the bracelet Sheldon gave me. Jamie picked it up, and suddenly looked like he'd seen a ghost.
Oh my God, Miranda, I messed up, big time. Sheldon told me the bracelet he gave you was really his mom's. He said something about her initials engraved inside.
Wait, I thought you two weren't talking. That's when Jamie told me that Sheldon had come to see him after the concert and had confessed his feelings for me. He didn't want to keep it a secret from Jamie.
I was so pissed at the both of you that I told him to back off or lose me as his friend forever. I kept refusing to listen to him. Miranda, I think he hurt you on purpose, just so you'd fall out of love with him. He did this because of me.
It all started making more sense now.
You must hate me.
Yeah, a bit. But not really, you doofus. You just have to stay out of my business now.
I promise.
Take me over to your stupid friend's place now. Jamie and I drove over as fast as we could to find Sheldon sitting outside in the garden by himself. I ran up to him, and before he could say anything, I punched his arm really hard.
Ow! Are you here to beat me up now?
Did you break up with me because you're just a big jerk, or because of Jamie? Because Jamie is okay with us being together, so tell me.
What? He is? Of course that's why I broke up with you. And I'm so sorry. I just felt like I was making you two hate each other, and Jamie was hating me, so I needed you to not like me anymore. I'm not dating anyone, Miranda, because I only want to date you. I love you.
I love you too, moron. Hi, I'm Chloe from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. I was born to an activist mom who was so crazy about saving the world that she gave birth to me in the jungle while protesting against the cutting of trees. This craziness was the reason Dad divorced her a long time back, but I had to live with it. Wake up, Chloe. We have to save the dolphins. Let's go, Chloe. The old beggar near the church needs our help. If she could, she'd probably help ants move their food. But that wasn't all. She was so careful about the environment that we lived in a tiny house and grew our own veggies and never used a vehicle to drive around. Even though she was kind of weird, she was a good mom. She was always there for my school functions, baked cookies for my friends, and never forgot my birthdays. Honey, I made you this cake.
Oh, Mom, I love you.
But just as I was about to cut the cake, she whistled and a bunch of kids came storming into the house. These are some kids from the homeless shelter. You can share your cake with them, right, honey? Well, I didn't want to, but I had no option, so I forced a smile. But the next morning, something bizarre happened. My favorite doll, Sally, was gone.
Mom, I can't find Sally anywhere. I think one of those kids took it.
Oh, no, dear. I gave it to them.
You what?
Some kids never get to play with dolls, honey. You must learn to be charitable. Yeah, but not my doll. I was so mad at her, and it just got worse with time. If anyone came asking for help, she gave my clothes and things away without even asking, leaving me with nothing but damaged goods. I knew kids made comments on my appearance in school, and I was tired of it. I started using my allowance to buy clothes and shoes from the thrift store, and I was very creative with changing their designs. Soon enough, everyone was noticing my clothes and coming to me for fashion tips. And the best thing happened in the 8th grade when I got an opportunity to compete in a fashion festival in New York. But when I asked Mom, she outright refused. You're not going anywhere, Chloe. Those airplanes are bad for the environment. But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Mom. Enough. I don't have that kind of money anyway. This discussion is over. She was so unreasonable. The next morning, I was still mad at her. So I stormed out of the house, but I was shocked to see tons of reporters gathered outside. Suddenly, a woman pushed me aside and went straight to Mom.
Is it true that you've decided to donate the $1 million you won in the lottery to a children's organization in Africa?
Mom turned and went inside without answering, while I stood there in shock. She did what now? Is this true, Mom? You won $1 million lottery and you're giving it all away?
Chloe, think of how many lives I can change. Those kids need it.
And what about me, Mom? You said you didn't have money for my New York trip, and you were gonna give everything away without even telling me?
I was gonna tell you. I was even gonna take you along. On a plane? Or are you walking to Africa?
Gosh, you're really something. I'm not going with you anywhere. You care for every kid in the world except your own. I hate you. But soon after, she dropped another bombshell on me. She was leaving the next day for Africa, and I'd have to stay with my dad till she returned. Mom and Dad hated each other, so I'd never gotten to know him. And now I had to live with him? This was insane. But when I reached his gigantic mansion in California, I couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Our house was a matchbox compared to this. Dad gave me an awkward hug and welcomed me into his home.
I'm running really late for a meeting, but I'll see you at dinner, okay?
And he just rushed off in a car. That wasn't weird at all. Soon after he left, a girl my age walked over to me and introduced herself as Jenny, my stepsister. Dad told me you were coming, and I'm sure we're gonna have a great time together. Come with me. Jenny led me to a huge room and opened a giant wardrobe for me. What do you think? I picked out all your clothes myself. Are you kidding?
I love them. You're amazing.
I know. I'm the coolest girl in our school, and no stepsister is gonna ruin my reputation by looking shabby. That was kinda mean, but I forgot about it as she showed me around the house. And later we binged on ice cream and talked about fashion and guys. She seemed all right. A week later, I joined school and Jenny introduced me to her friends. They seemed cool, and I was enjoying being part of their girl gang. But one day I was in the library when I got a text from Jenny to come immediately to the schoolyard. When I got there, I saw some kids protesting with banners. And then I spotted Jenny and her friends on the side. And suddenly they started throwing eggs and tomatoes at the protesters. What are you doing? Having some fun with these losers. Join us. No, just stop this. But they didn't listen to me. And when Jenny saw some teachers coming, she ran away with her minions. Such a witch. Later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when a boy joined me, and I recognized him as one of the protesters.
Hey, I saw you trying to stop those girls earlier today. Thanks for taking our side.
He introduced himself as Ben, and I found out why they were protesting. Apparently, my dad was one of the biggest school donors, and he had asked the school to convert the backyard into a space for Jenny's fashion club. The kids were protesting to save all the trees and plants there.
Lots of squirrels and birds live in those trees. Plus, it's a space for everyone to enjoy, and it's not fair to take it away.
But just then, someone pulled me by my arm. "Get away from my stepsister, you creep."
Wait, you two are related?
Don't you believe anything he says, Chloe. He's a liar. What's your problem, Jenny? My problem? Are you kidding me? I'm doing you a favor here by saving you from this low-class jerk. That's enough. You and your friends were the jerks today, and I'll decide who I want to hang out with, and it's definitely not you. You'll regret this, sissy. As she stormed off, I turned to Ben. Sorry about that. I didn't know she was so awful.
Oh, I've known Jenny all my life, and she's crazy.
And then he told me something shocking. Dad had adopted Jenny a few years back, and before that, she and Ben lived in the same foster home.
She was always an insecure bully. If anyone else came close to being adopted, she'd mess things up for them by lying to the parents. We were so glad when she finally left with your dad. But now, I'm back in school with her.
I had no idea she was adopted. It's not like Dad told me anything. After that day, Ben and I started hanging out together and became really good friends. And I could see Jenny hating every bit of it. Why can't you stay away from that poor beggar? After everything I did for you, all the clothes I bought, I never asked for it. And why should I care if he's poor? He's a good person, unlike you. You may have changed your looks with money, but from what I hear, your heart and personality are just as awful as always. You witch! How dare you speak to me like that? Just you wait and watch out. Suddenly, she dropped to the floor and started screaming. Save me! My stepsister just kicked me in the stomach! Just then, one of her minions came up with the principal, and he called Dad, complaining about me.
Didn't your mom teach you any manners, Chloe? Why would you hit your sister like a savage person, and then lie about it too?
She's the one who's lying. And don't talk about my mom like that. Unlike you, she's always been there for me, while you haven't even had the time to have a meal with me since I came. I stormed off to my room, and I really missed Mom just then. A few days later, I invited Ben over to study for the exams together, but we just ended up talking about all sorts of stuff, including Mom. She may be a little too much, but her heart's in the right place, you know?
I think you're more like her than you realize, Chloe. You stand up for what's right, and I really like that about you.
Suddenly, he moved in closer to kiss me, and I closed my eyes. But just then, a really loud sound almost made me fall off my chair. What the heck? Ben and I ran downstairs and saw Jenny having a party with music on at full volume. I went ahead and pulled the plug. Who stopped the music? I did. Are you nuts playing music so loud at this hour? Someone's gonna call the cops. I already gave them a tip to ignore any complaints, so shut up and leave. I felt like ripping her hair out, but Ben pulled me away. As I was leaving, I heard Jenny say to her girlfriend, "Ignore her, guys. Her mom's a total lunatic. That's why she's a little, crazy." That was it. I pushed her into the pool, and she looked super mad. The next morning, Dad called me, and I knew I'd get scolded because Jenny must have fed him lies. But to my surprise, he hugged me tight.
Oh, you must be so worried about your mom, Chloe. It's gonna be okay, I promise.
Why are you hugging her, Dad? You're supposed to scold her and ground her.
Jenny, now is not the time for your tantrums.
Dad, what's going on? Why would I be worried about Mom? Dad switched on the TV and I saw something awful. A group of volunteers in Africa had gone missing, and Mom was one of them. Suddenly, I felt my heart sink. I just ran back to my room. I stayed there for the next 2 days, crying and looking through the news every now and then. But then, Ben forced me to come back to school.
I know you're worried about your mom, Chloe, but she'd want you to be brave and not lose hope. She'll come back. I just know it.
He pulled me close and I felt so much better. He was right. I had to get myself together and do good things, just like Mom. I convinced Dad to take back his request for converting the backyard into a space only for the fashion club. I had other ideas for that space, and he agreed to donate money for it. I talked to the members of the fashion club and suggested that we redecorate the school backyard and turn it into an open-air showplace. They seemed to like my ideas, and when it was finally done, everyone was stunned.
OMG, this is amazing. It's like a place for everyone.
Everyone was happy and praised me for my idea, except for Jenny. What rubbish is this? And how could you guys go behind my back and support this good-for-nothing loser? Did she use her mom's sob story to get your sympathy? I was about to tell her to shut up, but all the kids spoke in my favor instead. Chloe came up with the best idea to utilize the space without destroying the trees.
And it's time you stop being a mean witch, Jenny. It's getting really old now.
Everyone seemed angry at Jenny, and I expected her to throw a tantrum. But surprisingly, she turned around and ran away. Something was definitely up, so I followed her and found her weeping in the bathroom. Jenny, are you okay? No, I'm not. Ever since you came, everything's gone wrong. You became close with the kids at school in no time, and even Dad's been favoring you lately and ignoring me. I just hate that everyone loves you and thinks I'm the bad guy. Well, she was, but maybe it wasn't the right time to bring it up. You have it all wrong, Jenny. Everyone likes me because I'm nice to them. And Dad hasn't made any effort to get to know me my whole life. He's just being nice to me right now because of Mom going missing. Otherwise, he'd probably be the same. So, you mean you don't want to snatch him away from me? No, why would I do that? If anything, I'd want him to be nicer and kinder to both of us. Suddenly, she wiped her tears and hugged me. I don't understand this. I've been nothing but a witch to you, but you're still being nice to me. Why? 'Cause that's how my mom raised me, and I'm proud of it. I just wish I'd told her that. You can tell me now. I turned around, and Mom was standing right in front of my eyes. Mom! OMG, am I dreaming? Just then, Jenny pinched me real hard and made me scream. I'm so glad you're back, Mom. I missed you so much. I missed you too, honey. I realized I must have given you quite a scare, so I flew back as soon as I could. You cut your trip short for me? There's nothing I wouldn't do for you, love. Unless someone else's need is greater. Oh, Mom. After 10 years of trying to get pregnant, the woman finally got the great news. But her happiness was short-lived. The doctor looked straight into her eyes and said, "Ma'am, your baby has Down syndrome." Months later, she delivered the baby, and it was me, born completely normal and 100% healthy. Everyone said it was a miracle, and that's what my name means. Hi, I'm Nasa from Alabama. But before I continue my amazing story, click like and subscribe. My dad had a mechanics workshop, and I hardly saw him because he works so much all the time. Even though Mom came from a rich background, she never helped Dad with money. Isn't that God's will? A man has to sweat and earn his bread and provide for his family. If you want to eat, you better put food on the table. Once when I was 3, Mom and I visited him at the workshop. He was fixing a car and asking me to hand him the plier. I didn't know what it was, so I just picked up the entire toolbox and put it in front of him. He was shocked.
How did you do that, Nasa?
Just like that, Daddy. It's easy.
Oh my God, you're so strong. Oh, my daughter. No, it's like you're my son.
Why are you looking so happy, idiot? I don't want a manly daughter. Girls are supposed to be delicate. This is what I get. After 10 years of waiting, I'm taking her to the doctor. The doctor said I was exceptionally strong because my muscle strength and testosterone levels were higher than most girls. But Mom just kept calling me a freak. She decided to leave me with Dad every day at work to help him make more money. 2 years later, Mom gave birth to my little sister, Ella, but she was born with the Down syndrome the doctors had predicted for me. The minute we saw Ella, Dad and I were in love with her, and we made sure she didn't feel different growing up.
but Mom just couldn't stop complaining about us. Why is God so mad at me? First, you came out really weird. And now Ella? I must have done something terrible in my life that I'm getting punished for. She was trying to feed Ella as she whined non-stop. And suddenly, Ella spat out all the food on her face. Gosh, I love that kid. Mom also didn't allow us to watch YouTube videos because she said it was a sin to do anything fun. She blocked YouTube, but I found this amazing app called FireGuard. I took Ella to my room and we watched videos all night long. One day when I was at Dad's workshop, a bus suddenly stopped in front of us and a man jumped off.
Oh my God, girl, are you for real? You just lifted those big tires all by yourself? I'm already seeing you as an Olympic weightlifting champion.
The man introduced himself as a sports coach and asked me to join his school in California. He also gave Dad his card and said he'd be waiting for us to tell him when we could leave. Dad was so excited for me, and I felt like I'd just won the lottery. But when I told Mom, she flipped out.
Are you crazy? I'm not trusting a stranger and leaving the place and the wealth God's given me here. No one is going anywhere.
I was super bummed at Mom's reaction, but then little Ella came up to me with a solution.
What if Mom has nothing? Let's throw all her money away.
OMG, Ella, you're a genius. Yes, let's donate Mom's money to charity. I found a charity organization and filled out all the forms online. But suddenly, I started to lose my nerve. Maybe this isn't such a good idea, Ella. I don't think we should do this.
Oh, yes, we should.
With that, she clicked on enter, and in a second, Mom lost all her money. Even Dad's workshop was in her name, and it was gone. She threw the biggest tantrum ever and even threatened the organization to return her money, but they refused, and there was nothing she could do about it. Angry and frustrated, she finally agreed to the last option, going to Cali, and she never knew it was us. When we got there, the coach showed us a small house for rent. He also assured us that he'd get special scholarships for Ella and me, and we'd be going to the same school.
How can you be happy about this, Nasa? You know how Ella is. What am I supposed to do? Go to school with her and guard her from the bullies?
You don't need to do that, Mom. I'll handle it. She's mine. On the first day of school, I dropped Ella in her classroom. When I entered mine, I saw no teacher there, but a girl was catwalking in front of everyone. As I tried to slide past her, she stepped on my foot with her pointed heels. I yelped in pain, but she started yelling at me instead of saying sorry. You idiot. Why did you bomb my show? I was rehearsing for the beauty pageant contest. Oh, your show? I thought this was a classroom, not a stage. Well, you thought wrong. I'm the queen of the school, and I make the rules. And I say the whole world's my stage. Wow, she seemed crazy and really full of herself. Later that day, Ella and I were eating lunch in the cafeteria when Nancy came over and said we were sitting at her table. Just then she saw Ella and she started laughing. Oh, you didn't say you have a sister? Well, I can see why. I mean, you must be so embarrassed by her. Shut up, Nancy, you're just embarrassing yourself. You can't talk to me like that. I told you, I'm the queen here, the hottest girl in school.
Why? Do you have a fever?
I think she does, Ella. Let's help her feel better. And with that, I threw a glass of ice-cold water in her face. The whole cafeteria burst into laughter while Nancy screamed and stormed off. So many people thought Ella was adorable and wanted to be friends with her. Meanwhile, I also started weightlifting practice, and the coach was stunned to see me lifting heavier weights than the boys on the team. One day when I came out of the gym, I saw Ella standing with a sad face outside the dance room. I asked her what had happened, and she cried out, I don't want to be here. These girls are mean. They don't want me on the team. I barged into the dance room, and I wasn't surprised to see Nancy there. Hey, why did you tell my sister she can't be on the dance team? What's wrong with her? What's wrong? Are you blind? It's obvious she can't do fast moves with us, and we don't have forever to teach her. Now be off with your dumb sister. I totally lost it. I walked over to their sound system, pushed over the big speakers, and wrenched out all the wires. As Ella and I walked out, she turned around and locked the door from the outside. That was an awesome moment, but we got caught and ended up in detention. And Mom went nuts when she found out. God, I knew this would happen. Ella is not like everyone, and she can't be with everyone. You were unkind to that girl, and that makes you two sinners. I'm going to go pray now. I don't want to go to hell with you.
Our daughters are not unkind. I'm sure there was a good reason.
But before he could finish, Mom just pushed him aside and stormed off. Mom is just terrible. The next day at school, I looked for Ella during recess and I couldn't find her anywhere. I was running all over the place, feeling panic rise inside. Where could she be? Just then, I spotted a grand piano in the corridor blocking the janitor's closet. As I stepped closer, I heard Ella crying out for help. Oh my God, Ella, I'm here. I'll get you out, sweetie. With one big push, I swept the piano out of the way and opened the door. Poor Ella came tumbling out in my arms, crying like crazy. Anthony told me to go inside. I was gonna destroy that witch. I stormed off to the dance room with Ella, and before I could get to Antsy, Ella ran straight at her, pushing her aside. They both landed on the floor, and just then a beam fell off the roof, exactly where Antsy was standing seconds ago. Oh my God, Ella had just saved Antsy. I saw it was falling, so I... How dare you touch me, you moron? I don't want your disease rubbing off on me. That was the last straw. I walked up to Antsy and gave her a hard slap. You're a heartless bully, Antsy. You think she's weaker than you, so you pick on her. But here she is saving your stupid butt after everything you've done. She's got more heart and strength than you ever will, and you could learn a thing or two from her. We all could, because Ella is freaking amazing. Just then, I turned to see lots of kids had followed us into the dance room, and they were all clapping and cheering for Ella. Everyone started to boo Antsy, and she ran off crying. When we got home, I couldn't wait to tell our parents what a hero Ella had been, but we found the two fighting loudly. I'm not putting up with your embarrassing daughters anymore. My church friends say they are weirdos. Do you know how that makes me feel? I'll stay, only if we give them up for adoption. Decide.
That is the easiest decision I've ever had to make. You're a selfish, horrible woman, and you don't know how to love anyone. So please, for the love of God, get out.
Wow, Dad finally spoke up. Mom shouted and cried, but Dad just threw her bags out on the street, and our lives at home became so much happier. The next day, when we were leaving school, Antsy suddenly leapt out from behind a tree and spat at Ella. I was about to attack her when suddenly a well-dressed man stepped in and grabbed Antsy's arm.
What did I just see, Antsy? I can't believe it. How could you be so cruel to this child? You're grounded for a very long time, and you're off the dance team.
Dad, you can't do that.
Keep talking, and I'll ask the principal to expel you myself. Apologize now.
Well, the queen bee finally bowed her head. Also, it turned out that Antsy's dad was a big-shot doctor, and he offered to take over all of Ella's medical bills and help out with any therapy she needed. When Mom heard that Ella wouldn't be expensive now, she contacted us by saying that she was sorry and she always knew we were special. But we told her to leave us alone. After a year of training, the coach said it was my time to shine. He entered me into many weightlifting competitions, and my medal collection has just begun. And I always have my biggest supporter cheering me on.
Hi, I'm Alina from Hawaii. Please like and subscribe. Mom, right on the ocean shore, but Dad left before I was born. According to Mom, that's because she was under a love spell that ran in our family. She could only fall in love with people who didn't love her back. And apparently, I was under the same spell too. Mom told me the only way I could avoid the curse was by staying away from all boys. So whenever we left the house, I'd march around with a toy water gun and sprayed it at any guy that came my way.
Girls rule, boys are dumb. Any boy who comes close is gonna get sprayed.
I also went to an all-girls school and even wore a custom I Hate Boys t-shirt. Then one day, everything changed. I was swimming in the ocean when the cutest guy ever glided over to me and stared into my eyes. Oh, crud. I swam away as fast as I could and tumbled on the shore, my face full of sand. Stay strong, Alina. Mom prepared you for this.
Has anyone told you you swim like a fish with cramps?
I'm not. Also, any guy that tries to talk to me gets a face full of sand.
How about you help me eat some pineapple cake instead? If you don't like it, you can go back to being mad.
Pineapple cake was my weakness, so I agreed to sit with the guy for a picnic. I found out his name was Sage, and we got to know each other a bit. I told him all about my crazy life, my family's love curse, and how I wasn't supposed to talk to boys.
A love curse? Your mom sounds like a nutcase.
My mom isn't a nutcase. I don't know, she says it's been in my family for generations. I felt guilty for betraying Mom, but I was having fun with Sage and he didn't seem like a bad guy. So after that day, we secretly became friends. We either met at the beach or we'd go over to each other's houses when no one was home. Then 1 year later, Sage and I were sitting on my roof talking when I heard Mom get home. But when I went down to see her, I suddenly heard Sage yell,
I could use a hand here. Who are you?
Sage, you idiot!
So you know this boy?
Before I could answer, Sage fell from our roof and landed in our hammock.
Oof, lucky fall. Yeah, Alina and I are friends, but we never told you about it because of your wacko family curse. No offense, ma'am.
Please stop talking. Mom, it's not like that. Sage is a really cool guy. But Mom's face was red with anger, and she sent Sage home immediately. I was sure the whole thing would blow over, but a couple of days later, I saw that Sage had changed his number and deleted all of his social media accounts. And when I went to his house, I saw his family had moved out. Tears stung my eyes. I just knew Mom had sent him away. And when I confronted her, she got mad.
I did no such thing. But you shouldn't even be thinking about that boy. You disobeyed me and betrayed my trust.
You sent my best friend away because you're a lunatic who believes in some family legend. Sage was right. You are nuts, and I'm not following your rules anymore. And I stuck to my word. I forced Mom to send me to a co-ed school, and our relationship went downhill from there. I did everything I could to go against Mom's rules. I dated every boy I could get and made sure to rub it in Mom's face. Oh, Tommy, your lips are so soft. Grab a net and catch me. I must be dreaming. I knew I was making her crazy, but I just couldn't forgive her for sending Sage away. One night, I was at a high school party with my newest boyfriend, Connor, and we were dancing the night away. Then suddenly, a girl pointed to the door. Oh my God, it's the new guy from school. Who invited him? He's a criminal. At that second, I saw someone smoking a freaking cigarette, and my heart dropped when I realized it was Sage. I hadn't seen him in over a year. What had happened to him?
Oh, whoa, babe. Are you okay? Do you know that guy?
Sage walked over to me and, to my horror, handed me his cigarette.
Good to see you again, stranger. If you could throw this away for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Ew, I don't want that. Sage, what is going on? This isn't who you are.
You don't know who I am anymore, Alina. Good luck dating this weirdo, bro. Did you know she's under some love spell?
Sage walked away and I was totally speechless. What a jerk! Later that night, I got more scoop on him from some kids. Sage went to juvie once because he smashed a lady's car with a bat. And one time, Sage stole a little girl's kitten and ran away with it. There had to be some kind of mistake. That entire week, Sage ignored me at school, even though he stared at me 24/7, especially when I was with my boyfriend. One time, Connor bought me a hazelnut latte, and I was about to kiss him on the cheek to thank him. But then stupid Sage walked by, and I was so distracted, I ended up spilling coffee all over myself. Good God, he was freaking everywhere, like a really handsome mafia guy from a horror movie. One afternoon, I was studying in the library when I saw Sage reading a book there, and suddenly he smiled at me mischievously.
So, You really are dating boys now. I'm sorry I said that mean stuff about you the other day. I was feeling protective of you and wanted to scare Connor away.
Oh, are you also sorry for ghosting me for a year?
Look, my life is more complicated now than it used to be, but things at school are normal. So maybe we can try to be friends again? What do you say?
Sage squeezed my hand and I felt butterflies. Then suddenly, a hand pulled us apart and it was Connor's. He insisted on sitting with us since he didn't trust me sitting with a so-called criminal. But Sage just left soon after Connor came, which made my heart sink. Later, Connor ended up walking me out and pulled me close under some lovely trees.
I know you and that Sage guy used to be close, but it's obvious he's changed. The good thing is, I have you all to myself now. No guy will come in between us.
Connor kissed me, and that's when I realized I didn't feel any sparks or anything between us then. What was wrong with me? I am so confused right now. You're perfect. I'm awkward, and I don't think I can date you. Something's stopping me, but I have no idea what it is yet. Ugh, pull it together, Alina. I gotta go. I ran off feeling really guilty about dumping Connor. He was as sweet and perfect as a guy could be. He was furious with me that whole week and started telling everyone what a witch I was. I guess I really hurt him. One afternoon, I walked to the bleachers for some peace and quiet when I saw Sage sitting there alone. Oh, great. You're here. Don't worry. I'm leaving.
Alina, can you keep a secret? There's something I've been wanting to tell you since I came here.
Sage, you can tell me anything.
Okay then, I'm not a criminal. All those stories about me are lies. The real criminal is my dad. He got me involved one time in a robbery, and I got caught. That's why I had to leave town, change my number, and delete my accounts and stuff. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. The whole town is now filled with lies about me.
So, you stealing the kitten was a lie?
Of course. I helped a kitten down from a frickin' tree. But it was hard having everyone hate me. I got depressed and started doing dumb things like smoke. Don't worry, I'm gonna quit.
It felt so good to have my friend back, except for some reason, he didn't feel like just a friend anymore. Without thinking, I pulled Sage close and kissed him. Oh man, I think I like you.
And I know I like you.
And from that day on, Sage and I were an item. He was still the dork I knew from before, but he was all grown up. And God, I was falling harder for him by the day. But there was one person who was really upset about it. Mom. And one night when I was in 12th grade, she totally lost it. Do you not remember how Sage shut you out for a year and broke your heart? You're going down a dark, dark path. And you're still seriously crazy. I've been dating for a while now and nothing bad has happened because I know how to take care of myself. I don't blame stuff on magic spell nonsense. This is different. You love Sage, and I can't have you getting hurt. So if you decide to stay with this person after high school, I'm out of the picture. I won't come to your wedding. I won't support it. It's just too much for me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mom and I had never had a good relationship, but now I just had it with her. So after I graduated, I moved in with Sage and we were happy together, even though I still wasn't speaking to Mom. Then one day, I was at the mall when I saw a gorgeous aquamarine engagement ring. I felt butterflies and pictured Sage proposing to me with it. I snapped a picture of it and sent it to him. I sure hoped he could take a hint. But when I arrived home, Sage was sitting on the couch with all the lights off. Hey babe, what's going on?
My dad got arrested again. For 2 months.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Sage. But I have something that may cheer you up. It's about a text I sent you. About an engagement ring. Ahem, ahem.
Alina, we can't get engaged. What if I end up just like my dad? I can't do this to you. I love you too much. I'm gonna stay at my cousin's place for a while to think things over. I'm sorry.
Before I could blink an eye, Sage left, and I was shaking with shock. Did he just break up with me? That's when I burst into tears and drove over to Mom's house. For the first time in years, she held me and tried to calm me down. I'm so sorry about everything. You were right.
The curse is real, and I'm such an idiot for not believing you. I wish Sage and I had never even met.
Oh, darling, don't say that. Listen, I'm very happy you came by. I want to apologize for everything. While you were away, I started dating someone who treated me like royalty, and I realized something. The curse was never real. It was all in our heads.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But Sage left, Mom, just like Dad left you.
That's just how love is, honey. It's hard, but it can also be the most wonderful thing in the world. I stayed with Mom for a few months after that to think things through. Sage flooded my phone with apology texts and calls, but I needed space from him. Then one day, I went to the doctor and she told me some news. I was pregnant, except there was one problem. I didn't trust my boyfriend one bit to raise a kid with me. How many times do I have to tell you I'm sorry and that I won't leave you again? I was just upset about my dad and I got scared for a second.
Well, how do I know you're not going to get scared for a second time and leave again? I don't need you to help me raise this baby, so just leave, okay?
But the truth was, I missed Sage more than anything. And 9 months later in the delivery room, I was still missing him. Then suddenly, Mom walked in with the nurses who were carrying my beautiful baby Michaela. And behind them was Sage.
Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay away.
Alina, listen to me. My dad's out of the picture. I reported him and got him arrested after he confessed to more crimes. I don't want someone dangerous like that in my life anymore. I love you, and I want to raise our daughter together. I won't let anything or anyone get in the way of that.
So, is that your way of saying you want to meet Michaela?
Let me see that gorgeous face. Don't let your broken heart stay broken forever, because life is all about loving and letting yourself be loved.
Hi, I'm Jody from North Dakota. Please like and subscribe, and you'll be able to fulfill all your New Year's resolutions. Ever since I can remember, Dad made me and my younger brother Josh compete for everything.
This teddy's mine. I grabbed it first. So what? I saw it first.
Don't fight, kids. The one of you who burps the loudest gets it.
Josh's burp was way louder than mine, and the teddy went to him. So annoying. On our way back home, Josh and I fought over the window seat. And again, Dad had a weird solution.
Let's see who can stick their head out of the window and spit the farthest.
Josh won again. But I accidentally spilled some orange juice on the window seat, so his butt ended up all wet and sticky. Josh usually won these crazy competitions, and he and Dad were a team. But Mom adored me, and we spent hours baking together. And unlike Dad, she didn't make us compete for stuff. The purple car's for Josh and the red one's for you, Jody.
Why buy 2 cars? They could have shared one. When will you understand that money doesn't grow on trees?
Dad left the office looking upset, but Mom turned to us with a huge smile. I got you guys 2 packs of crayons too, but don't tell Dad, okay?
You're the best, Mom.
But Josh broke all his crayons in minutes, then grabbed mine and flushed them down the toilet. He really was a top-grade jerk. Other than that, my life was good. But then one day, everything came crashing down. Mom had ordered pizza for Josh and me, and we were fighting over the last slice when Dad came back from work early.
You ordered pizza again? Why can't you cook, lazy woman? I'm not some millionaire.
They had a huge fight that day, and suddenly, Mom was packing her bags to leave. I cried and tried to stop her, but she said she'd come and see us soon and just left. Then Dad gave me the last slice of pizza, and I immediately stopped crying and stuck my tongue out at Josh. Don't judge me for not being sadder, guys. I was only 7 then. A few weeks later, our parents got divorced, and since Mom wasn't financially stable, we stayed with Dad. Mom only visited us on weekends and special occasions. Years passed, and Josh and I finally reached high school. One day, we came back from school to find Mom getting out of a flashy car. Jody, Josh, come quickly. I'm taking you to my new home for the weekend. Her new home was a freaking palace. It turned out that Mom's fiancé Steve was a real estate mogul, and this was one of his houses. Later after lunch, Mom said she had something important to discuss. I haven't been able to offer you a home before, but thanks to Steve's support, I can now. I'd love for you guys to come live here with me. What do you think? We were both taken aback, but then Josh said he wouldn't leave Dad and walked out of the room. Mom looked heartbroken. What about you, Jody? To be honest, I'd missed being close to Mom, and it wouldn't be too bad getting away from Josh and not fighting for everything. I think I'd like to stay with you. But what about Dad? I'll talk to him, don't worry. And you can still see him whenever you want. Oh, this is just such wonderful news. After the weekend, Josh went back to Dad and I moved in with Mom. She let me have the biggest bedroom. I love it here, Mom. And I love you. I've been waiting to hear that for so long. In the coming days, Mom got me anything I wanted. New clothes, new shoes, new handbags, new bedroom furniture. I even had 3 maids waiting on me hand and foot. One day, I decided to bake a cake for Mom, but I just couldn't figure out the fancy oven settings. Before I knew it, there was a small blast. Just then, a girl my age came running in. Are you trying to burn the kitchen down? I'm sorry, I was just trying to bake a cake. Well, it looks more like a volcano now. No wonder it caused so much destruction. She looked at me, and then we both burst out laughing. The girl introduced herself as Darcy, our butler's daughter. We got to talking, and I found out that Darcy loved baking too. We exchanged a few recipes and decided to try them soon. The next day, Mom got me enrolled into a fancy private school, but it looked more like a 5-star hotel. And the students looked like they'd walked off a modeling ramp. Feeling kind of nervous, I was trying to find my classroom when a group of the most gorgeous girls suddenly blocked my way. New admission. We like your Gucci's and Chanel, girl. You can join our pack. And just like that, I became a part of the most popular group in school, the Wildcats. And boy, these cats were wild. They partied like crazy, blew thousands of dollars on useless stuff, and got tattoos in the weirdest places. But for the first time in my life, I was among the popular kids in school, and I was loving it. A few weeks later, I was hanging out with my cool group outside school, and to my shock, they started smoking. One of them pushed me to try it too, and I didn't want to look uncool, so I did. But I started coughing like crazy. Jody, what are you doing? OMG, Jody, who's this peasant talking to you? What are you doing here, Darcy? I study at the school 2 blocks down. I was just walking home. Ew, are you talking about that gross public school? That confirms you're poor. Jody, you're a wildcat. You can't be talking to people like her. Yeah. Darcy, please go away. I'll talk to you later if I have time. Darcy gave me a disgusted look and left. I felt terrible, but I had a reputation to maintain now. When I got back home, I found Steve and Mom waiting for me, and I knew there was trouble.
So, you're smoking now? Is that why I'm paying your sky-high school fees?
Jody, I'm so disappointed in you. What? I didn't. There must be some mistake.
Don't you dare lie to me. You were smoking, and the butler's daughter saw you.
Steve was always so calm, and seeing him like that was kinda scary. He shouted at Darcy to come in.
Tell me what you told us earlier, girl. Did you see Jody smoking or not?
Darcy looked at me, then turned nervously to him. Sir, I think I made a mistake because that girl was wearing a different dress. I'm so sorry for the confusion. Steve sent her away angrily, and soon after I followed her. What were you thinking, being a snitch? I was trying to save you from falling into bad habits, but I wasn't expecting Mr. Steve to react so badly, so I changed my statement. You should be thanking me. Well, no thank you. Just mind your own business. Yeah, I'll do that now. You're just a rich brat. I don't know why I thought you were different. I felt so mad at her, but I forgot about the fight soon because the following weeks, I had a crazy schedule. I went to school, attended salsa and French classes Mom enrolled me in, and then went out partying with my friends. I was so busy with my new life that I almost completely forgot about Dad and Josh, too. Then one day, I got a call from Josh.
Can you come home this evening? I want to plan a surprise party for Dad.
I promised Josh I'd be there, and that I'd also bake a special cake for Dad. But when I came back from school that day, Mom was already waiting for me. Jody, there's an important event tonight, and Steve says I need to look my best. So I was thinking we'll go shopping first, and then maybe we'll both get makeovers. That sounds cool. By the time we came back home from the mall, I was so exhausted that I took a short nap. And when I woke up, it was already so late. When I got to Dad's place, Josh was done with all the preparations. I am so sorry. No problem. At least you turned up. No need to be so snarky. I was just tired. Yeah, I know how exhausting shopping can be. I saw you at the mall with Mom. You've changed, Jody. No, I haven't. Really? Then where's Dad's birthday cake? That's when I realized I'd completely forgotten about it. Seems like life with us wasn't good enough for you. That's why it's so easy for Mom to buy your love with all this fancy stuff. That's not what she's doing. And maybe I like it that I don't always have to share things with you. And Mom and Steve never scold me for buying something I want. They aren't stingy like Dad. Just then, I realized that Dad had walked in. Oh, Dad! Happy birthday! I know that I'm careful with money, Jody, but I've always worked hard and tried to give you a good life. I know that. I didn't mean it. Yes, you did. You just didn't mean for me to hear it. Dad said he was tired and just wanted to go to bed. And Josh was so mad at me for ruining everything. Back at home, I tried falling asleep but kept feeling terrible. I didn't mean to hurt Dad. And was it true that I'd changed, like Josh had said? A few days later, Mom and Steve were out at some party, so I invited some friends over. We were having a great time, dancing, till one of them started a food fight, and the next thing I knew, they were all going crazy. Can you stop, please? My parents won't be happy about this. What? We're just having fun. And I'm sure you have plenty of servants to do the cleanup. Look, there's one. She pointed at Darcy, who just walked in with drinks and got hit by some food. Just then, one girl jumped on the couch, knocking over a large crystal vase and smashed it to bits on the floor. That's it! Enough! You guys don't get to disrespect anyone, and you don't get to act like spoiled brats in someone's house. Leave, all of you! You can't talk to us like that. We made you one of the most popular girls in school, and we can end that instantly by kicking you out of the Wildcats. Sounds amazing! That's exactly what I want. Now get out! The girls stormed off while Darcy and I stared at the mess. I'll take care of this. You don't need to help. You'll never get this done alone before Mr. Steve's back, so let's not waste time. We worked our butts off for the next 2 hours and finally sat down exhausted. Hey, I'm sorry my friends acted like jerks. I don't care about them, but I hadn't expected you to be like that, or even have such friends. I know. I don't even know who I am these days. I've been trying so hard to fit in with these people I don't even like. And also, I forgot my dad's birthday and hurt his feelings. And my brother, he thinks Mom's trying to buy my love by giving me all these gifts. Do you feel the same? Maybe. She hasn't spent much time with me ever since I moved in here, but she does get me whatever I want. Darcy suggested I tell Mom how I felt. So later that night, I walked up to Mom's room to talk when I heard her and Steve arguing. Steve, I changed myself completely for your sake. I tried my best to be a good partner, but I can't tolerate you cheating on me. Do you have another option? Do you want me to throw you and your daughter out of this house? No. There's nothing I wouldn't put up with for my daughter's happiness. I finally have her love after all these years. I wouldn't be able to bear it if she leaves me. Then stay quiet and don't interfere in my matters. I slid behind a statue as Steve marched out of the door. When I peeked into Mom's room, I found her crying. And just then, reality hit me. Mom wasn't trying to buy my love. She was just showering me with hers. Mom? Oh, Jody! I think I have something in my eye. I heard you and Steve talking, Mom. And I want you to know that I love you, whether you have money or not. But on my own, I don't even have enough to give you the kind of life you were living with your dad. I was just a waitress, and I met Steve. I don't care, Mom. It's you I want to be with, not your house or the stuff you can give me. You know what? I've always wanted to start a small baking business. Maybe we should do that together. The next day, Mom and I moved out of Steve's mansion with our hands empty, but our hearts full. We rented a tiny apartment and started our baking business from home. And I took the time to reconnect with Dad and Josh and even kept in touch with Darcy. In a few months, our business took off with massive help from Josh. Cake number 17 delivered. Thanks, bro. Aren't you the best? I know. That's why I want these headphones. What? No! Mom got those for me. Some things never change, do they?
Hi, I'm Grace from Canada. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single dad, and he was the best parent anyone could ask for. He was a lawyer and worked long hours, but he was always there to make me breakfast, take me to school, and give me piggyback rides when we got home.
Charge, my trusty horse.
Giddy up, giddy up.
Throughout my childhood, different people tried to convince Dad to get married, but he never agreed. You know every child deserves a mom.
Thank you, but I'm perfectly capable of raising Grace.
Aha! Take that, nosy people. Dad and I were perfect alone. But as a kid, I struggled to make friends. It turned out that I had social anxiety, and talking to people was a nightmare. Dad said it was because I spent a lot of time alone, but it didn't get easier even after joining school. I always said the wrong things and ended up chasing people away. Like this one time, I saw a girl sitting alone at recess, and I went to talk to her.
Hi, I like your dress. It's green like a frog. Not that you look like a frog. Well, maybe you do, but in a good way. What a weirdo.
After a while, I stopped trying and became the girl who was always alone and kinda invisible. But then I found company in my books, so it was no surprise that I was a genius at school. My life was really simple. I went to school, topped my grades, and then came home to watch movies with Dad. But when I turned 14, everything changed. One evening, we were halfway through dinner when I noticed that Dad was sweating nervously. OMG, was he having a heart attack? I pushed him down to the floor and began thumping his chest. Dad, you're gonna be fine. I won't let anything happen to you.
I'm fine, Grace. I just wanted to tell you, I met someone. Her name is Angela, and I want to marry her. And the best part is, you get a brother and a sister.
Wait, what? What are you talking about, Dad? You always said you didn't need any help raising me, so why now?
I'm not marrying her to raise you, Grace. I'm marrying her because I love her.
Loved her? I was furious. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. Our lives were perfect. Why would Dad want to change anything? A week later, Dad arranged for me to meet Angela and her kids over dinner, and I had the perfect plan to chase them away. I changed the settings of the oven and turned the turkey to flames. No food, no dinner. But Angela, my stepmom, turned out to be a master chef. When she came home, she cooked food for everyone and it was freaking delicious. But I wasn't gonna melt so easily. I kept frowning at her the entire time while her 5-year-old son kept blowing raspberries at me. He was so cute. Ugh! Focus, Grace! This is a really lovely home, and I'm so happy to meet you. Well, sadly, I'm not.
Grace, you will be nice to our guests. Apologize right now.
I mumbled sorry under my breath and turned my focus to her daughter. Her name was Eva, and she kept going around and touching everything. Wow, what a big house, and what a shiny sculpture. Don't touch it. It's my dad's favorite and really valuable. Don't you mean our dad, sister? And listen to me carefully. Don't play with me. I'm warning you. What? She gave me the most evil smirk and rubbed her dirty hands all over the sculpture before she ran away smirking. After they left, I told Dad I didn't like Angela and her daughter, but he didn't listen. And a month later, they were married. At their wedding, I was the angriest guest ever, but Eva was happier than the bride. A day after the wedding, Dad came into my room and sat on the bed.
I know this is hard for you, Grace, but I want you to promise that you'll try to like them. For me, okay?
Dad had never asked me for anything before, and his request moved me. So I decided to chin up and try to love my new family. The same day Dad and Angela were supposed to leave for their honeymoon, Dad said their trip was canceled because the sitter they'd arranged wasn't available. And I took this chance to be supportive. I can handle everything here, Dad. You should go. I insisted. How hard could it be to take care of a 5-year-old? They agreed and left for the week. And Fred was great. But Eva was a witch. She refused to help and would litter all around the house, thus making me do all the chores by myself. Then one evening I looked out my window and saw Eva yelling at Fred. I rushed outside to his rescue.
You idiot! How dare you put a bug on my bed?
You can't even talk right, you weirdo. She was about to hit him when I came and stopped her. Stop it, Eva. Don't touch him. And don't speak to him like that. Back off. He's my brother, not yours. I'll speak to him any way I like. I knew what it felt like for someone to call you a weirdo, so I gave him a hug. You know, I don't think you're weird. In fact, you're the best 5-year-old I know. His face lit up and he happily skipped away. I already knew that I was gonna love him so much. And soon enough, he became my first friend ever. And that drove Eva mad. Fred, you know I'm your actual sister and not her. But Fred ran to me and climbed into my lap. Soon enough, our parents came home and Eva joined my school. She instantly became friends with the popular girls, and everyone wanted to be close to her. Eva, it's time to go. Ew, who are you? I'm Grace. We've been in the same class since the 1st grade. Wow, I really never noticed you before. What? All my life, these people made me feel invisible. And Eva walks in and suddenly she has a million friends? One weekend when our parents were away, I heard loud music coming from the backyard. I went to check and found Eva having a huge party in the garage. It seemed like half the school was there. What's going on? I'm having a meet and greet with my new friends. My dad would not like this. He'll only know if you tell. Just then I heard someone say, "No way. Loser nerd girl is your sister." And that hurt so much. I'd spent so many birthdays alone because these people never came. But they were all here now. I hated that Eva had walked into my life and was living it better than I ever did. So I went to the main controller and I shut down the electricity. The music died and soon everyone left. And Eva came screaming at me. But just then our parents came back home. And when they saw the mess, Angela was pretty upset.
How dare you have a party without asking? You are in trouble, young lady. I'm grounding you for a month. It's all right, Angela. She's just a kid.
Ugh, I wish he knew. As soon as Dad took her side, Eva turned all smiles and Angela came to me.
I wanted to thank you, Grace. You accepted us as a family and looked after both Eva and Fred. So I got you a present as a token of thanks.
It was a beautiful gold necklace. She put it around my neck and for the first time, I noticed how beautiful she was. Maybe she wasn't so bad after all. Hello, where's mine?
You're not getting it anymore.
I'll sell it and give the money to charity. Eva grew red with anger and she marched to her room. And later that night, she stormed into mine. Look here, you nerd. If you think my mom loves you, you are wrong. She married your dad for his money, and that's the only reason she's nice to both of you. So before you get any mommy-daughter fantasies in your head, I thought you should know that. I just tried to ignore her because I knew she was mean to her core. But it annoyed me so much that people still adored her, even my dad. One evening, I came down into the lounge and I saw Eva jumping around happily. Oh my God, we're gonna go see Funky! Funky? It was our favorite band. Dad and I always watched them play when they came to town.
Actually, Eva and I are going. I only managed to get the last 2 tickets, and Eva's never seen them play before.
What? But that's our thing. This is crazy. You're taking her and not your daughter?
Come on. You've seen them a million times, and Eva is my daughter too.
Stepdaughter? With that, I picked up a picture frame on the shelf and smashed it to pieces.
Grace, I am so disappointed. I didn't raise you to be a brat.
I didn't care. I was really angry at Dad. In fact, I was angry at all of them for changing my life. But it was hard to hate my stepmom. While Dad and Eva were at the concert, she took me shopping and we did fun things I never did with Dad. One morning I overslept and I was in a hurry to get to school. I was struggling with my hair when she walked into the bathroom and helped me. There you go. You look beautiful. Thank you, Angela. Please, call me Mom. Mom. I imagined a perfect world where she really was my mom, but my thoughts were interrupted by Eva's voice. Mom, can you leave her ugly hair and help me with mine?
Oh, honey, you guys are late. We don't have time for that.
Eva went red with anger. Jeez. I was slowly getting used to having a new family, even though I still hated Eva. But then one day, it all came crashing down. I came home from school and went to say hello to Mom, but I stopped outside her room when I heard her speak. Darling, We'll leave as soon as we're done selling those sculptures and all the jewelry. I can't wait to get away from this man and his needy daughter. My heart broke. So Eva was right all along. Her mother didn't love me or even Dad. I immediately raced downstairs and saw that Dad's favorite sculpture was gone. Oh my God! I went out to the driveway and waited for Dad to get home. Dad, I told you these people are evil. I told him what I'd heard, and it made me so sad to see his heartbroken face. But when we went back inside, the sculpture was back in place. What? I couldn't believe it. And I could already see how disappointed Dad was in me. Wait, Dad, I'm not lying. I heard Angela myself. She's a thief. You think I stole something? I turned around to see Angela, Fred, and Eva standing behind me, looking shocked. But they weren't fooling me anymore. Just stop it. I heard you saying you'll sell Dad's sculptures and leave. You can stop pretending now. All I've ever done since I've come here is love you, but it seems like I'm wasting my time. She turned to Dad and said, I love you, but if your daughter hates me enough to make up lies about me, then maybe we shouldn't be together. I'm leaving. What? Leave? We can't leave. Can we all calm down and talk about this? But her mom had already stormed off, and Eva ran to her. I begged you to try and like them for me, but I guess that was too much to ask. Dad, I'm not lying. Stop it. You got what you wanted. Congratulations. It was the first time Dad had ever yelled at me, and then he walked out.
Gracie, you really want us to go? I thought you were my sister.
I cried as I hugged him tight and ran away to my room. As they left in their car, I watched them from my window and cried some more. After that, Dad didn't speak to me for a while. Our lives were back to normal, but everything was different. Dad was miserable, and so was I. I missed Fred and his mom. Why did they have to turn out to be such terrible people? One day I was in my room when I heard something. I looked outside, and it was Eva throwing stones at my window. I marched downstairs angrily to ask her what she wanted, but she held up her hand. Wait, let me speak first. I'm just here to fix things. My mom didn't do anything. I used a fake voice app to make up the thing you heard. What? Are you crazy? Why would you do that? Because I was jealous. I had Mom to myself for years, but then Fred came along, and then you, and she likes you better. It was like I kept getting pushed back and no one remembered me anymore. I didn't mean to break them up. I just wanted to hurt you and for you to kinda hate Mom. I'm sorry, okay? Please help me make our parents happy again. Weirdly enough, I sort of understood Eva. To be honest, I was jealous of you too. I didn't like sharing my dad, and all the things I found difficult came so easy to you. Next to you, I felt like a freak. Don't say that. You're the smartest person I know, and you may not have friends, but you have a brother and sister who care about you. If you still want them. I could feel tears rolling down my cheeks as we hugged, and I noticed for the first time that she smelled like flowers, just like Angela. Let's go tell our parents about the mess you made. My mom's gonna kill me. Don't worry, I'll save you.